Prologue. All long, low boat pushed through the fog, accompanied only by the sloshing thump of the waves against its prow. No gulls followed the ship, or screeched their calls from the hidden shores. No sun shone through the cowl of mist. Chilly silence lay over the leaden sea like a blanket. 4 figures stood on the foredeck of the ship, all wearing dark cloaks and hoods. The wind switched restlessly, tugging at the fabric. One of the figures, somewhat shorter and slighter than the rest, clapped a hand to his head to hold the hood up. The drab light revealed his face, young and tense, his dark hair matted down by the heavy cowl. "How long does it take to get there?" he asked, keeping his voice unconsciously hushed. "It changes depending on the tide," the man next to him answered. "Just keep your cloak tight about you, James, and remember what I told you back at the pier." The young man, James, nodded, recalling his father's instructions. He didn't understand how it all worked, except that the cloaks were enchanted somehow. They shielded their wearers from the mysterious magic of the ship, which was powerful indeed. It was the only craft able to ply this uncharted region of the North Sea, for it was a ghost ship, cursed to repeat the same route endlessly, empty of occupants unless they wore the magical cloaks. If even one of the cloaks was removed from its wearer, the ship would sink like a stone, washing all of its occupants into the fathomless depths of the lake. James glanced back over the length of the boat. The wheelhouse was a small cabin amidships, elevated slightly against the fog. Its lamps were dark and broken. Inside, the ship's wheel turned ponderously, loosely, operated by no one. The deck creaked ominously as it rolled on the waves. James shuddered and turned back forward again, anxious for the passage. For the entire trip, to be over as soon as possible. The largest of the robed figures stirred and lifted his bearded chin. "There," he said in a gruff voice. James squinted ahead of the boat. A huge, blocky shape had begun to heave slowly out of the fog. It resolved into the silhouette of an enormous tower, flat-topped and almost entirely featureless. Its base descended into rocky cliffs and caves, plunging down into crashing waves. It was Azkaban, the most secure prison in the entire magical world. James knew the legends of the place. Some proclaimed that the prison's stony foundation was not an island at all, but a magically free-floating mountain top, ripped from the shoulders of the Himalayas. Other legends told that the prison was not in the North Sea at all. They claimed that the sea's mysterious fog hid a portal to an unplottable abyssal loch, bottomless and lost in time, whose depths were prowled by horrid leviathans from a forgotten age. There was even talk that the behemoths had magical gazes that could hypnotize people into jumping right into their gaping maws. James didn't quite believe the legends about the monstrous sea creatures, but he did avoid staring into the watery depths, just to be sure. As the ghost ship neared the prison, a low sound echoed out over the waves, a dull rumble, like water in the depths of a stone throat. Beneath this sound, however, was something even worse, a sort of warbling, keening wail, rising and falling on the wind. "All is well," the bearded man said, nodding toward a flickering green glow that suffused the fog at the tower's peak. "Relatively speaking, I know what you mean, Titus," James' father agreed. Harry Potter lifted his face to the tower, letting the pale green light shine dimly on his face. His distinctive scar was barely visible beneath the sheaf of his still unruly hair. "I'm always secretly surprised to see the brazier's green flames. I've never seen the beacon torch glow red for danger, but I can imagine it all too well every time I take this boat trip. This place may be necessary, but it certainly isn't pleasant." "What is that horrible noise?" the fourth man asked. He had an American accent, and it had become even more noticeable as his nervousness increased. James glanced up at him and saw the man's narrow brow of a nose flared in distaste. He held a wide-brimmed black hat under one arm and had a long black broom clutched beneath the other. "The noise?" Harry answered, as if he himself hadn't noticed it. "Oh, that's just the sea washing through the caves. When the tide comes out, it creates quite a thunder. I hope it doesn't bother you too much, Mr. Quisling." The American narrowed his eyes and pressed his lips together. He didn't answer Harry's question, but neither did he ask any more of his own. James was glad. He knew that the noises were not entirely due to the water in the caves. This was Azkaban, after all. Beneath the rumble and crash of the waves was the faint collective shriek of the Dementor pit, buried deep inside the prison's rocky base. The Dementors were creatures of shadow, parasites that fed on human misery. They had once been the jailers of Azkaban, but had been deemed untrustworthy when they had sided with the Dark Lord Voldemort during his final days. As a result, they had long ago been cast into the lightless depths of Azkaban's deepest pit, imprisoned forever and raving mad with hunger. Their keening, tortured wails sent a chill down James' spine. "I don't understand why we couldn't just apparate directly to the prison," Quisling said a little too loudly. "This seems ridiculously inefficient. As you may imagine, this is not at all how we do things in the States. "We cannot apparate to the prison," Titus Hardcastle answered with stony patience, "for the same reason that its prisoners cannot apparate out of it." "What you call inefficient, Mr. Quisling, we call secure. It's the fog, sir," Harry added. "It is not a naturally occurring phenomenon, as you can imagine. It is of ancient magical origin, infused with all manner of hexes and jinxes. Any normal ship that attempted to navigate through it would find its compass useless and its rudder guiding itself. Any witch or wizard who attempted to disapparate through the fog would find themselves reappearing right back where they started, or worse, in the depths of the lake itself. These may seem antiquated measures by your standards, Mr. Quisling, but they work very well. Escape from Azkaban is virtually unheard of, but not impossible," Quisling added, raising an eyebrow. "By contrast, there are magical prisons in America that have never been broken out of it all. And this without bottomless abyssal locks, ghost ships and cursed fogs." Hardcastle squared his shoulders meaningfully. "See if you can say the same after 1400 years, he growled. "We are nearly there," Harry said. A pall of cool air emanated from the huge tower as the boat hove toward its base, approaching a yawning black cave. The thunder of the waves became a subdued thrum as the boat entered the calmer waters of the cavern. Lanterns glowed on ancient iron buoys, nodding slightly as the ghost ship passed. After a minute, a stone pier came into view, lit by a single torch. As James peered at it, he saw that the torch was held aloft in the hand of a very thin wizard in heavy black robes. A badge glinted from a belt that crossed his chest and he seemed to be wearing a sort of metal helmet on his head. "Names," the wizard called out sternly, his voice echoing over the glassy water. "Potter, Harry, and Hardcastle." "Titus, oars," Harry called back immediately. "Potter, James, and Quisling, Monroe, witness and arbiter." The wizard on the pier did not respond, and James decided this was probably a good sign. The man was as skinny as a skeleton, but the fist that bore the upraised torch looked as large as a pineapple. Apart from a stern scowling chin, his face was shadowed beneath the helmet. The ghost ship drifted sideways as it approached the pier, docking silently without the aid of rope or anchor. Wordlessly, the four occupants began to climb out. Harry introduced the man on the pier. "This is Mr. Blunt, Chief Administrator of Azkaban." "Nice to meet you," James said hesitantly. Quisling stepped past him, pushing back the hood of his cloak and jamming his wide-brimmed hat back onto his head. "Mr. Blunt," he said stiffly, jutting out his hand like a blade. "Greetings from the wizard in court of the United States of America." Blunt's eyes lowered to Quisling's outstretched hand, which he ignored. His gaze climbed slowly upward again, stopping on the broom beneath the man's left arm. "I'm afraid you will need to check that and explain its presence, Mr. Quisling," Blunt said with cool courtesy. "All brooms, portkeys, wands and any other magical paraphernalia must be declared at the perimeter. No brooms allowed within the tower proper, sir. I am sure I need not explain why." Quisling lowered his hand and glanced aside at Harry, his face etched with annoyance. Seeing no help there, he looked back at Blunt and smiled frostily. "Fine. Of course. I am in rather a hurry, Mr. Blunt, thus I will be returning directly to my embassy once we are finished here. I trust it is safe to fly a broom through your fog, sir?" Blunt shrugged noncommittally. "Safe isn't a term I'd use exactly, but yes, it is possible to navigate a broom through the fog. If you will just allow me, sir." Blunt held out his left arm while still holding the torch aloft in his right. Quisling sighed impatiently and handed over his broom. Blunt held the broom at arm's length, studying it critically, and finally nodded to himself. He turned toward the edge of the pier, hefted the broom over his shoulder like a spear, and deftly threw it out over the water. "Hey!" Quisling shouted, waking echoes in the low cavern. James listened for the splash of the broom in the dark water, but no sound came. Blunt smiled tightly to himself. Harry said, "It's all right, Mr. Quisling. Your broom is quite safely stowed until our return." Turning to Blunt, he added, "Mr. Hardcastle and I vouch for our companions. None of us carries any other magic but our wands." Blunt nodded slowly. "This way then. Keep your wands away at all times and do watch your step." James walked between his father, in front, and Titus Hardcastle, behind. He could feel the cold darkness of the cavern pressing against him from all sides, and was quite glad when Blunt led the troop through a heavily locked door and into a more brightly lit curving stairway. Lanterns lined the way, glowing on the cracked stone walls. Even here, the lonely drip of water was a constant sound. The stairs were worn smooth and shiny with mist. As they ascended, James asked his father in a quiet voice, "So, is this the only way in here?" Harry glanced back and nodded. The tower was designed with only one entrance. Its walls are 30 feet thick all the way around, without a single window. James gulped. A sense of creeping claustrophobia squeezed his shoulders and throat, but his dad smiled back at him. "Don't worry," he said. "This will be over before you know it, and we'll be back home in Marble Arch. I'm proud of you for coming along." James nodded unenthusiastically. A week ago, when he'd first been asked about coming to Azkaban to identify the villain his father had captured, it had seemed like a rather exciting adventure. Albus had been dead jealous about it, thus James had, of course, agreed instantly. Now, climbing the narrow stairs into the throat of Azkaban itself, he would have gladly traded places with his brother. He shivered to himself. "I just wish Zane and Ralph could have come along," he muttered, hoping only his father would hear. "They were there too, you know, on the night of the unveiling, back in New Amsterdam. They saw just as much as me." "Sorry, James," Harry answered quietly. "They're still back in the States. It was hard enough for us to arrange for you to come along. If it was just the Ministry of Magic we were dealing with, things would be a bit easier." James knew what his father meant. The prisoner in question was an American, even though he'd been captured in London. By international law, a representative from the American Wizarding Court had to be present for any interrogation. Quisling, the American arbiter assigned to the prisoner's case, had been reluctant even to allow James to accompany them. Fortunately, the Department of Ambassadorial Relations had been pressed to file a formal request with the International Magical Police, claiming that James' recollections might provide essential insight into the prisoner's guilt or innocence. They had agreed to the interrogation, on the grounds that Arbiter Quisling be allowed to cut it short at any time that he felt that his client was being unfairly condemned outside of a court of law. The troop finally reached another door. It stood atop a short landing, framed on both sides by greenly glowing lanterns. The door was no less than 20 feet high and comprised entirely of black metal, studded with rivets. There was no handle or lock as far as James could see. Blunt approached the door with his torch still held aloft. It crackled faintly, casting his skeletal shadow far up the wall on his left. "Dad," James whispered, watching raptly. "How does it even open? I don't see any hinges or bolts or any key." The words froze in his throat as Blunt neared the forbidding door. He did not stop when he reached it, but continued forward, and James feared for a moment that the little man might bounce right off the cold iron. Instead, Blunt's torch flared bright green for a moment, bursting its light over the entire width and breadth of the door. In response, the studded iron rippled in the air, like something seen through a heat shimmer. As the torch's green flames unfurled into darkness, the great door broke apart into curtains of smoke, which quickly vanished, revealing a cavernous entryway, heavy with shadowy depths. "Intriguing," Quisling admitted, tilting his head. "So the iron door was just a mirage of some kind." "Not exactly," Harry said, following Blunt into the bowels of Azkaban proper. "The door is exactly as real as it looked. Mr. Blunt's magical torchlight is the real mirage. It creates the illusion that we can pass through the impregnable door. And thus, we can." Quisling frowned skeptically. James suspected that his father's answer was a much simplified version of the truth, but he didn't really care about the actual technomancy behind it all. "It's all quantum," as Zane surely would have said. The main hall of Azkaban was surprisingly large. Monstrous pillars leapt upwards, each as thick as redwood trunks. Crouched atop the pillars were ancient stone gargoyles, their downturned faces scowling and their shoulders supporting the buttresses of lofty vaulted ceilings. The walls were nearly featureless, comprised entirely of rough, cracked stone. Lanterns lit the hall far too insufficiently for James' taste, leaving enormous shadowy gaps in the echoing depths. "Why is there no hearth?" he shuddered, hugging himself. "Because we are wizards," Hardcastle answered quietly. "For us, hearths are more than light and warmth, they are a means of transport." "Catch my meaning?" "Oh," James said, nodding his understanding. "Right. No hearth means no flue network. No easy way out." As Blunt led them toward a distant archway, James' eyes grew accustomed to the dimness. He noticed other people in the massive hall, most dressed similarly to Blunt, but there were far fewer than he would have expected. "Dad," he whispered, sidling up to his father. "Where's everybody at? I figured this place would be crawling with guards. For that matter, where's all the doors? This doesn't look like a prison at all." Harry glanced at his son, his eyes serious behind his glasses. "It's like I said, son. There's only one way in. One way in, and one way out." "What's that supposed to mean?" Harry opened his mouth to answer, but at that moment Blunt turned left, into a low hall. Harry, James, Hardcastle and Quisling followed him, and then stopped abruptly as they met a black stone wall. James blinked and shaded his eyes against the room's sudden illumination. Bright lanterns were embedded into the walls behind thick glass blocks, all glowing with nearly painful whiteness. Blunt approached the blank wall and produced his wand. He tapped the wall with it, and a series of intricate carvings began to unfurl onto the stone, emanating from the tip of Blunt's wand. The carvings, James noticed, formed the shape of a small door, surrounded by indecipherable symbols and shapes. With a scraping grate, the door swung open, revealing only a small, dark alcove. Deftly, Blunt lowered his torch toward the alcove. Its flame flickered and buffeted as if in the teeth of a sudden hard wind. Then, with a hollow thwomp and a flash of green, the torchlight leapt from the end of Blunt's torch and into the alcove. There, the fire swirled and spun, forming a bright, flickering orb. Instantly, the stone door clapped shut over it. The entrance flame must stay hidden for the duration of any interaction with the prisoner, Blunt said gravely, turning back toward the troop. From the time we open the cell tower until the moment it is secured again, we are as much prisoners here as the inmates. Is that understood? Everyone in the room nodded except Mr. Quisling. Can we please get on with it, he said, raising his eyebrows impatiently. May I have the prisoner requisition number? Blunt asked, turning to Harry. Harry nodded. There was an exchange of formal parchments, which Blunt peered at for barely a moment. Then, deftly, he turned back toward the stone wall. He tapped it once again with his wand. The etching of the elaborate stone door unfurled, the carven lines rearranged, flowed together, and formed the shape of a large frame. Within the frame were 3 numbers, 0 to 00. Blunt touched the first number with his wand. 6, he said. The etchings that formed the first 0 began to dissolve and swirl, reshaping into an ornate number 6. 2, Blunt said, tapping the second 0, and then, 9. The numbers resolved. They glowed faintly for a moment, pulsing purple in the bright white of the room. Then, the entire wall began to shift. With a grating rumble that James could feel in the soles of his feet and the pit of his stomach, the stone slid sideways, taking the etched frame and numbers with it. A moment later, a door slid into view. It was heavy iron, with a tiny barred window set into it. In the center of the door, the numbers 001 glowed bright purple. The door shuttled past as James watched. Another door followed, moving slightly faster. This one had the number 002 emblazoned on its center. James' father leaned close to him. Our man is rather near the top, I believe, he said quietly. James nodded speechlessly. The doors in the stone wall began to pass by with increasing speed. As they did, the rumbling grate rose in pitch. The floor seemed to thrum with the noise. James fancied he could feel his very eyeballs vibrating in their sockets. Soon enough, the doors were flickering past in a blur, their glowing numbers forming an indecipherable purple streak. James sensed that the doors were not just spinning past, but lowering slightly, as if the interior of the great tower was a sort of bolt, screwing itself into the depths of Azkaban's foundation. James waited for the doors to begin to slow, but they never did. He wanted to ask his father just how deep the cell tower could go, but knew that he probably wouldn't be heard over the grating roar. Then, shockingly, the tower's wall simply slammed to a halt. It clanged, stone on stone, so deafeningly that James clapped his hands to his ears. By the time he touched them, however, both the motion and the noise were over. Silence rang in the stale, bright light of the hall. Standing prosaically in the center of the stone wall was one last iron door. The purple numbers on its front read 629. The door opened silently, swinging outward. James peered into the cell beyond. It was quite small, barely as deep as the thin bed that lined the right wall. There was no window, and the stone that formed the cell walls was utterly seamless. James felt another twinge of claustrophobia just looking into the tiny space. Sitting against the rear wall on a straight-backed metal chair was a small man. He was thin, balding, and wore tiny rimless spectacles, with which he seemed to be reading a book. He did not look up. Inmate number 629, Blunt announced stoically. Identified as Radomir Werlich, citizen of the United States, apprehended this 20th of August in Peckham, England. Charged with attempted manufacture and distribution of potions of warfare and dark magic. There was a long silence as the occupants of the viewing hall studied the man in the tiny cell. Werlich paid them no attention whatsoever. His eyes were magnified behind his spectacles as he stared down at the book in his hands. After a moment, he languidly licked one finger and turned a page. James noticed the title of the book, emblazoned in tarnished gold foil on black leather, Powers of the Black Alchemies. Theseus imply abominable conditions, Quisling said flatly. I demand to be granted a private interview with my client to ascertain his mental state. His mental state is just fine, Hardcastle commented through gritted teeth. You might instead consider the mental state of the 3 Aurors that were wounded during his apprehension. Of course, there's only 2 of them left to interview now, seeing as Jacob died this last evening. That's enough. Titus. Harry instructed, although James sensed that his father was holding back his own anger. James had eavesdropped on his parents as they had discussed the raid on Werlick's laboratory. He hadn't heard all the details, but he'd learned enough to know that the wizard had been concocting some seriously dangerous dark magic, and that he had murdered more than a few muggles to get the ingredients he needed. He had very nearly escaped from his father's raid, unleashing a vicious powdered curse upon the Aurors to slow them down. James didn't know what the curse had done, except that it had horribly wounded 2 professional Aurors, and killed one, Andrea Jacob, one of his father's best young recruits. "Radomir Werlick," Harry said loudly, addressing the small man in the cell. "Do you know who we are?" Werlick finally looked up. His face was nearly expressionless. He blinked owlishly but said nothing. "You are accused of crimes against Muggle and magical humanity," Harry went on. "You are suspected to be involved with the Wizards United Liberation Front, a known enemy of the Ministry of Magic and 12 other magical governing bodies. You may be tried on the charge of accomplice to murder for the death of American Senator Charles Hyde Fillmore. These are your charges. Do you wish to invoke your right to formally admit or deny them?" Werlick blinked at Harry Potter as if he were a rather interesting insect. Quisling spoke up. "You don't have to answer that question, Mr. Werlick. I am Monroe Quisling, the arbiter assigned to oversee your trial. You have received my official correspondence, I trust." As he finished speaking, he turned his gaze on Mr. Blunt, who nodded once. Harry touched his son's shoulder. James could feel the heat of his father's anger through his fingertips. "Make him stand up," he said to Blunt. Blunt nodded again. He raised his wand and called sternly into the cell, "Stand up and approach the door. Place the book on the bed and keep your hands lowered." Werlick looked at Blunt speculatively, and then sighed. He closed the book and laid it carefully on the ratty mattress next to him. A moment later, he stood and moved toward the open door of his cell. "That's far enough," Blunt announced. Werlick stopped. Harry lowered his voice and leaned close to his son. "This is it, James. Take a good hard look. Tell us the truth." James nodded. He frowned at the small man opposite him. Werlick stood illuminated in the harsh light of the hall. James studied him furiously, trying hard to remember. It was hopeless, of course. He had known it even when his father had first asked him to come to Azkaban with him to see if he could identify this odious man from that horrible night months earlier. It had come to be Khaled's night of unveiling. Everyone remembered it. It was the event that had, by any measure, completely changed the world, but for James the entire night was just an awful blur. The trip into the world between the worlds, the death of his cousin Lucy, the final portal into the twin cities of Muggle New York and Wizarding New Amsterdam, where Petra Morgenstern, with the aid of her sister Isabella, had torn away the veil of secrecy that hid the one from the other. James culled through his memories as carefully as he could, trying to conjure every detail. Had this man, Werlick, been there anywhere? Was it possible? He seemed so small and weak. Could he have been one of the wizard assassins who had attempted to kill his father? They'd all been wearing cloaks, hiding their every feature. There was just no way to tell for sure. James began, screwing up his face in concentration. "I can't quite." "The witness does not recall seeing my client," Quisling stated firmly. "Let the record officially show." "Wait," James interrupted. He leaned forward, peering at the small man in his gray Azkaban robe. The robe was ill-fitting, emblazoned with his prisoner number in black stitching. The sleeves were rather too short, showing the man's thin, pale forearms. His left arm was marked with a faded sigil, barely visible beneath the frayed sleeve. "The tattoo on his arm," James said, pointing. "I recognize it, I think." Quisling narrowed his eyes. "His tattoo, you say? Are you quite sure, young man?" "There were many thousands of people present on the night of the unveiling, most of whom were rather far away from you. If my client was among those allegedly preparing to attack your father's transportation, they were quite high up, out of the light of the street. I find it difficult to believe you could have seen a tattoo from that distance, in that light, much less be able to identify it now." James shook his head and glanced up at his father. "No, I don't recognize it from that night. I saw it earlier, when we first arrived in New Amsterdam. It was when we were on the train, the Lincoln Zephyr." "Do you remember, Dad?" Harry nodded. "Of course. We were attacked by members of the W.U.L.F. We were barely able to fight them off. They were on brooms," James clarified, speaking a bit louder. "They were wearing cloaks and masks, like they always do, but the wind made their sleeves push up on their arms. One of them had a marking on his forearm, in the same place as the one on him, right there. I can just see it beneath his sleeve." "Make him show it to us." "No," Quisling countered quickly. "The boy is clearly inventing this story to falsely accuse Mr. Werlick. If he is so certain of what he saw, then let him describe the tattoo. If it matches that on my client's arm, then his testimony may stand, not that it means anything conclusive. Many people have tattoos. Harry nodded reluctantly. All right, then. James? I myself do not remember seeing any such markings on that night, so we must rely entirely on your recollection. Can you describe the tattoo you saw on our attacker's arm? James held his breath, thinking hard. His memory of that night was a wild jumble of images, the Zephyr leaping from its tracks, careening down a crowded New York street, flashes of fire, shattering glass. He concentrated on the figures that had chased them, zooming over the train like hornets. He remembered the pale forearm, clutching onto a black broom. He'd barely registered the markings tattooed there at the time. Perhaps we should consider a clemency, Titus suggested quietly. You could do it yourself, Harry. Note admissible, Quisling stated. The American Wizarding Court does not recognize the validity of memories obtained via such subjective means. I remember it, James said faintly. I only saw it for a second, but it was just a symbol. It looked sort of like a circle with a slash through the middle of it. As James finished speaking, he sensed a change in the atmosphere of the room. He glanced aside and saw Hardcastle looking at his father. They exchanged a meaningful look. Blunt stepped forward once more. Prisoner, he called firmly. Raise your left arm and draw back your sleeve. Werlick stared at James. He almost looked amused. Slowly, he raised his left arm so that his sleeve fell back. The tattoo was plainly visible in the bright light. It showed a calligraphic circle, cut in half by a tapered slash. The slash might have been a wand, or a dagger. The phi off balance, Hardcastle stated, unsurprised. What's it mean? James asked, still frowning. It is the universal marker of those who believe magical balance requires the extermination of all non-magical species, Hardcastle explained in his gravelly voice. They are murderers with no remorse, the worst of all villains, for they do not kill out of anger or revenge, but for their perverted concept of purity. They do not believe that those they kill are even human. May I lower my arm now? Werlick asked. It was the first time he had spoken, and James was surprised at the lazy indolence of the man's tone. The look on his face was one of weary indulgence, as if he were humoring a gaggle of disagreeable children. Of course, Mr. Werlick, Quisling answered. To the others, he said, this means nothing, of course. Such tattoos are common enough among a certain class of revolutionaries. Most likely Mr. Werlick acquired the marking in his youth, not knowing what it even meant. Furthermore, it does not amount to proof that Mr. Werlick was among those who attacked you. No, Harry agreed. I admit, he doesn't strike me as the warrior type. Still, it is enough for us to detain him for trial. I am afraid Mr. Werlick will not be released to his home country any time in the near future. Quisling accepted this grudgingly. Be that as it may, I will require a private meeting with my client to instruct him of the upcoming proceedings. If you will excuse me, Quisling moved past the others, approaching the open cell door. You have 5 minutes, Arbiter, Blunt announced. Quisling did not respond. He stepped into the cell as Werlick made room for him. The two sat down on the narrow bed and Quisling pulled the cell door to behind him, leaving it slightly ajar. Pompous fool, Hardcastle grated under his breath. Perhaps Werlick will save us some trouble and curse him somehow, Harry sighed. Unlikely, Titus. Let's try to be professional about this. At the very least, we got what we came for. Nice work, James. James nodded. I really wasn't very sure. I was grasping for straws. Sometimes that is what it takes, his father said. But Dad, James said, lowering his voice to a near whisper. I really don't think it was him on that night, when they attacked the train. He's just too little and wiry. The man I saw was bigger. I can tell that even though he was wearing a robe and hood. I know, son, Harry agreed. But this is good enough to keep him for now. Soon enough, we'll connect him to his network, the people he was working for. With any luck, we'll capture them as well, and they will all stay here in Azkaban for a long, long time. We have you to thank for that. James shrugged. He wasn't sure that he had done anything especially difficult, but he hoped his father was right. Werlick was certainly evil, although not at all in the way that James had expected. Rather than vicious and vengeful, the man exuded a brand of detached hate that was so cold it was almost clinical. Here, James knew, was a wizard who felt absolutely no remorse or regret for what he had done. He would do it again, and worse, if he had the chance. Fortunately, he had been captured and imprisoned. And for now, he would stay that way. Shortly, the cell door swung open again. Quisling stepped out, straightening his cloak and adjusting his arbiter's hat. Behind him, Werlick lay reclined on the mattress, only his feet visible, his black alchemy book held open on his stomach. The man's lazy indifference was truly creepy. Are you quite through? Harry asked. Quisling nodded in a business-like manner. He huffed past James and the rest, striding purposefully into the darkness of the outer hall. "It seems we are finished here," Hardcastle commented. Blunt nodded. He flicked his wand toward the cell door, which slammed shut with a clang. Almost immediately, the door and the stone wall began to shuttle back the way they had come, accompanied by the rumbling roar of the cell tower. A minute later, the cycling doors shuddered to a halt once again, revealing the engraved stone wall. Blunt tapped the wall with his wand, unveiling the tiny stone door that safeguarded the entrance flame. He returned the flame to his torch and led James, Harry and Hardcastle back out into the main hall, where Quisling was waiting impatiently. No one spoke during the return trip down the winding staircase. James followed his father again, with Hardcastle in the rear. Quisling stalked along next to Blunt, apparently fuming to himself and anxious to be on his way. Back in the watery cavern, the ghost ship was nowhere in sight. The lantern buoys bobbed silently in the darkness, painting their bright reflections onto the inky water. "The ferry will return shortly," Blunt explained. "Mr. Quisling, I will return your broom to you forthwith." Harry turned to Quisling in the darkness. "I assume you will instruct your embassy of what transpired here today. Can we expect no unnecessary interruptions as we proceed with Werlick's trial?" Quisling neither turned to Harry nor responded to his question. He merely stared out over the dark water, awaiting the return of his broom. Blunt stood at the edge of the pier and held both his wand and the entrance torch high overhead. He fired a single green flare toward the distant cavern ceiling. It painted moving shadows among the stalactites. "Mr. Quisling?" Harry said, frowning slightly. "Is everything all right?" Quisling still did not respond. Out of the darkness, a long dark shape lofted toward the pier. Blunt caught it deftly. It was, of course, Quisling's broom. Blunt turned toward Quisling and held it out. Quisling's arm jerked forward to grasp it. James gasped. As Quisling reached forward, the sleeve of his cloak pulled back, revealing his forearm. A dark tattoo marked his skin. It was the Phi of Balance, the exact same one that James had seen minutes earlier on Werlick's arm. "Dad?" James called out, scrambling for his wand, but Quisling was too fast. He spun around, his own wand already in his fist, and fired a red bolt directly at Hardcastle, who was nearest. Hardcastle leapt to dodge the spell, which seared through his robes, barely missing him. An instant later, both Harry's and Hardcastle's wands were out and firing. Red light flickered throughout the cave, but Quisling was gone. The flap of his robes and whistle of his broom echoed over the water, along with a gust of mad laughter. "Damn!" Hardcastle cried in fury. "He's gone daft." Harry shook his head, swiftly pocketing his wand. "Not daft," he said. "Escaped." "But Quisling was no prisoner here," Blunt said, scowling severely. "James saw it a split second before I did," Harry explained, shaking his head. "The tattoo, same as the one on Werlick's arm. Quisling had no tattoo when we arrived here." James clutched his own wand, having not fired a single spell. "So how did it get there? Was he in league with Werlick the whole time?" "No," Harry said, turning toward Blunt. "They are not in league. And that was not Quisling. The man that just escaped had the same tattoo as Werlick because he was Werlick. Mr. Blunt, I trust that you keep a few brooms here for emergency use." "Indeed we do, Mr. Potter," Blunt acknowledged quickly. "They are stowed right here, in the cavern." "We will require 2 of them," Harry declared. "James, you will accompany Mr. Blunt back inside. Check Werlick's cell and see what you find there. Hopefully Mr. Quisling is still alive. If so, James, accompany him back to land via the ferry." "Understood?" James straightened his back and nodded firmly. "Yes sir, right away." 2 brooms dropped out of the dark heights of the cave at Mr. Blunt's summons. Harry and Hardcastle caught them. A moment later, the 2 oars were in the air, preparing to give chase. "We will meet you at the landward pier," James' father called back. "Be careful, James." James raised his voice as his father and Titus Hardcastle sped away, racing their reflection on the dark water. "I will. Don't let him get away, Dad." But they were already gone, leaving nothing but cold silence and James' worries in their wake. When Blunt reopened cell door number 629, the interior scene had not changed. A figure still lay reclined on the bed with only its feet visible, the black book still held open on its chest. Blunt stepped forward carefully, wand raised, and peered in at the figure. A moment later, he lowered his wand and breathed a low oath. From the outer hall, James asked tentatively, "Is it Quisling?" Blunt nodded. He leaned forward, out of James' sight. There was a white flash, and the reclining figure jerked suddenly, dropping the book. "What?" A voice called out. "You can't do this. I am an arbiter." "Calm down, Mr. Quisling," Blunt ordered. You've been stunned. I shouldn't be surprised. You'll be fine in just a moment or two. Quisling scrambled upright, flailing wildly against the confined stone walls. I demand to know who did this to me. By what authority? It was done under no authority, Blunt declared, overriding him and turning and striding into the outer hall. You may wish to know that this was the action of your client. He traded identities with you, apparently using a polyjuice potion to change his appearance, although I cannot begin to imagine how he acquired it within these walls. Quisling huffed as he followed Blunt out into the viewing hall. Well, I'm sure there must be some reasonable cause for what has transpired here. He stopped and narrowed his eyes. Surely you do not suspect that I myself assisted Mr. Werlick in any way. You do not believe that I smuggled any potions into these walls on his behalf? Blunt stopped. Without turning around, he sighed. No, sir, I do not believe you have the capacity for such an act. You can be sure that I do not. Quisling nodded emphatically. I am an arbiter of the Wizarding Court of the United States. Justice and objectivity are my watchwords. You'll be needing a new cloak for the ferry, I assume, Blunt interrupted, walking on. Your client seems to have made off with your clothes. Quisling stopped and glanced down, noticing for the first time that he no longer wore his fairy cloak or his official arbiter's robe and hat. His face pinched into a scowl. He glared at James. I assume your father and that overgrown grizzly bear companion of his are after Mr. Werlick? James nodded. They'll catch him, too. They're the best. Quisling nodded, his eyes still narrowed. Then we have nothing to worry about, do we? Come along, my boy. Let's put this horrid place behind us. The ghost ship arrived shortly after James. Quisling and Blunt returned to the pier. As Quisling preceded James aboard, Blunt gave James a severe look. You'll want to be careful, Mr. Potter, he said meaningfully. There's a killer on the loose, assuming your father and Mr. Hardcastle have not yet found him. I wouldn't concern yourself, Mr. Blunt, Quisling called back. I am Mr. Werlick's arbiter. Surely, if we encounter him, he will recognize that I am here to help him. We will not come to any harm. Blunt glanced up toward the cavern ceiling, as if stifling a roll of his eyes. James nodded. Thank you, sir, he said as he climbed aboard the ghost ship. We'll be careful. A moment later, the ghost ship drifted silently away from the pier, drawing a thin wake on the glassy water. Blunt watched, his torch held aloft, as the ship glided toward the cavern mouth in the fog beyond. As the boat crept out into the open water, leaving the hulking tower behind, James turned and peered up at it. There was no longer a green glow atop Azkaban. Now, the beacon torch glowed red, for danger. Azkaban had been breached. A prisoner had escaped. Until Blunt had said something, it had not occurred to James that he might encounter the escaped madman before his dad and Titus Hardcastle captured him again. He vowed to himself to be on high alert, keeping his wand clutched in his hand, buried in the deep pocket of his cloak. Wind switched overhead, whistling morosely in the ghost ship's old rigging. Choppy waves rolled beneath the hull, clapping at it and sending up clouds of cold spray. James peered ahead, anxious to be out of the fog, out of the reach of Azkaban's old magic. Your father and his friend, Quisling said after a time. They are quite good at what they do, aren't they? James frowned at the man. Well, yeah. My dad's head door. Titus Hardcastle is his best man. How do you think they caught that horrible twit Werlick to begin with? Quisling nodded and shrugged non-committally. I suppose you are right. Still, their methods leave something to be desired, don't you think? Allowing their fellows to be wounded and even killed, all just to apprehend a relatively harmless individual like Mr. Werlick. It all seems rather extreme, if you ask me. Yeah, James said, looking out over the gray waves. Well, I don't expect anybody did. Quisling smiled, then laughed lightly. You think I am awful, don't you? James didn't answer. He studied the fog, waiting impatiently for it to clear up. It had been a lovely summer day before they had entered the North Sea's mists. He hoped that it still would be. He hoped that the sun would be shining and his father and Titus Hardcastle would be waiting for them at the landward pier, with Werlick safely in custody. You don't have to answer, Quisling went on. I can see it on your face, James. You think I am nearly as bad as the man I represent, Mr. Werlick. Let me ask you a question, though, my boy. Do you really think things are as black and white as your father makes them appear? I submit to you that they are not. I submit to you that even Mr. Werlick is not the villain that you wish to believe he is. James heartily wished the arbiter would just shut up. Without looking at him, he said, I guess that's for the Wizengamot to decide. We'll just have to wait and see. Some people would not believe that Mr. Werlick was a villain at all. Some, you may be surprised to know, would go so far as to call him a hero. A cold shiver coursed down James' back. He turned back toward Quisling. The man was smiling at him. It was a pleasant smile, faint, almost languid. James hadn't seen Quisling smile even once up to that moment. "I don't know who those people are that'd think Werlick was a hero," James said. "But I know what a hero is. My dad's one." "Ah yes, the great Harry Potter," Quisling said, nodding and cinching his smile a bit wider. "It's a shame, really, that he chose to be on the wrong side of history. He really is a very remarkable man. It is a shame to see him waste his talents." James pulled his wand from his cloak. He didn't mean to point it at Quisling, merely to show it to the man, to let him know that James took what he said very seriously. Quisling had been waiting for James to act, however. His hand flashed out as James produced his wand. Within a second, the wand had been wrenched deftly from James' fist. Quisling held it up and smiled at it while James stood back, his eyes going wide. Quisling's smile evaporated. "I'm sorry, James. I need a wand, you see. I do hope you won't mind." As James backed further away, he noticed that Quisling's voice sounded different. It had grown higher, more nasally. Wind tore over the ghost ship and flapped the cloaks about both of their legs. You aren't Quisling," James said as realization flowed over him. "Good for you," the man declared, brandishing James' wand. His face was changing now as well. Beneath the hood, the man's brow bulged. The hairline pushed back and thinned. The prow nose shortened and flattened. The thin lips grew fat and piggish. Within seconds, the man standing before him had changed from Quisling to Werlick. "You're impressed with my cunning," Werlick said, "but you should not be. What is genius for you is mere everyday cleverness for me. I did indeed use a polyjuice potion to assume the appearance of my arbiter. Instead of immediately trading places with him, however, I imperioused him, used his own wand to recreate my tattoo on his wrist, and sent him off to pretend to be me. I planned for him to lead your father and his lackey on a wild broom chase. Then, in the guise of poor, duped Mr. Quisling, I was able to walk right out of my own prison cell, escorted by the warden himself. You may call it genius. I call it common problem solving. I call it cowardly sneakiness," James spat, bumping up against the ship's scuttle. Quisling shrugged, advancing on him. "What is true of your father is also true of you, my boy," he commented, looking at James over his own wand. "You, like your father, are on the wrong side of history. Those you have vilified will soon rise to ultimate power. True balance will be achieved when wizarding blood finally eradicates the lesser species. When that time comes, not only will we have the power." He fingered James' wand, pointing it at him and cocking his head. "We have the will to use it." James was completely at a loss. Werlick was about to kill him, and using his own wand. He cast about the ship for a weapon of some kind, but the deck was entirely empty. Then, inspiration struck. "You may have the power," James called out, standing up straight and thrusting out his chin, "but let me just ask you one thing before you use it." Werlick rolled his eyes in bemusement. "Ask away, boy." "Do you?" James asked, yanking open his black outer cloak and letting the wind tear it out of his grasp. "Know how to swim?" The cloak whipped away, lofting out over the waves like a kite. Immediately, a bell rang out. James glanced aside, toward the ghost ship's wheelhouse. The tarnished brass bell that hung on its side clanged clearly, sounding its alarm. With a monstrous groan the ship began to pitch forward. Waves thrashed up over the bow as the ship nosed into the leaden water. "You complete idiot," Werlick shouted, his eyes locked on the waves as they consumed the ship before him. "You'll kill us both." James didn't answer. He bolted sideways, ducking toward the stern and behind the wheelhouse. The angle of the ghost ship's deck grew steeper by the second as it sank, pushing forward into the depths. A warped ladder was bolted to the rear wall of the wheelhouse. James clambered up this and fell forward onto the wheelhouse's flat roof. Below, Werlick seemed to have forgotten about him. He clung to the ship's scuttle for dear life, backing away toward the stern as the bow plunged deeper and deeper into the hungry waves. Unexpectedly, a beam of golden warmth washed over James where he crouched. He looked up and was surprised to see sunlight sparkling on the waves. Seagulls circled over the water. Beyond them, still faint with distance, was the shore. James fancied he could see the landward pier. Perhaps he could swim to it. The ghost ship rumbled as water poured into it, weighing it down. It was nearly half submerged now and sinking very fast. It lolled sideways, threatening to spill James off the side of the roof and into the water. A noise suddenly filled the air. It was so wide and pervasive that at first James thought it was a peal of distant thunder. He looked around, still clinging to the ghost ship's roof, and saw something that made his blood run cold. A watery gray cyclone was spinning toward the sinking ship. It licked across the surface of the waves, leaving a foamy scarred wake behind it. It bore down on the ghost ship, dwarfing it under its writhing shadow. Wind and mist beat off the waterspout, stinging James' eyes. He feared that the cyclone would capture the ghost ship into itself, wrench it utterly from the waves and smash it to pieces within its terrible throat. Instead, the waterspout curled around the ship, turning it like a cork, and then began to slow. The spinning cyclone fell apart, raining water onto James and pattering the waves as if with a torrential rain. When the mist of the cyclone blew away, a woman stood in its place. James saw her standing amidst the waves, and his throat constricted into speechlessness. "Greetings, James." The woman called up to him. "I see you've gotten yourself into a bit of a pickle, haven't you?" It was Judith, the Lady of the Lake. She smiled at him and shook her head, tossing her long red hair. She didn't even appear wet. "I'd love to lend you a hand, but I am in a bit of a hurry. Thank you for accompanying Mr. Werlick this far. I suspect we will meet again soon enough." The ghost ship let out a tortured groan. Water gurgled up over the roof of the wheelhouse, but the Lady of the Lake only laughed. She reached forward, and her arms became watery tentacles. They twined out over the waves, toward Werlick where he clung to the ghost ship's upraised stern. A moment later, with a gurgling scream, the man was engulfed in Judith's awful embrace. She pulled him back to her, and turned as if to leave. As she did, the cyclone sprang up again around her, whipping the sea into a frenzy and lashing cold, misty winds over James. He ducked, felt the ghost ship drop away beneath him, and found himself plunged into the cold darkness of the North Sea. Seconds later he thrashed to the surface, windless, soaked, and completely lost. The cyclone was gone, as was the Lady of the Lake and her quarry, Radomir Werlick. James cursed aloud and smacked the water with his fists. After a minute, for lack of any other course of action, he turned, lay flat in the water, and began to swim toward the shore. He wasn't even halfway there before his father and Titus Hardcastle found him on their brooms. By then, the sun was going down, a bank of low clouds had sprung up, and it had turned into a thoroughly, unabashedly horrid day. The shot sounded so small in the cramped alley. It could have been a length of hickory wood being snapped in half, or a brick falling flat into a puddle. The sound of it, a flat pop, with no echo, barely registered in William's thoughts until the man across from him lowered and dropped his cane, then collapsed to his knees. The look on the horrible old man's face was not surprise, but affronted confusion. He opened his mouth, drew a shallow, halting breath. Before he could speak, however, his eyes went blank. He fell forward onto the brick pavement, dead. Some distance behind him, the pistol still raised in her tiny fist, was a young woman. Her face was deathly pale, but composed. "For Frederica," she said faintly, speaking to the dead man. "From her fiancé, William. And from me, her sister, Helen." A ribbon of smoke snaked from the pistol's black eye. Jerkily, Helen lowered it. William had been sure he'd been about to die, to join his beloved Frederica in the afterlife, and had been ready to welcome that new reality. Now, instead, Frederica's murderer lay dead among the trash, felled by a single unexpected gunshot. The villain, Magnusson, may have been powerful, he may even have had unearthly, mystical powers, but he hadn't been powerful enough to stop an unseen bullet from knocking him clean into the next life. And whatever judgments awaited him there, William approached the dead man, barely able to believe it was over. Helen joined him a moment later, shakily, the pistol stowed in the pocket of her apron. 3 young men appeared in the mouth of the alley, following Helen. William saw them, and for one brief moment he considered running away, taking Helen with him. After all, the alley had become the scene of a murder. They could both go to Hampstead Prison for the rest of their lives. Still, something about the young men told William that they were not exactly surprised by what had happened, nor that they planning to whistle for a copper and scream bloody murder. Faintly, Helen said, "These 3 say he stole something from them. They followed him here, hoping to get it back. They won't turn us in, I don't think. They just want their goods back." William glanced up at them. The boy in the lead nodded seriously. He had unruly dark hair and looked to be about 14. Behind him was a bigger boy with a look of strained solemnity on his squarish face. The third was blond, thin and wide-eyed, staring down at the corpse. William knelt next to Magnusson's body. The man's wicked cane was still clamped in his dead fist. The handle was made of iron, crafted to resemble the head of a leering gargoyle. Magnusson had used the cane to cast his unspeakable spells. William wrested it from the man's cold fingers, hating the weight of it, but needing, to break its power. He raised it in both fists and cracked it deftly over his knee, snapping it in two. The wooden shaft he tossed away, but the glinting metal head he peered at. It was horribly ugly, its gargoyle face leering malevolently. William lowered his gaze to the dead man again. A velvet drawstring bag was hooked over Magnuson's slab of a hand. He gestured toward it. Your stolen goods might not be the sort of thing that would fit in a velvet bag, would they? Could be, the boy in the lead answered. He stepped forward, hesitated, and then dropped to one knee. He extracted the bag from the dead man's hand, which fell back to the pavers with a heavy thump. The boy stood, peered into the bag for a moment, then glanced back at his fellows and nodded gravely. You three, William said, you're like him. Ain't you? He gestured at the body again, using the hand that held the broken cane's head. The boy in the lead shook his head, but it was the larger boy who answered. We're sorry for what happened to Frederica, he said solemnly, with an unmistakable British accent. This man may have been a part of our world, but we aren't like him. William merely stared up at the three boys, measuring them. They knew about his poor, lost Frederica. His cheeks burned. I don't know what's in that velvet bag, he said firmly, somberly, and I'm sure I don't want to. This is over. You go your way. And me and Helen, we'll try to go ours. Fair enough? All three boys nodded. After a moment, they backed away, turned, and ran from the alley, taking their mysterious velvet bag with them. William arose from his knees, and Helen leaned against him. He supported her with his left arm and she allowed him to collect her weight. She was trembling. He felt the hot weight of the pistol in her apron. For the first time, he wondered how Helen had gotten to the alley. She lived with her family on the other side of the wharves, some 15 blocks away. It was the middle of the night. William himself had been staking out the alley for weeks, hoping to catch Magnuson when and if he returned to the scene of poor Frederica's murder. Amazingly, the man had returned, just as bold as brass, walking as if he owned the whole street, or even the whole damn world. William had thought he'd been ready for him, but he had not been prepared for the man's devilish, otherworldly powers. But Helen had. She hadn't wasted time on words. She had shot him dead, in cold blood, but how had she known? How had she arrived in just the nick of time, pistol in hand, to kill the man responsible for her sister's death? It was no small mystery. For now, however, there was no time to discuss it. William dragged Magnuson's body into the shadows and covered it with trash. He'd have to return later to dispose of the corpse. Fortunately, the riverfront was only a few blocks down the hill. The piers would be deserted at this hour. The murderer's body might be found in the days to come, floating on the muddy river current, but then again maybe it wouldn't. Either way, William didn't care. Silently, William walked Helen home. Neither spoke, despite the questions that hung in the air. For now, all that mattered was that it was over. Justice, at least the base version of it that was within their meager grasp, had been served. Whoever or whatever the awful old man had been, he was dead. Frederica was avenged. It didn't bring her back, and the two of them had to live forever with the stain of murder on their souls. But for now William thought he could live with that. He just hoped Helen could too. William married Helen less than a year later. Their courtship had been brief but intense, forged in the crucible of their shared experience on that fateful night. They learned that age-old truth, that a mutual secret is one of the strongest intimacies, and their secret was indeed terrible and binding. They had both lost someone dear to them, and both had participated in avenging that dear one. In the years that followed, William never regretted what had happened, but he knew that Helen did, in her deepest heart. After all, it had been her hand that had held the pistol. She had ended another person's life. William wished it had been his finger on the trigger, just so that he could have spared Helen the responsibility. He was harder than her, and could have lived with it. And yet, amazingly, they rarely spoke of it. It was the event that had brought them together, but as the years passed, it began to seem more like something that had happened in a dream. The only time it was ever fully real to William was on the rare sleepless night, when the world was quiet and the hours seemed endless. He would lie next to his wife and wonder, how had she known to come to the alley that night? Why had she walked those 15 blocks with the pistol in her apron? How could she have arrived at that exact moment? She'd had to have left at least a quarter of an hour before Magnuson had even arrived in the alley. It was a deeply worrying mystery, but William never did ask his wife how she had come to be in the alley that night, for one very simple reason. Deep down, he really did not wish to know the answer. The answer, he suspected, might be even more worrying than the mystery. Helen bore William 4 children. With the birth of their fourth, a son, to William's great joy, they had finally saved up enough money to move out of the dingy warren of the wharf neighborhood. William quit his job on the docks and bought a small farmhouse just south of Philadelphia where, at the ripe old age of 33, he took up farming. There were lean years, and even in the best of times the family rarely had more than 2 dimes to rub together, but they were happy, and they were often rather fortunate. When neighboring crops rotted in unusually wet springs, Williams managed to survive. When foxes decimated nearby hen houses, their chickens remained untouched. When drought scorched other fields, William discovered a spring in a rocky glen on the corner of their property and used it to irrigate his crops. It never occurred to him that these were unusual strokes of luck. Nor did it occur to him that they seemed to coincide with his wife's somewhat charming eccentricities. Helen had developed a habit of walking through the fields in the mornings, talking softly to herself, or singing funny, lilting songs. William never heard her actual words. He was content to see her from a distance, meandering in the dawn sunlight, singing and petting the young plants with the flats of her hands as she went. He knew that other people might think her slightly crazy, but he knew better. Helen was a gentle, whimsical soul, and the farm life had been very good for her. It had awakened something in her, and that awakening made William glad. He never noticed that his soggy fields grew drier and healthier as she circled them each morning, or that the colorful symbols she painted on the hen house might be Merethans and Celeste squiggles and interlocking patterns. Or that she had buried something in the rocky glen mere days before he discovered the spring there. But her son did. His name was Philip. He'd been named after his grandfather, whom he had never known. He watched his mother carefully, as only a son can, both idolizing and studying her. He saw her circle the fields each morning, singing her funny little songs, but he knew that she wasn't singing to herself. She was singing to the plants as they pushed toward the sun, even to the dirt itself, encouraging and coaxing the fields in her lovely, simple voice. She made up the songs as she went. Philip knew this because he sometimes followed her from a distance, watching with wide eyes, transfixed by his secretly magical mother. His sisters didn't believe him when he tried to tell them about their mother's subtle magic. They were older and wiser than him, and reminded him of that at every opportunity. They laughed at him and scorned him and told him he was a silly baby. None of this dissuaded Philip in the least. They were too old to recognize real magic, even if it lived in the same house with them. One morning, Philip saw his mother leave the house with a small tin box under her left arm and a garden trowel in her right hand. The dew was still beaded on the grass and the sun was barely a rose-tinted promise on the lip of the horizon. Philip followed her, stealing along the edge of the east field, his bare feet swishing through the wet, tall grass. His mother did not sing that morning. She walked silently, soberly, carrying the tin box and trowel almost as if they were a shield and sword. At the end of the east field, she turned left, toward the edge of the property. She didn't usually walk in that direction. After all, there was nothing over there but the border fence and an old stony glen, full of bushes and scraggly trees. Philip hid behind a stand of weeds and watched as his mother descended into the glen. By the time she stopped, he could only see her head and shoulders. She looked down for a long moment, as if examining something, and then she knelt down. Philip could not see her for nearly 5 minutes. When she reappeared again, she straightened her work dress and looked up at the sky. She was not smiling, but she seemed happy somehow, or at least content. A moment later, she turned and climbed back out of the glen, carrying only the trowel. Philip hid himself in the weeds and watched his mother pass. Still, she did not sing, as she did on most mornings. But she hummed. It was a quiet sound, and Philip suspected that this time her tune was for herself alone. When he was sure she was most of the way back to the house, Philip scrambled out of the weeds and dashed toward the glen. He followed his mother's steps as closely as he could, looking around intently. After only a moment, his sharp eyes spied what he was searching for. One of the stones had been moved, and the earth beneath it was disturbed. The boy knelt and pried the stone up with both hands. The sod under it was still broken and soft. Almost reverently, Philip combed through the dirt with his fingers until he touched metal. His mother had buried the tin box. But why? Was she planting it somehow? Was it going to grow into something? What strange magic was she working down here in the glen? He almost didn't open the tin box. What if he ruined the magic by peeking? Still, after a brief but fierce inner struggle, his curiosity won out. He brushed off the box, leaving it in its shallow grave, and then carefully pried off the lid. His eyes widened slowly. The morning light poured into the tin box, lighting its contents brightly. There were two things inside, both made of metal. One was a pistol. It looked snubby and wicked, black with oil and tarnish. The other was the head of an old cane, sculpted of iron, shaped like a leering gargoyle's face. It seemed to stare up at him, coaxing him to pick it up, to hold its heaviness and run his fingers over its complex features. Philip did not pick it up. He sensed there was something wrong with it, something that might make it even more dangerous than the pistol. The cane's head was magic, and the magic was alive. The boy buried the tin box again, and ran back to the house. He had resisted the call of the evil iron cane. But he remembered it. And it remembered him. New Amsterdam was not entirely empty, despite appearances, and neither was the city of Muggle Manhattan that lay below it. Certainly, the great majority of the Twin Cities inhabitants had fled in the wake of the unveiling, but there are always a certain number of people either too embedded, too opportunistic, or simply too forgettable to come under the jurisdiction of such things as curfews, quarantine zones, and evacuation orders. All pathways onto the island were blockaded and guarded by military police. In the heart of the city, the deserted streets lay choked with cars, taxis and buses, all stalled in place like a great river of metal. The Lincoln Tunnel was almost entirely blocked by a massive accident that had occurred during the event. Dozens of vehicles had crumpled behind an overturned bus, forming a wall of twisted metal and gasoline-scented debris. In Times Square, yellow cabs and delivery trucks sat silent, collecting dust beneath acres of dark neon. Over this, the magical signage of New Amsterdam stood equally dormant, most still hovering in place, but unlit and eerily still. The giant clockwork woman still held up her car-sized tin of Wimnot Swan Polish, but her gears no longer cranked and her teeth no longer flashed. A nest of robins chirped and fluttered on her shoulder. The great economic engine of Wall Street lay dormant and locked, its doors barricaded with concrete traffic dividers and razor wire. Above this, the global magical monetary exchange building stood wrapped in black iron chains, secured with a homunculus padlock the size of a grand piano. The transparent skyscraper known as the Crystal City, former headquarters of the Wizarding Administration of the United States, stood empty, protected with its own magical failsafes and perimeter hexes. On Chambers Street, the hole where the Chrysler Building had once stood was partially filled with rain puddles. The police tape which had surrounded it had mostly blown away. Ribbons of it lay plastered to the street like dead yellow snakes. The posters on Broadway had begun to fade and peel. Most of the letters had blown off the marquee of the Imperial Theater, leaving only meaningless riddles. The magical theater district of New Amsterdam, situated 1 block away and 12 blocks above, was cluttered with trash and programs, abandoned by fleeing audiences on the night of the unveiling. The grand facade of the Moxie Mage still glowed with its magical light, its signs flashing over empty bridges and archways. In its 12th week, Blaise Luce's production of the Triumvirate, a triple triumph, raves the prognosticator. Box seats still available. All over the Twin Cities, weeds had sprouted in the cracks of the sidewalks, vines twined slowly over doorways. Dead leaves collected in corners. Pigeons roosted on awnings and footbridges. The city's few remaining denizens moved stealthily through this, hiding in the shadows, flitting like ghosts. Maybe he won't even know, a figure rasped, hunkering in the twilight shadow of a city bus. He can't know everything, can he? The speaker was a man, overweight and bearded, dressed in layers of colorless clothing and a threadbare New York Yankees baseball cap. He wheezed for a moment, his face sheened with sweat. Another figure moved next to him, a young woman with frizzy white blonde hair cut so short that she looked, in her current state, rather like a dandelion. She was skinny and quick, moving with the practiced stealth of a long-time street person. She pressed her lips together, her eyes darting around at the deserted buildings. He can't know everything, can he? The fat man wheezed, repeating his question. I dunno, Park, the woman answered under her breath. He knows a lot, but not everything, Park insisted ardently, hopefully. You'll cover for me, won't you, Lissa? You gotta. We've been friends ever since the event. I looked out for you. You just gotta cover for me. Lissa nodded distractedly. Sun's going down over the buildings. Come on, it's almost dark. Quietly, the two crept out of the gloom of the bus and stole along the street, past empty storefronts and dark newsstands. The Heraldium Hotel stood at the end of the block, facing them, staring severely down the length of the avenue like a patriarch at the head of a monstrous, disheveled dinner table. The hotel looked as dark as the rest of the city, but Lissa knew that was because of the hex. Until 6 weeks ago, she hadn't believed in such things as hexes. At 24, she had been officially homeless for 3 years, and life on the streets of Manhattan did not lead one to believe much in magic. Unless you were crazy. Lissa had met more than a few crazies under the overpasses and bridges, in the unofficial homeless communities of the New York underground. The crazies lived in their own little worlds of conspiracies and delusions, and magic was often a part of that. When the event happened, the crazies turned out to be the best equipped to handle it, where the rest of the city had stood frozen in fear, shocked senseless by the sight of the magical city that had suddenly appeared above them. The crazies had merely looked up, nodded to themselves, and accepted this new reality as one accepts the dawning of a new day. Lissa was not crazy, but she was eminently practical. She had followed the crazies and did what they did. After the big sleep, when the rest of the city had awoken in panic and fled, Lissa and Park had emerged into the suddenly empty city like survivors of a bomb blast. Eventually, they had encountered others. Stragglers and dregs trickled up from their hiding places, examining the empty buildings, collecting into small groups and bands. For a week, Lissa and Park had joined 6 others, roaming the streets and testing the locks on the storefronts. Most were shut tight, but a few had been left unlocked, probably abandoned by employees too shocked by the event to think about the security of their jobs. Lissa and her new friends raided these establishments as needed, taking food and clothing, generally living better than they had in years. It never occurred to Lissa that they were stealing. As far as she knew, the end of the world had come. Ownership had become obsolete. Occasionally, the streets would rumble with the sounds of military vehicles. Great armored trucks with tank treads on their wheels and huge steel plows on their fronts would lumber along the mostly clear sidewalks, knocking aside anything in their paths. When the trucks came, Lissa and her crew would hide, quickly and silently. They were good at hiding, and soon enough the vehicles would rumble on, leaving scratch tracks on the sidewalks and smashed awnings and parking meters in their wakes. Coins glittered on the pavement, spilled from the broken meters, but no one bothered to pick them up. Money had become obsolete as well. At the beginning of the second week, Lissa and her crew had discovered the Heraldium Hotel. They'd seen it hundreds of times before, of course, but never really noticed it. It was just one more grand hotel, frequented by the sort of rich people who arrived in long limousines and were ushered into the front doors by men in natty red coats and hats. For Lissa, the place was simply not a part of her world. But suddenly, on the dawn of the second Monday after the big sleep, as Lissa and her troop turned the corner onto Lexington, the Heraldium commanded their attention like a monstrous beacon, 50 stories tall and glowing in the sunrise. Its windows glittered like molten copper. Its grand front awning spread over pristine marble steps. For the first time, there were no doormen in red coats to shoo them away. Now there were just the massive glass and brass revolving doors, completely unguarded and eerily welcoming. The doors were turning slowly, making the morning sunlight flash from their immaculate surfaces. Lissa and her troop had gone inside without a word. She barely remembered it. At one moment, she had been standing on the corner of Lexington and 30th, staring up at the imposingly regal hotel, mesmerized by its flashing, turning doors. In the next moment, she was inside its plush lobby, surrounded by potted ferns and low, upholstered chairs. A shiny black piano stood near the elevators, playing all by itself. A voice had greeted them. That was how they had met the collector. He had welcomed them, and introduced them to his new reality. He had promised to explain everything. He had told them of his grand plan, and their very important part in it, if they chose to accept it. And of course they had. After all, no one else had ever needed the likes of Lissa and her crew before, or invited them into their council. No one else had ever told them they were important. Now, stealing through the gathering gloom toward the false dark of the Heraldium Hotel with Park wheezing at her side, Lissa felt a subtle thrill of apprehension. After all, what did they really know about their mysterious benefactor? He called himself a wizard, one of those who had lived in the hidden magical city until the event had revealed it to everyone. He certainly had wizard-like powers. His magic kept the lights and life of the Heraldium Hotel hidden from those on the outside. He could levitate things, even people, and shoot magical bolts of light from his wand. He presented himself as benevolent, but Lissa had begun to suspect that he was anything but. The collector was dangerous, and all the more so because he pretended to be their friend. But worst of all was his appearance, what they could see of it. He wore a long, burgundy robe at all times, its cuffs decorated with golden scrollwork and its hood raised so that his face was almost entirely hidden in shadow. His hands were the only parts of his body that were ever visible. They were very white, very thin, with prominent knuckles and tendons. The collector's hands looked strong, despite their thinness. The left always clutched a wand, very black and twisted, as if it were a charcoal cinder. There was a tattoo on the inside of the left wrist. Lissa had glimpsed it on a few occasions, and shuddered at it, not because she knew what it meant, but because she didn't. The Heraldium loomed over Lissa and Park as they approached it. It looked different now, although Lissa didn't know if that was because the hotel had altered in any real way, or if it was just her imagination. The gargoyles at the corners of the roof seemed larger and more vicious than before, as if they were no longer mere statues, but living stone creatures, watching down with hawk-like eyes. The hotel's Baroque stonework seemed more Gothic than ever, spreading around the windows and ledges like petrified ivy. The entire building almost seemed to lean forward, to loom over the street like a monstrous vulture, preparing to pounce on the city below. "I hate this part," Park gasped to himself as they neared the hotel's marble steps. "It makes my guts hurt." Lissa knew what Park meant. Passing through the Heraldium's magical boundary was distinctly unpleasant. She steeled herself, and then lunged forward, under the burgundy canopy of the front doors. There was a sickening, rippling sensation that passed through her entire body, leaving a wave of nausea behind. A second later, however, the feeling passed. She stole up the marble steps quickly, toward the sudden happy glare of the revolving doors. Park followed, muttering worriedly to himself. The lobby was brilliantly lit. Real candles glowed by the hundred in the crystal chandeliers. The piano played lusciously, hugely, its keys forming waves up and down the keyboard. Without a word, Park and Lissa passed this, entering the shadows of a side corridor. Double doors lined the right wall, all of them closed except for the last, which were propped wide open, letting out a glow and an eerie silence. A black sign stood on a post outside the doors, festooned with white letters that read, "Welcome to the New World." As quietly as possible, Lissa and Park entered. The banquet room was long and high, dimly lit by more crystal chandeliers. Tables and chairs had once filled the floor, but these were now pushed aside, overturned along the walls. Now, the floor was filled with kneeling figures, their heads mostly bowed. Most of the gathering represented the remnant of New York's street population, but there were a few who stood out as neither homeless nor typical New Yorkers. These individuals wore strangely old-fashioned clothing, including waistcoats and watch chains, cloaks and even a few impressive-looking robes. Lissa guessed that these people had been denizens of the magical city, New Amsterdam, although why they had remained behind was a mystery. Most of them seemed quietly terrified of the collector, who stalked even now among the ranks, slowly and purposefully. Occasionally, a hand would rise up from the crowd of kneeling people, offering something to the collector. He would approach slowly and study the proffered items. Most of the time, he merely shook his head and moved on. Occasionally, he would accept the item with a nod, perhaps murmuring his approval, and slip it into his burgundy robes. "Spinoswort root powder," he might say, "but not nearly enough. Collect more if you wish to gain my favor, or these are false emeralds, but they are not quite useless. Bring me the real thing tomorrow. Try the alchemist's offices above Tiffany's, or are there more of these dragon claws in the potion closet where this came from? Collect them on the morrow, but do not touch them with your bare hands lest they poison you before you can deliver them to me." Eventually, he wound his way to the front of the room, where a small dais stood. He stepped onto it and turned toward the kneeling crowd. "We have collected much, my friends," he said in a smooth, silky voice. "But there is much still that we need. The warlock relies on us to provide his tools, and provide we must. Patience and diligence will lead us to victory, and when that day comes I will not forget you. You will accompany me, and I will care for you, just as I have from the day you first came to me. You were lost and hopeless, barely a step above the rats of the sewers, but I have elevated you. I have given you purpose. You are my people, and I will not forget you in the time of our ascendance. But this honor does not come without a price. I do require your strict obedience. My rules are few, but they must not be broken, not even in the tiniest of ways." Park and Lissa had knelt in a back corner, hoping not to be noticed. Park shivered with fear. "But some of you feel you must test my resolve," the collector said, lowering his voice to a subtle purr. "I do not wish to prove the severity of such disobedience, but you leave me no option. Mr. Park." Park leapt to his feet next to Lissa, gasping and dropping his Yankees cap. It flopped to the floor at his feet, upside down. Lissa stared at it, afraid to look up. She didn't want to watch, but she also felt guilty. After all, it had been partly her fault. Park had the mentality of a child, despite his age. She hadn't been watching him close enough, and he had let his hunger get the better of him. "Mr. Park," the collector said, his voice like oil, "will you please join me at the front of the hall?" Park shook his head violently, but he began to walk forward anyway. He didn't move around the perimeter of the kneeling figures, but shoved through them, pushing people aside right and left. Those he pushed did not protest or even look up as he passed. Lissa considered calling out, telling the collector that it had been partially her fault, that she hadn't been watching out for him, that he was barely a child in his mind and couldn't really be responsible for his actions. Park had asked her to cover for him. She knew she should, but she also knew it would do no good. It would merely extend the punishment to her, without saving Park from anything at all. After all, despite what the collector said, he liked inflicting punishment. He looked for every reason and excuse to do it. "My friend," the collector hissed as Park stumbled to his knees in front of the dais. "You have been a disobedient boy, haven't you?" Park cowered, chin to his chest, shivering. He nodded. "You broke a window," the collector went on in a velvety voice. "You stole food. You collected for yourself, and not for the benefit of the community. You were selfish, weren't you, Mr. Park?" Park nodded again, violently, and Lissa could hear his breathing, short and harsh. The collector raised his voice and said, "What, my people, is a rule number 1. The entire kneeling crowd responded at once, in perfect unison. "We must collect only what is unguarded. We must collect only for the community. We must not steal for our own selfish gain. Lissa was dismayed to hear her own voice among the crowd, repeating the well-known mantra. The collector nodded, relishing the sound of Thea voices. Yes. And do you know why this is such a very important rule, Mr. Park? Park nodded again, but the collector ignored him. He stepped down the dais as he said, because if we break the rule, just as you broke the window of that shop, Mr. Park, then we attract the attention of the oppressors. They will come in their rumbling trucks and flying propeller machines, and they will seek us out. They will find us here. They will imprison you and your friends for thieves. Do you not see, Mr. Park? My rules are here to protect you, to keep you safe. Do I not feed you each night? Do I not provide you beds to sleep in? Do I not give you the benefit of a mission? Why do you threaten all of your friends, and spit in the face of my charity, for a meal of half-spoiled meat and stale bread? I was hungry, Park sobbed. I'm bigger than a lot of the others. I need to eat more. I was really, really hungry. Forgive me. I won't do it again, promise. I am sorry, Mr. Park, the collector breathed, and his voice hissed throughout the entire assembly, magically amplified and echoing in the hall's dark ceilings. But I cannot grant you forgiveness. There can be no infraction without punishment. For your sake, as well as those who watch. Put out your hands, Mr. Park. The monstrous wizard was enjoying it. Lissa heard it in the very timbre of his voice. He was a sadist, preying on the weakest of them all. Lissa knew she should say something. Park had begged her to protect him. It had only been an old pastrami sandwich in a deli case, still wrapped in white paper. Lissa had considered breaking into the market for it herself. After all, the collector barely fed them enough to keep them alive. All of them lived in a state of constant hunger, made dependent upon the wizard's meager provision. Instead, she had left Park by the market, climbing the fire escape to search the wizarding apartments above, and Park had done what she should have known he would do. He'd broken the window with a smashed parking meter and eaten most of the sandwich by the time she had gotten back. The look of abject guilt on his face would have been funny under any other circumstance. Kneeling in front of the dais, Park shook his head briskly, making his curly hair flop about his head. Do not add disobedience to disobedience, Mr. Park. The collector admonished, luxuriously, approaching the man, raising his wand, point down. Put out your hands. Lissa stirred. She pressed her lips together and raised her head. She knew she had to say something. Self-preservation was a hard instinct to overcome for someone who had lived so long on the street, but she couldn't bear to see her companion tortured. She stared furiously at the scene as it unfolded in the dimness of the dais. Park was shivering visibly, cowering on his knees, refusing to put out his hands. Just do it, Park. Lissa wanted to call out, all he's going to do is brand you with his wand. It'll hurt, yeah, but you'll live. Can't you see that he wants you to disobey him? He wants to hurt you even more. He likes it. Now, Mr. Park, the collector ordered, still speaking smoothly. Silkily, Park whimpered, refusing to obey. Lissa opened her mouth to call out. She didn't even know quite what she was going to say. Before she could speak, however, Park raised his own head. He looked the collector straight in the eye and said, so loudly and firmly that the room echoed with his voice, no, you. There was a collective gasp throughout the entire hall. A few heads looked up. Park drew a deep, quick breath and pointed at the collector. I won't obey you. You're just a big bully. And you're mean. Before you came to us, yeah, we had to find stuff to eat on the street, and beg for money and stuff, and maybe that wasn't so great. But we were way better off than we are with you around. You're no friend. You're a bad guy. You treat us like slaves and pretend that you're all nice, but you aren't. I wish I was back on the street again. At least then I was free. Park finished his uncharacteristically long speech and the room fell eerily quiet. Even the piano in the front lobby had stopped playing. There was a long, awful silence. The collector merely stared down at Park, his face grave and strangely sad. Finally, slowly, he drew a deep breath and lowered his wand. You wish to be back out on the street, Mr. Park? At the mercy of destiny, with no one to care for you? Is that what you truly desire? Park's face was contorted into a mask of stern terror. He nodded once, quickly. The collector sighed sadly. Well, my friend. There is the door. He nodded toward the end of the hall. Thick silence filled the room, so perfect that Lissa, at the back of the hall, could hear the rustle of Park's clothing as he scrambled to his feet. He turned. Nearly every head in the room was raised now, watching, wide-eyed with disbelief. Park began to walk toward the open double doors. Park. Lissa called out suddenly, no, but it was too late. The collector had raised his wand the moment Park had turned his back. There was an awful scream, eerily screeching and bird-like. It was the mingling noise of Park and the collector, both crying out, one in anguish, the other in delight. Park collapsed to his knees as a jet of red light engulfed him, crackling and twining over his entire body. The collector approached him from behind, whined out, casting the horrible tentacle of light. For the first time, Lissa saw his full face, lit by the light of his spell. His mouth was wide open, as were his eyes, which were wild with relish, showing the whites all the way around his pupils. Park's and the collector's screams mingled, ululating throughout the hall, a chorus of horror and black glee. Most of those gathered looked away, dropping their eyes, dipping their chins to their chests, but Lissa watched. She couldn't move. Her own mouth was still open, her breath stuck in her chest. Park fell forward flat onto his face, his arms limp. And still the collector approached him, tormenting the fallen man with the evil red spell. Park was dead. Lissa knew it. The collector did, too. She could see it in the delight of his open, toothy grin, his wild, bulging eyes. And then, finally, the red light vanished out. The room fell silent again. Lissa's retinas were burned with the afterimage of the spell, so that the figure of the collector was merely a black shape in the dimness. There, the awful, velvety voice breathed, spent and panting. Now Mr. Park has been collected forever. Does anyone else wish to join him? It had been a very strange and unpleasant few months for the President of the United States. Hal Drummond was a career politician, and he knew it, even if he was loath to admit it out loud. There was simply no way to become president anymore without fully immersing oneself into the occasionally grimy world of politics, utterly and without abandon. Drummond had put in his years, first as a state representative, then as a governor, and finally as a senator, all the while keeping his eye on the ultimate prize of the highest office in the land. Even more difficult had been the management of public perception. He had to maintain the illusion that his marriage was perfect, that his children were ideal, and that his record was spotless. It took a special kind of person to wade through the Washington swamp and still come out smelling clean on the other side, but Drummond was just that sort of person. He had won the presidency on a wide margin, boosted by the public's extreme dislike of his predecessor. All had gone relatively well. The Congress and the Senate were stymied by partisan gridlock, which allowed Drummond to occupy the moral high ground while not accomplishing much of anything. All was more or less well with the world, until Memorial Day, 3 months earlier. Drummond had been in a late meeting at the time. 3 members of his cabinet had been with him in the White House conference room, and they had just requested that dinner be brought to them there. They had been discussing the upcoming election. It was still over a year away, but election season started very early in the age of the 24-hour news cycle. Drummond was determined to stay in office for a second term, despite an intimidating new flock of political rivals. One of them, fortunately, had already been eliminated. Chuck Fillmore, the very popular senator from New York, had gone missing in some sort of botched magic stunt orchestrated by that pompous illusionist, Michael Byrne. But several other politicians were already making campaign noises, showing up on the Sunday morning talk shows, deriding Drummond and his do-nothing agenda. Drummond's chief of staff, Linus Fallon, had just hung up his call to the kitchen when there was a sharp rap at the conference room's double doors. To everyone's surprise, it was the president's secretary, an older woman named Greta with tiny spectacles and very short gray hair. "You should turn on the television, sir," she said breathlessly, her eyes wide behind her glasses. "Right now, sir." Drummond merely blinked at her, but Fallon arose briskly from his seat. "What network?" he demanded. Greta shook her head slowly. "It doesn't matter." A wall of televisions blipped to life, each showing essentially the same scene, but from many different angles. In one shot, the camera was being buffeted by a running crowd. Over their heads, streams of flying objects streaked, some as small as individual people, others the size of buses. Another screen showed the Statue of Liberty, but not as Drummond had ever seen it before. It no longer stood, but hunkered down next to its base, its right hand lowered, its torch plunged into the black water that surrounded Ellis Island. Yet another screen panned wildly across what were unmistakably the skyscrapers of New York City. Clustered around and atop the familiar buildings, however, were odd, colorful structures. Brightly lit bridges connected them at dizzying heights. Strangely quaint storefronts and marquees blinked against the night sky. More of the flying objects zoomed through the scene, mingling like insects, avoiding crashes by the narrowest of margins. "What?" Drummond began, but his voice trailed off. He had read the running news ticker at the bottom of CNN's screen. NY Senator Charles Fillmore found dead. Unexplained mass phenomena overwhelms NYC. From that point on, things had happened very quickly, and very haphazardly. Drummond had known about the magical world, if only barely. On his second day of office, he had received a visit from the very shocking figure of Benjamin Franklin, the supposedly long-dead icon of America's founding. Franklin had explained that he was a wizard, and that an entire magical community existed not only in the United States, but indeed the entire world. They were hidden, Franklin explained, but quite real and very active, with their own cultures, economies, and governments. Fortunately, it seemed, an alliance had been reached some centuries ago that conjoined the governments of magical and Muggle America. This alliance was best represented by a tiny branch of the Secret Service known as the Magical Integration Bureau. Franklin had introduced the new president to the head of this agency, a rather severe fireplug of a man named Lynch, who had assured Drummond that he need never think of the magical world again. "My agents and I are fully capable of handling all the necessary interactions with the magical community," Lynch informed him in a low, gravelly voice. "We're well trained, fully equipped, and legally invisible. You will likely never hear from us again." Drummond was secretly glad of that, although he had harbored a degree of curiosity. In the days that followed, he had come up with several questions for Lynch. Did the magical folk have cures for cancer or other diseases? Could their magic be harnessed for military use? What other historical figures might still be hidden away, alive and well in the wizarding community? But he quickly discovered that there was simply no way to contact Mr. Lynch and his agency. No one else in Drummond's cabinet knew anything about the Magical Integration Bureau, much less the wizarding world it represented. He'd be seen as insane even to ask about it. Thus, pragmatist that he was, Drummond had simply forgotten about it. When the event occurred, however, he instantly remembered. By the time he got back to his office, Lynch was already there, waiting for him. He hadn't had an appointment, of course, and no one else, not even Greta, knew that the man was there. Drummond dismissed everyone else, closed the door of the Oval Office with a slam, and demanded to know what was going on. It was far worse than he imagined. Apparently, some rogue witch with heretofore unimaginable powers had gone crazy at the Memorial Day parade in New York City. Lynch explained that the Statue of Liberty had been far more than a symbol, but a powerful magical object, responsible for the massive spell that hid the wizarding city of New Amsterdam from the Muggle city of New York that lay below it. This spell was supposedly impregnable, and yet somehow this rogue witch had been able to call out to the statue, to give it a new order. Amazingly, the statue had obeyed, lowering its torch into the ocean and thereby snuffing its spell. This act had revealed all of New Amsterdam to the Muggle New Yorkers below. Worst of all, it had occurred on live television, which had subsequently been broadcast to the entire country and much of the world. It was time, Lynch announced gravely, for decisive action. Fortunately, the Magical Integration Bureau had long since developed contingency plans for just such an event. Drummond had greatly disliked taking orders from Lynch, but he could think of no other alternatives. "First, we must shut down all broadcasts of the event," Lynch announced firmly. "We can do this via the Unnecessary Instigation Act of 1972, send military units to every television station in the country to confiscate any and all hard copies of the event, as well as to deliver the edict that any broadcast of said footage would constitute a willful dissemination of propaganda meant to incite panic, punishable as an act of treason. Send the same announcement to all online communication services, instructing them to electronically ban the signature of any footage from the event. This can be done easily enough with pattern recognition technology." Drummond shook his head in wonder. "You're talking about a complete media blackout in a time when every cell phone is a camera and every American is a reporter. You might have been able to do it 100 years ago, Lynch, but you can't wipe out the memory of such a thing now. It'll be everywhere." Lynch smiled grimly. "It's easier today than it's ever been before, Mr. President, precisely because of the use of technology. There are no hard copies of anything anymore. No physical photographs, no tapes, no films. Everything is digital, sir, and that which is digital is eminently trackable, ultimately temporary, and easily deletable. There is technology that can worm through the entire world computer system in search of the exact patterns represented by recordings of tonight's event. The program is already in place and doing its work. It will search out every cell phone, every home computer, every internet-connected device on Earth. When it finds what it is looking for, it will delete it. Once the footage of tonight's unfortunate revelation is deleted, no one will ever be able to prove it happened. But people will remember it." Drummond sputtered. Lynch merely rolled his eyes. "You need to read more George Orwell, Mr. President. Memory is the most easily manipulated thing on Earth. Trust us. We know what we are doing." And apparently they had. By the next morning, footage of the event had almost entirely ceased to be broadcast. Still, the news networks talked endlessly about what had happened, offering all sorts of speculation and conspiracy. Fortunately, very few commentators seemed to be considering the most obvious explanation of all, that a secretly magical city had been revealed to the world at large. Instead, There was talk of government mind control experiments, or mass hypnosis, or even alien involvement. After all, it had only been a year since the mysterious magic trick that had resulted in the Chrysler Building's relocation to the jungles of Venezuela, that had been blamed on alien technology, and perhaps outright extraterrestrial involvement. It only made sense that those same mysterious aliens might be responsible for the phenomena that had seemed to happen in New York City. It might not have even happened at all, said one commentator, a NASA astrophysicist with heavy glasses and almost no hair. The images that we all saw that night might have been a complete fiction, created by outside forces and fed directly into the cameras by some sort of broadcasting beam. It might be that the Statue of Liberty still stands just as always, and that what we all witnessed was, essentially, alien special effects. It all seemed so plausible that even President Drummond wanted to believe it. In the days that followed the event, he signed orders to evacuate the anti-repopulation off Manhattan Island and erected a quarantine zone all around it. A no-fly zone was established over much of the eastern seaboard and Coast Guard cutters patrolled the waters for a 10-mile perimeter around New York City. At Lynch's recommendation, Drummond had offered almost no official explanation for these maneuvers. Let the press make up their own story, he had said dryly. They're better at it than we are. And, of course, he had been right. The news networks speculated that the military perimeter was a safety measure, established in the event that alien radiation might have affected the site of the event. And slowly, incredibly, life had seemed to go on. The New York Stock Exchange had been relocated to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where a massive team of computer technicians had established a surprisingly functional international network in a matter of days. Most of the 1.5 million residents of Manhattan had gone through a short but intensive debriefing session, run by Mr. Lynch himself, and had emerged strangely baffled about the night of the Memorial Day parade. Most seemed to remember very little of the event, or remembered it rather differently than it seemed to have happened. This, Drummond knew, was because of the influence of a team of wizard memory specialists in the employ of the Magical Integration Bureau. They were performing something called obliviations on the witnesses, removing and altering their memories of that night. It was a painstaking process, but it was apparently necessary. Drummond did not like any of it, but felt he had no other options. Eventually, he held his first press conference about the event. It was an unmitigated disaster. He could neither deny nor confirm the possibility of supposed alien involvement. He could not provide an exact date for when the island of Manhattan would be open again to the public. And worst of all, he could not tell the truth. The press sensed this, and put it into their headlines. Drummond denies, denying, confirms confirming. New York Times, President presents painfully purposeless presser. Cleveland Plain Dealer, White House maintains awkward silence about event. Washington Post, Press meets with aliens, signs deal to star in next broadcast. Inside View, as if to add insult to injury, political pundits have begun to loudly lament the loss of Senator Charles Fillmore, whose death was one of the few concrete realities of the event. His funeral had become a national affair, broadcast on all the major networks. The New York Post ran a eulogy of the senator with the title "The Best President We Never Had." Bumper stickers appeared across the country bearing the slogan, "Don't blame me, I would have voted for Fillmore." Political opportunists took up the mantra, using it to portray Drummond as equivocating, weak-willed, and incapable of handling the unique challenges of the time. It seemed that the next year's election was lost even before it was begun. One politician in particular arose to the head of the fray, a woman senator named Carla Murphy, from Ohio, an attractive woman in her 60s with a long Washington pedigree. Her ideas had become increasingly popular, her presentation was firmly accomplished, her background seemingly unassailable, and her career path set. She wanted Drummond's job, and it looked like she had a very good chance of winning it. Drummond sat in the White House dining room on a Sunday morning 3 months after the event, watching the morning talk programs with a dour frown on his face and a cup of coffee growing cold in his hand. "Make no mistake," Carla Murphy said on the television, looking pert and knowledgeable, "the president knows exactly what happened in New York City on the night of the event. He is silent not because the American people, and the world in general, cannot handle the truth, but because there are forces at work that make it unwise to let the truth be fully known." "Do you know what those forces are, Senator Murphy?" the television host asked, raising one eyebrow. "Of course I don't, Charlie," she answered. "And even if I did, I might not tell either. The fact is, there may be very good reasons for keeping these things a secret. But I will promise you this, even in secrecy there is a right way and a wrong way to respond to the public. It's one thing to have a national emergency and not be able to discuss it with the American people for reasons of security. It's another thing to simply pretend that there is no such national emergency. We're all smarter than that, no matter what the president thinks." "I do so hate that woman," Drummond muttered to himself, clacking his coffee cup onto the table. "I share your passion," the man next to him agreed smoothly. Drummond jumped, knocking his coffee cup to the tile floor, where it shattered. He boggled at what had been an empty chair mere seconds before. A figure sat there now, wearing a long burgundy robe with a heavy hood. Drummond could see nothing of the man's face except for his sharp chin and a small smile. Drummond glanced quickly from the figure to the door of the dining room. "Your men are perfectly all right, Mr. President," the robed figure said. "They still stand outside that very door, although they have no idea that I am here. There is no reason to alert them. I mean you no harm. I am, in fact, here to help you." "How did you get in?" Drummond demanded, staring wide-eyed at the strange figure. "For people such as myself, it is surprisingly easy," the robed man said with a sigh. "You really should be more aware of just how vulnerable you are in this new world, Mr. President. The law of secrecy between the magical and muggle worlds has been breached. Why, I might have been anyone at all. I might have been an enemy, come to murder you right here at your breakfast. Then what would we all do?" Drummond shuddered. He stared speechlessly at the man. Had he literally just appeared there? Was it even possible? Yes, of course it was. The man was quite right. Since the event, this truly was a new world. "Let me help you with that," the robed man said, gesturing vaguely toward the broken coffee cup. Drummond saw a black stick in the man's pale fingers. There was a faint spark of light, and the shattered cup snapped back into one piece. It lofted gently into the air and settled silently onto the table at Drummond's right hand. "There," the robed figure sighed, pocketing his wand. "No harm, no foul." "Who are you?" Drummond said weakly, his heart pounding. "What do you want?" "For now, you may call me the Collector, Mr. President," the man smiled. "And like I said, I want to help you. You and I have a mutual problem. Fortunately, we also have a mutual solution." Drummond forced himself to calm down. He sat up straight and tried to regain some sense of composure. "And what exactly is this mutual problem?" The robed man nodded toward the television. "A certain popular senator with designs to occupy your office." Drummond glanced toward the television, saw the impeccable gray hair and handsome features of Carla Murphy still talking easily with her interviewer. "She will succeed, you know," the Collector said with a light sigh. "She is already far more popular than you doubt. Frankly, she will make a much more effective leader than you. I would vote for her myself if I had the chance." Drummond frowned, his cheeks reddening. "Then why help me?" "Because Senator Murphy has, shall we say, views that are counterproductive to our aims." "When you say we," Drummond said, peering closely at his visitor, "do you mean you and me? Or you and others?" The Collector shrugged vaguely. "Yes." Drummond considered this. "What do you propose?" "You should know that I won't do anything unworthy of my office. I may not be the best statesman in the world, but I'm not above the law." The Collector was already laughing, even as Drummond finished speaking. "How delightfully self-deceptive you people are," he said with a shake of his head. "Already you have cheated, lied, and slandered, and yet you convince yourself that you are no worse than anyone else, that you have done only that which is required. How wonderfully resilient your consciences must be." "I don't know what you're talking about," Drummond replied sternly, throwing his napkin onto the table. "And I don't care how you came to be here. If you're just going to make baseless allegations, you can vanish right back out of here." "Calm yourself, Mr. President," the robed figure soothed. "I do not judge you in the least for your actions. I respect what you have done to achieve your office. This is why I am confident that you will, indeed, allow me to help you." Drummond bristled but leaned back in his chair. "All right, then, Mr. Collector, assuming your assistance is something I could benefit from, what's it going to cost me?" "Nobody gives free help in this town." "What's in it for you?" "It's very simple, Mr. President," the visitor answered. "You will make me your vice president." Drummond startled. "Vice president? Are you crazy? I already have a vice president, if you haven't noticed. Joe Madigan is a good man, even if he is a bit of a media dullard. What am I supposed to do with him?" "That is not your problem, Mr. President," the Collector announced breezily. "I simply require your promise, unbreakable and sealed, that if the post becomes available, you will name me to the position. I will make it very easy for you. My credentials will be unassailable. No one will doubt your judgment. If you do this, and if you follow my very simple instructions, your problem with Senator Murphy will conveniently go away. You will be whisked easily into your next term as president, with me by your side, your loyal and constant advisor." Drummond considered this. He was distinctly uncomfortable with it, and yet he could not immediately turn down his visitor's assistance. Perhaps he could get rid of the strange man later, once Murphy was happily disposed of as a political threat. Perhaps all he, Drummond, had to do was to appease his unusual benefactor. Until then, he studied the collector for a long moment. Finally, he nodded. "I will consider it," he said, knowing in his heart that he had already decided. "But if I choose to accept your assistance, you must promise to keep your methods entirely above board. Nothing illegal." The collector smiled warmly. "You can trust us, Mr. President." Drummond considered this, realized that it was not particularly reassuring, but decided not to pursue it. "Assuming you do become my vice president, sir, I expect you have some ideas for how to handle this whole event business? You are, after all, obviously a magical person yourself. What will you propose? Full disclosure of the wizard community? Equality between our worlds? Peaceful integration of our different cultures?" The collector's smile widened slowly, becoming disconcertingly predatory. "Not," he said quietly, conspiratorially, "exactly." Marshal Paris stepped out onto the sidewalk, squinted up at the stunningly bright California sun, and shrugged dejectedly out of his trench coat. For someone who had spent most of his adult life as a private detective in New York City, the sunny streets of Los Angeles took a lot of getting used to. For one thing, it always seemed to be summer, to a guy like Paris, who was culturally inclined to wear a fedora and a trench coat 9 months out of the year. There was something fundamentally wrong with the math of so much sunlight. There was very little fog, and the wind, when it blew, was light and gentle, unlike the gritty blasts that had scoured the streets of Paris' beloved Big Apple. He hooked his trench coat over his shoulder, sighed, and began to walk. Whispering palm trees lined the boulevard that led toward his temporary office, a second-floor walk-up situated over a coffee shop. The shop was called Jack's Magic Bean and was run by an extraordinarily fit 70-year-old man named, unsurprisingly, Jack. Jack had rented the upstairs office to Paris for a rather high sum, but had been remarkably laid back about when, or indeed if, Paris ever chose to pay it. "No rush, man, no rush," Jack had said, as he'd handed Paris the keys. "You just get me a check whenever you can. It's all crazy these days, you dudes from New York getting moved all over the place, government cover-ups, and Martians showing up and hypnotizing everybody." Paris accepted this with wary suspicion. After all, if his New York landlord had shown such magnanimity, Paris would have likely discovered that his rental was missing a few minor details, like glassed windows, or perhaps a floor. Here in California, though, things were different. The office above Jack's Magic Bean was tiny but comfortable, with a huge bay window and a working bathroom. Unfortunately, every wall was painted a bright coral pink and decorated with bits of driftwood. For a fleeting moment, Paris felt he would have preferred a missing floor. It had been nearly 3 months since Paris had left New York City, nearly 3 months since the event that had changed everything and sent the entire city packing for the foreseeable future. Paris knew that the event had not, in fact, been caused by Martians. He'd known about the wizarding city of New Amsterdam for years, although he had never, until that night, seen it with his own eyes. A guy in his line of work tended to learn a lot of stuff that was supposed to be secret. After all, a lot of Paris clients were witches and wizards themselves. They pretended they weren't, it was just force of habit, but they knew he knew, and that made it all right. Their vow of secrecy didn't count in situations like that. The fact of the matter is, sometimes even witches and wizards need a competent private eye, and sometimes the best private eye is a guy like Paris, a guy with no magic in him at all. Sometimes the best private eye is a muggle. Paris knew that that was what the wizarding folk called people like him. People who didn't have any magic in their blood were called muggles, at least by polite magical society. Some of the witches and wizards he tracked down had called him much less flattering names. It didn't bother him. Every society had its bigotries, and the Society of Witches and Wizards was no exception. Besides, the names were technically right. He was totally human, without a lick of magic in him at all. Technically, Paris approached the stairway next to Jack's Magic Bean, turned into the shadow of the awning, and clumped noisily up to his office door. The coral walls met him cheerily. Paris tried to ignore them as he checked his telephone messages. There were none. He crossed disconsolately to the little kitchenette and started a pot of coffee. It had also been nearly 3 months since he'd had a client. That was the worst part of it all. The career of a private detective depended almost entirely on word-of-mouth referrals. Unfortunately, his reputation had not exactly followed him to his temporary home in California. Without clients, he could not pay his rent, and surely even Jack's magnanimity would eventually run out. Worse, he couldn't hire a secretary, which was, of course, essential to the appearance of a thriving detective agency. When clients called, they expected a perky, businesslike female voice. They wanted to hear the reassuring clack of a typewriter and the riffle of pages in a scheduling book. What they most certainly didn't want to hear was the recorded message of the detective himself. especially when he didn't know how to operate the answering machine, and had cut himself off in the middle of his own greeting. As if to remind him of this, the phone on Paris' desk began to ring. It surprised him so much that he dropped the coffee pot. It fell onto the tiny counter, miraculously managed not to shatter, and threw up cold water all over his pants. He leapt backwards, brushing himself off furiously. On the desk, the telephone stopped ringing and the answering machine clicked on. "You've reached the temporary office of Detective Marshall Paris, Private Eye, specializing in the transmundane. I'm currently on the case, but feel free to call my cell phone at 555-21, beep." Paris stumbled toward the desk, still brushing at his pants and reaching for the phone, but the caller had already hung up. The annoying buzz of the dial tone sounded for a few seconds, followed by a click as the machine hung up. It was probably for the best, anyway. The only other time his office phone had rung it had been an old Venice Beach woman seeking help in finding her missing youthful idealism. Paris had almost yelled at her, assuming that she'd been mocking him. She hadn't, and it was then that Paris had realized just how different life in California was going to be. He considered trying to re-record his answering machine message, if only to get the rest of his cell phone number into it. There was no point, really. His cell phone had been disconnected for lack of payment. He sighed, flopped into his desk chair, and stared out the window at the impossibly blue California sky. There was a knock at his office door. Paris' eyes snapped toward the closed door. The odd thing was not so much that he had a visitor, but that he hadn't heard footsteps on the stairway outside, which was notoriously loud. He considered this for a brief moment, decided it was rather a good sign, and called out, "It's not locked." The door opened silently and a young woman stepped inside. She closed the door carefully behind her and studied the man behind the desk. "Marshall Paris, I assume?" she asked in a clipped, unmistakably British accent. He considered giving her a cagey response, but decided to play it straight. "That's what the sign out front says. Marshall Paris, Private Eye, specializing in the transmundane," the young woman said, nodding once. She moved toward his desk but made no effort to sit down. She was attractive enough, with long dark hair, and she was dressed in a distinctly un-California manner. Her skirt was floral patterned and prim, swishing over chunky black boots. She wore a pale blue sweater, despite the constant Los Angeles summer. Paris decided he liked her, even if she didn't exactly seem like client material. "What can I do for you, miss?" he said, rising to his feet. He remembered that his pants were still damp. Coffee mishap," he explained a bit lamely. "Never once happened to me in New York." The young woman nodded again, still unsmiling. "I've come to hire your services, Mr. Paris," she said, meeting his eyes. "Your transmundane services. I see," Paris replied. "Do sit down, miss." "You can call me Petra," the young woman answered, settling herself reluctantly into one of the client chairs. "Although I go by other names." Paris nodded and drew a yellow notebook out of his desk drawer. He scribbled the woman's name on the top. "Petra. Means rock. Are you in a band, perhaps? We'll get along much better if you stop trying to guess what I am here for, Mr. Paris," the young woman answered with cool courtesy. "You've had enough magical clients to know that each case is very unique." Paris leaned back in his chair, which creaked tiredly. "Maybe I have," he agreed. "But I've also had enough young clients to know that they can't always afford my services, magical or not." Petra nodded and adjusted herself on the chair so that she could reach slightly forward. Something glittered in her outstretched hand. 10 heavy coins spilled from her fingers onto the wood of Paris' desk. "Will gold do?" she asked, raising her eyebrows slightly. Paris tried to look nonchalant. His chair creaked again as he leaned forward, examining the thick golden coins. "These aren't leprechaun money, are they?" he asked sharply, glancing up at the woman. "I wasn't born yesterday, you know." "Those are galleons," Petra answered patiently. "Legal tender in the wizarding world, but valuable for their weight even in the muggle world. I will pay you 10 of those a day, plus traveling expenses," Paris added automatically, a bit breathlessly. "There won't be any such expenses," Petra replied grimly. "I will travel with you, by my own means," Paris nodded again. He picked up one of the gold coins, felt its heaviness in the palm of his hand. The metal was cold to the touch. "Well then," he said lamely. "I hope my services will be up to your lofty standards, lady, 'cause I'll be honest with you, this is some serious cashola." Petra merely eyed his office for a long moment, letting her gaze travel around the brightly painted walls. "Where do you keep it, Mr. Paris?" Paris closed his hand over the cold coin. "What do you mean?" "You know exactly what I mean," Petra said coolly. After all, how else does a muggle come to be known as the best detective in the wizarding world? How does a muggle confront some of the darkest witches and wizards in existence and live to tell of it? You may be lucky, Mr. Paris, but no one is that lucky. You are protected, somehow. You have the talisman. I'm just curious, sir, where do you keep it? Paris narrowed his eyes at his new client. Even if you were right, lady, you'd need to pay me a lot more to answer that question. Petra accepted this with a shrug. I'm just being cautious, Mr. Paris. My case, I think, will be the most difficult and dangerous of your career. I only ask about your talisman because I wish to be sure that it will, indeed, protect you under the most extraordinary of circumstances. Furthermore, I wish to know that it may indeed assist you in finding what I seek. Paris began to wonder if this young woman might be more trouble than she was worth, gold coins or not. I keep it on me at all times, he said quietly. Although no one would be able to get it from me. It's not particularly powerful, and it wouldn't do anyone else any good, anyway. But for me, yeah, it'll do the trick. You'll just have to trust me on that. He leaned forward again, resting his elbows on the desk, and just let me get one more thing straight, lady, my talisman, as you call it, may keep me safe from the worst of your people. It may help me stay out of sight and get into places that nobody else ever could, but it's me that does all the hard work. This is where the detecting happens. He tapped his forehead meaningfully. Capiche? Petra smiled slightly. I never doubted otherwise, Mr. Paris. Good, Paris said, relaxing. So, what's the job and when do we start? We start right now, Mr. Paris, the young woman answered, and the job is very simple. I need you to help me find someone. A magical someone? Paris hazarded, picking up his pencil again and pulling his notepad toward him. The most magical someone of them all, Petra sighed. She has hidden herself away from me, and her hiding is especially good. She isn't bound by time or space or even reality. She can take the form of water and travel through the deepest oceans, even through pipes and faucets. Paris blew out a deep breath. I never met any witch who could do any of that, he said with a shake of his head. That is because the woman we seek is no witch, Petra answered. She is a fate, one of 3 currently loose in the world. My sister and I must find her at all costs. Paris cocked his head at her. Why? If, you don't mind my asking. The young woman's smile turned icy. Because, she said, as if the answer was obvious, we are her sister fates. Paris drew a deep sigh and scribbled a few notes. On the bottom of his yellow notepad, he wrote one word, crazy. He nodded at it in a business-like fashion. All right. So we're looking for some mythical water demon who might be anywhere, anytime, and who has, let me guess, cosmically monstrous powers. Yes, Petra nodded and shrugged. No more so than me, but you can't find her, Paris added, as if just to be sure. She hides from us because she fears us. Paris nodded slowly. Of course, he said carefully, this doesn't mean that I need to fear you, too, right? Petra's face darkened. She looked more annoyed than threatening. Do you want the job or not, Mr. Paris? In answer, he put down his pencil and scooped the pile of gold coins toward him. What's this demon fate woman's name, then? He asked loudly as the coins clattered into his desk drawer. Judith, the young woman answered firmly, her face still dark. The Lady of the Lake. Paris sighed. He closed his top desk drawer, then slid open a smaller drawer below it. Inside was a bottle of cheap whiskey and a small revolver. He took the revolver out, checked the chambers, saw that they were all loaded, and then seated it in a holster in his jacket. It was a generally pointless weapon against magical people, but it was better than nothing. Besides, some habits were very hard to break. One last thing, he said, standing up behind his desk, just out of curiosity. Assuming we find this sister fate of yours, what will you do with her? Petra's face remained dark, but she lifted her eyes to Paris, studying him for a moment. She looked almost as if she hadn't even considered the question until that very moment. Why, she answered faintly, wonderingly. I guess I shall kill her. 1. The 4 cabinets. James had expected his return to Hogwarts to be a happy occasion. Indeed, the sight of the enormous crimson engine of the Hogwarts Express, shrouded with steam, hissing and clanging with prosaic urgency, was a very welcome sight after the events of the previous months. Even Albus, who had spent the holiday in a sort of angry fugue, had displayed an almost annoyingly chipper mood all morning, eager to board the train and rejoin his Slytherin mates. At the station, he spied their cousin Rose with her parents, Ron and Hermione, and ran to join them. Lily, the youngest Potter, hung back, huddling nervously next to her mother. It's all right, love, Ginny soothed. I thought you were excited about your first year? You've been begging to go with your brothers ever since James' first year. Go on now. No long goodbyes. Dead Lupin appeared from the crowd looking roguish and bedraggled, accompanied by his fiancée, the contrastingly immaculate Victoire Weasley. James knew that Dead would be taking the train as well, on his way back to Hogsmeade after a short visit to London. The trip had ostensibly been for the benefit of seeing Victoire and his grandmother, but Albus had suspected otherwise. For the past week, he had insisted that Ted's visit had been no holiday at all, but rather part of a reconvening of the old Order of the Phoenix at Grimmauld Place. Ted alternately scoffed at the idea and played along, egging Albus into a frenzy of jealousy that he himself had not been invited to any alleged secret meetings. At the sight of Lily and her school things, Ted disengaged from Victoire's arm and bowed low, extending a hand toward the younger girl. "I am smitten," he declared. "My darling Lily, will you accompany me for the journey? My reputation can only benefit from being seen in the company of such beauty." Guinea-rolled ere spot Lily grinned. Sheepishly she took Ted's hand and hoisted her bag. She glanced back at her mother once, her eyes bright, as Ted led her happily toward the train. "He is incorrigible," Victoire stated flatly, crossing her arms. Next to her, Ginny nodded, still smiling rather mistily. It had been a year since any of them had set foot in the halls of Hogwarts, a year spent across the ocean, at the American Magical School of Alma Alaron. It hadn't been a bad year, exactly, although it had ended very badly indeed. For a moment, as James accepted a goodbye kiss from his mother and gathered his bags in Nobby's cage, it was easy to pretend that the last year had not happened at all. It was a very serene thought, broken only by the fact that his cousin Lucy, who should have been accompanying him to Hogwarts with great anticipation, was not with him. James tried not to think about that. It was difficult. "Goodbye, James," his father said somewhat somberly, as if sensing his son's thoughts. "Have a good term, and here, I have something for you." He paused in the shadow of the train and produced a small package. He stared at it for a moment, and then, almost reluctantly, handed it to James, hunkering down next to him. In a lower voice, he said, "Don't open it until you're settled in. Be alone when you do it. All right?" James glanced at his father's face and saw that he was quite serious. He cocked his head suspiciously. "Does Mum know about this?" His father's lips twitched into a small, grave smile. "No. Nor does Albus, although you can tell him about it later. It may involve him at some point. But I'm leaving that up to you for now. Lily should stay out of it, though. I need you to promise me that, James." "How can I promise if I don't even know what it is?" James prodded hopefully. His father held out his hand. "Give it back, then." "All right, already. I promise." James hugged the package to himself, frowning. His father nodded seriously. "I expect you to keep your word then. It's Lily's first year, James. I want her to enjoy it. I want her most difficult challenges to be arithmancy-related. She's already gotten her fill of dangerous adventures at Hogwarts, if you recall." James nodded, remembering the night of the triumvirate, when Lily had disappeared from the audience, spirited away to the Chamber of Secrets where she was very nearly lost forever. "I'll keep a watch on her, Dad. Don't worry, I'll hold you to that, son," his father said, and James heard a hint of regret in his father's voice. He'd rather be watching over her himself, he thought. He's worried about her, about all of us. It was a disconcerting realization. Harry Potter stood and clapped Hassan affectionately on the shoulder. "Happy travels, son. Just keep that package tucked away until tonight." James nodded, feeling a small surge of pride. He didn't know what it was, but the look on his father's face was familiar. It was the face James and Albus had come to call a remote. James unzipped his bag and carefully stuffed the package into it, burying it among his things. "I don't even know what package you're talking about," he said, straight-faced. Harry nodded at his son but did not smile. "Off with you, then. I'll be in touch." Behind James, the great engine produced a deafening hiss, sending up a cloud of dense steam. James shouldered his bag, turned, and climbed into the wood-smelling warmth of the train. He found an empty compartment, stowed his bag in Nobby's cage, and kneeled on the bench near the window, peering out. The train shuddered into motion and King's Cross Station began to recede smoothly backwards, as if the entire world was on rollers outside the train. James felt inexplicably cheerful, despite everything that had happened. What, he wondered, was in the package from his father? He glanced at his bag, imagining the parcel buried inside. It was smallish, about as long as a wand but much thicker, wrapped in plain brown paper and tied with twine. Could it be? No, he told himself. Of course not. After a few minutes, there grew a commotion in the corridor outside his empty compartment door. It was his cousins Rose and Louis, along with Ralph Deedle, one of his best friends, and somewhat surprisingly, Scorpius Malfoy, whose smarmy, drawling voice still sometimes made James want to reach for his wand, despite the fact that Scorpius had proven his merit as a Gryffindor and a friend on several occasions. Their faces crowded suddenly against the glass of the door, peering in. Rose grinned and James happily waved them all inside. The next moment, the compartment was filled with a cacophony of excited voices, clamoring bags, and the annoyed hooting of Scorpius' new great horned owl, which waved its wings indignantly in its golden cage as it was stowed in the overhead. Shortly, wands were produced and new spells, learned over the summer from various dodgy sources, were tested and compared. Scorpius succeeded in temporarily turning Ralph Stoat into a tiny statue, while Rose's Envision Charm, a notoriously difficult spell meant to render a person invisible, was just effective enough to subject them all to the sight of a reluctantly half-vanished Louis, seemingly reduced to various bones and muscles. Once this was rectified, Rose and Ralph fell into a heated wizard chess match. James and Scorpius enjoyed a game of Winkles and Augurs, managing to upset the chess match only twice. None of them spoke of the night of the unveiling, or of the unfortunate Lucy, or of the mysteriously vanished pet Randizzy, whose action shot simultaneously saved James' dad, Harry Potter, and his partner, Titus Hardcastle, while laying bare the entirety of the magical world to Muggle eyes. No one even mentioned the fact that their headmaster, Merlinus Ambrosius, was no more and that his replacement had, as yet, not been announced. Everyone knew that the entire fabric of their world had changed dramatically in a very short time, and that the future was an eerily uncertain place. But for now there seemed to be an unspoken agreement that it was best just to ride the train, return to their schooling, and hope for the best. It was dark and raining upon their arrival at Hogsmeade Station. Hagrid paced along the platform, summoning the first years in his booming voice, oblivious of the silvery downpour that beaded in his beard and matted his thick hair to his forehead. James waved at him as he ran toward the carriages with their ghastly thestrals. Hagrid waved back, smiling gamely and surrounded by a crowd of hunkering first years, cloaks pulled over their heads against the rain. James shared a noisy carriage ride with Rose, Ralph, Scorpius, and two Ravenclaws who he barely knew. They asked him about Zane, whom they remembered from their first year, but fell silent as the carriage left the lights of the station and began the jouncing, splashy trek toward the castle. 15 minutes later, it was a tired and damp crew that clambered into the great hall, blinking in the light of the thousands of floating candles and the brilliance of the white-clothed house tables. Beneath the Slytherin banner, Trenton Block spied Ralph and waved vigorously, beckoning him over. Ralph grinned back as Albus threw an arm over the bigger boy's shoulder. "Home sweet home, eh, Ralph? Come on." Together, the two threaded between the tables and fell into their seats at the Slytherin table, where they were greeted raucously. James noticed that some of the older Slytherins, former cronies of his nemesis, Tabitha Corsica, did not join in the welcoming committee. The group sat near the front of the hall and looked away, as if bored or vaguely disgusted by their mate's enthusiasm. Without the presence of Tabitha's icy charm, however, the gathering appeared merely petulant rather than coolly detached. James settled into a seat at the Gryffindor table with a sigh of relief. There was Graham Warden and Deidre Finnegan, both fellow fourth years, and Joseph Torrance, and Devinder Das, seventh year and Quidditch captain. Further down the table, waving wildly, was Cameron Creevy, seated next to several other third years. Distinctly missing, however, were Sabrina Hildegard, Noah Metzger and Damien Damascus, three of James' good friends and fellow members of the club of mischief makers known as the Gremlins. They had graduated the previous year, thus ending, for all intents and purposes, the reign of the Gremlins. It was sad to have missed his friends last year in graduation, but it was also exciting to stand on the fringe of becoming part of the Hogwarts Old Guard himself. He would be going on Hogsmeade weekends this year, and learning more advanced defensive and dueling spells. And going to the now traditional Yule Ball. And most importantly of all, after his success playing clutch cudgel at Alma Alaron during the previous year, James was determined to finally, make the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He sighed deeply, in happy anticipation. There had been times during the previous year when James had been quite sure he would never see Hogwarts again. He realized that some part of him had been secretly worried, even during the train ride, that something might still prevent his arrival. It had been a summer of upheaval and dark surprises, after all. Nothing felt particularly safe anymore. But here he was, seated back in his old place at Hogwarts as if nothing had happened at all. He felt pleasantly exhausted, as if he could climb onto the table and go to sleep right there, among the crystal goblets and gleaming silverware. His reverie was broken, however, as a small cough announced someone standing behind him. James glanced back and was surprised to see tiny Professor Flitwick offering him a rather strained smile. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter, Flitwick said peremptorily. I wonder if I could, borrow you for a moment? James frowned. You mean? Now, if you would be so kind, Flitwick nodded, grimacing slightly. It should only take a moment of your time. It's a trifle, really. He trailed away, glancing around the hall as if avoiding James' eyes. On the dais, Professor McGonagall was positioning the stool in the sorting hat, preparing for the start-of-year tradition. Lily and the rest of the first years were lining up before the dais, dripping rainwater and excitedly nervous, led by Professor Longbottom. Lily stared up at the floating candles, smiling irrepressibly. Go on, Scorpius nudged him impatiently. She'll be fine. All the surprises happened the year your brother and I got sorted. James nodded, turning back to Flitwick. All right. Sure, Professor. Whatever you need. Flitwick nodded and smiled as James stood. Wordlessly, the tiny professor led James through the rear doors, across the entrance hall, and down a corridor toward what James recognized as the faculty rooms. The professor produced his wand and tapped the knob of a heavy door near the end. With a golden flash, the lock unlatched and the door creaked open slightly. Flitwick glanced back at James, as if to assure he was still there, gave another nervous smile, and pushed the door open. I am sorry to interrupt your arrival, Mr. Potter, he said, leading James into a tiny, darkened room. It was obviously Flitwick's office, for the desk and chair were almost comically small, albeit immaculately arranged and organized. A single tall, leaded window dominated the curved wall to the right of the desk. In front of this, silhouetted against the night blue glass, was a square shape on an easel. It's a small duty of mine, you understand. It's always been a pleasure, really, a way of using my meager talents to connect with those who've passed on. Still, occasionally it proves surprisingly difficult. James moved to the left, away from the silhouetted shape on the easel, allowing Flitwick to approach the desk. The professor pointed his wand at a large brass lantern on the corner of the desk, and then paused. He glanced up at James. You will have noticed, Mr. Potter, that we remember our headmasters in a rather unique manner at Hogwarts. Yes, it took James a moment to understand what Flitwick was talking about. Finally, mystified, he answered, You mean the portraits, up in the headmaster's office? Precisely, Flitwick exclaimed, excitedly. Precisely, Mr. Potter. Upon the passing of every headmaster, their living portrait is added to the gallery, granting the new headmaster the benefit of their combined wisdom and counsel. It is a unique arrangement, I might add. No other institution bears such a thorough and well-preserved gallery of its leaders. Why, I am proud to say that it has even rated placement in the book of the top 99 wonders most wizards will never see. I could show you, if you wish. I have a copy right here in my desk. Without lighting the lantern, Flitwick moved fussily behind his desk and began sliding open drawers, shuffling noisily through them. James was still frowning in confusion. Professor, he ventured, raising his voice over the sound of Flitwick's ransacking of his own office. What does this have to do with me? Oh, Flitwick glanced up at James and seemed to deflate a bit. I apologize, Mr. Potter. This is all rather. Quite. He cast around the darkened room fitfully, and then sank into his doll-sized chair. Without looking, he waved his wand toward the chair behind James. Please, do have a seat, young man. Perhaps some further explanation will suffice. James lowered himself into the normal-sized chair, which was ridiculously overstuffed and smelled strongly of mothballs. Flitwick sighed. Most people do not know this, Mr. Potter, he said in a more subdued voice. But I am not, strictly speaking, 100% human. He paused, studying James' face in the darkened room. You are not surprised, I see. James' cheeks reddened. Well, not as such, Professor. No. Some of the students have, made guesses. Flitwick smiled at James, a genuine smile this time, twinkling in his tiny eyes, and then he laughed aloud. Of course, he nodded. Nor do I blame them. I will allow you the truth, Mr. Potter, as explanation of why I have called you here. I am part goblin, you see. 1/4, in fact. Tell me, were your classmates' speculations correct? James shrugged uncomfortably. Yes. A bit. Some had thought maybe you were part. I really shouldn't say, Professor. Oh, do tell, James. The professor beamed, leaning eagerly forward. In times like these, a good laugh is always welcome. James' face was burning now. Well, Professor. Everyone really likes you, see? It was never meant to be disrespectful at all. Mostly we all think it's really cool. But, out with it, young man. Flitwick interrupted, still grinning in anticipation. "Hinky punk, sir." Flitwick rocked back in his chair and let out a gust of jovial laughter. "Oh, I dare say, that would make a better story," he admitted, still laughing and wiping his eyes. "Much better, indeed." James smiled as well and shook his head. "I still don't understand, Professor. What's this have to do with?" Flitwick composed himself, although a ghost of a smile still curled his lips. He nodded. "Forgive me, Mr. Potter. I am delaying the inevitable. As I said, I am part goblin, and goblins, as you may or may not know, are particularly good at the alchemical arts. A relative of mine, in fact, is one of the best restoration artists in the world. His specialty is, unsurprisingly, magical portraiture. It's in my blood, you see. Not everyone can do it. I can take no credit for it, although I have worked long and hard to hone my skills, meager as they may be." Realization began to dawn on James. He looked hard at the tiny professor across from him. "You paint the portraits? All those magical portraits of the former headmasters are yours?" Flitwick raised his hands in a deprecating gesture. "By no means all of them, only the most recent. It is quite an honor, one that I inherited decades ago. I painted each portrait upon the death of the headmaster, using the skills handed down to me by my goblin forefathers. It is a rather secret art, combining both the artistic and the alchemical, although it can be taught even to non-goblins. You may recall Professor Jackson, of the American school, is rather an expert on the subject, even if he is a bit, well, uninspired." James nodded emphatically. "Tell me about it." He paused and looked aside, at the silhouetted shape on the easel. Suddenly he felt very curious to see it in the light. "So that's your most recent portrait?" "That's Headmaster Merlin?" Flitwick heaved a great, long sigh, turning to share James' gaze. "Headmaster Merlinus," he agreed. "In a manner of speaking, what do you mean?" "This is why I have called you here, James," Flitwick answered quietly. "Sometimes, magical portraiture is a very ticklish task. Sometimes it requires extra measures." James glanced back at the professor, unsure what he meant. Flitwick leaned slightly forward, producing his wand again and pointing it toward the lantern. "Mind your eyes," he instructed. With a small tap, the lantern flared a light, filling the cramped office with warmth and golden light. James' eyes immediately flicked toward the portrait in front of the window. It was indeed Merlinus. His face was painted with immaculate perfection, showing the square line of his jaw, the rather crooked nose, and the stern, eerily probing eyes. He was seated, just like all of the other headmaster portraits, but unlike most of them he was not leaning back in a pose of rest. He sat upright, his bearded chin raised almost challengingly, his right hand clutching the arm of his ornate wooden throne, a throne James recognized very well from the adventures of his first year. Two black rings shone on the headmaster's large, meaty hand. But something was wrong. James stood slowly and approached the painting, peering at it intently. "It's not." He shook his head slowly. "Not. It is not alive," Flitwick admitted, coming to join James in front of the canvas. "Not a breath, not a single spark of life, no matter what I do with it." James stared hard at the portrait. It was perfect in every way, absolutely capturing the essence of the ancient sorcerer. And yet, it was just a picture, a mere image, somehow even less alive than a Muggle photograph. He glanced down at Flitwick. "So, what's missing?" "That is very much the question, young man," Flitwick answered. "I was rather hoping you could tell me." James shook his head. "Me? But, I'm no painter. I can't even draw." "Perhaps not. But you knew the headmaster, Mr. Potter, perhaps better than anyone in this age. And perhaps even more importantly, you were with him when he died. You witnessed the moment that he gave up the ghost. I am sorry to bring up such a difficult memory. I don't mean to seem heartless. You may refuse, of course, and I will bear you no disrespect. But it may be that you can give this portrait what I, with all my technical skill, cannot. If you are willing." James looked back at the unmoving portrait again. He shrugged. "I don't mind, Professor. I was sort of hoping to see him one more time anyway. Even if it is just a reflection, and not really him. But I don't know how I can help." "I don't. Just touch the portrait, Mr. Potter," Flitwick said quietly, urging James forward. "It may be the final ingredient, your memory of him, the imprint his death made on you. Perhaps, if we are fortunate, you may pass that spark on. It is the only thing left to try." James approached the painting. Merlin's sharp eyes peered out of the painted face, seeming to look at James, to study him, but it was only an illusion. There was no life there. "Just paint on canvas, are you sure, Professor?" James asked, raising his right hand. Yes, yes, Flitwick insisted, obviously anxious to see his work completed. The paint is long set. One touch will do it. Go ahead, James. Fear not. James leaned toward the portrait. Merlin's face was perfectly life-sized, staring blindly out at him. The shadow of James' hand crept up it, and then, with no fanfare, his fingertips touched their own shadow. The whirls of paint were hard to the touch, full of texture and purpose. This close to, however, it was hard to see the portrait as anything other than strokes of dried paint. Flitwick watched, poised on the toes of his boots. Finally, after a long moment, he exhaled. "Thank you, Mr. Potter," he said, taking a step back. "That will be all." James took his fingertips away from the portrait. He hadn't felt anything magical at all. He frowned and backed away from the portrait. "Did it work?" Flitwick smiled disconsolately and shook his head. "I'm afraid not. I apologize for wasting your time, Mr. Potter, and for dredging up unpleasant memories. Thank you for being brave enough to make the attempt." James glanced at the professor, then back at the still canvas. "So, what's next? What will it take to fix the portrait of the headmaster?" Flitwick produced his wand once more and pointed it at the lantern on his desk. "As I said, Mr. Potter, you were the last hope for the portrait. I am afraid there is no fixing to be done. For the first time in 9 centuries, there will be no living portrait of a departed headmaster. But why not?" Flitwick smiled tiredly. "Perhaps the reason is as obvious as it is unsatisfying," he replied. Merlin S. Ambrosius, as you know more than anyone, was no ordinary wizard. With a tap, Flitwick extinguished his lantern. By the time James returned to the Great Hall, the sorting ceremony was complete. Lily was seated at the front of the Gryffindor table, pink-cheeked and already laughing with her new friends. Professor McGonagall had stowed the sorting hat for one more year while some small commotion occupied the head table. A few late arrivals seemed to settling into their seats, adding to the already crowded dais. Scorpius met James' eyes as he resumed his seat. "So?" he prodded pointedly. James shook his head. "I'm not sure I'm supposed to say. Did Flitwick forbid you?" James blinked. "Not really, I guess." "Then tell," Deidre prodded, leaning in. "What's so important that it can't wait for the first day of class?" James briefly described his conversation with Flitwick and the strangely unmoving portrait of the deceased headmaster. Out of respect for the professor, however, he left out the revelation of Flitwick's goblin lineage. If the professor wanted everyone to know about that, James figured he would announce it himself. To James' surprise, no one else seemed particularly interested in the Merlin portrait. "So Flitwick can paint, eh?" Deidre commented, grabbing a roll as the tables suddenly filled with laden golden plates and steaming tureens. "That old hinky-punk's just full of surprises, isn't he?" "Not surprising at all, really," Rose said speculatively from across the table. "He's a creative type. You can just tell, can't you?" "If you say so, Sybil," Scorpius scoffed, shaking his head. "Don't call me that," Rose bristled. "You know how I feel about her class." "But," James clarified, bringing the conversation back to the point, "Flitwick couldn't make Merlin's portrait come alive." Nearby, Joseph Torrance shrugged. "So he isn't that great of a portrait artist." "Big deal. They'll probably just bring in a professional to finish the job." Rose frowned toward the front of the hall and pointed, interrupting James' retort. "Is that the Minister of Magic?" she asked doubtfully. James turned to look. Sure enough, seating himself between Professor de Bellows and a thin, severe-looking man that James didn't recognize was the Minister of Magic, Loquacious Knapp. James had met the minister on several occasions, of course, during visits to the ministry with his dad. He'd never been particularly impressed with the minister, who was slight, perpetually smiling and endlessly talking while never saying anything particularly important. Scorpius answered, "That's him, all right. And unless he's going to be our new headmaster himself, I'd say he's here to introduce the cheerful-looking fellow next to him." "You think?" Deidre asked, frowning toward the head table. "I heard it was going to be Professor Longbottom. He's already been passed up for the post before. It's his turn, isn't it?" "The ministry sees things differently," Rose sniffed disapprovingly. "My mum says they think Professor Longbottom's too stuck in the past. Not forward-thinking enough." James glanced at his cousin. "She doesn't agree with them, does she?" Rose rolled her eyes impatiently. "Don't be stupid. She's argued with the people at the ministry all along about it, even back when they gave the post to Merlin. She threatened to quit if they didn't at least interview Professor Longbottom for the job this time." "Did they?" Graham asked, raising his eyebrows. Rose nodded curtly. "They did. It took all of 5 minutes. They'd already made up their minds, although they were very tight-lipped about it. Haven't told anyone who their final choice is. What about your dad, James? Was he in on any of this? James shook his head. Dad hasn't discussed his job much at all over the past few weeks. Seems things have been unusually quiet since the raid earlier this summer. He's spent most of his time on that stupid inquiry. Graham shook his head. I thought that was just a formality, the whole inquiry thing into what happened on the night of the unveiling? Those busybodies in the American Muggle Integration Bureau demanded it, right? Can't believe they let Muggles tell them how to run their wizarding world. They don't tell them how to run it, Rose replied, annoyed. Don't talk about things you don't know anything about. Graham's brow darkened. Well, they demanded the Ministry look into Harry Potter's involvement in it all, didn't they? They got what they wanted, and then some. My dad says it seems like those M.I.B. people have an awful load of power where they shouldn't. I mean, come off it, Weasley, they're Muggles and they're American. Who are they to tell us what to do? Rose narrowed her eyes. They're the people who had an entire Wizarding City broadcast to the Muggle world by a rogue English witch. Call them what you want, but they probably have a bit of a legitimate complaint, don't you think? Graham scoffed and raised a finger to argue, but was interrupted by Scorpius' lazy drawl. At the moment I care less about international relations and more about that curious object behind the head table. Or hadn't any of you noticed it yet? James looked again. Sure enough, high above the heads of the teachers was a large covered object, apparently affixed to the wall just below the ornate rose window. The object was bulky, entirely hidden by a thick black cloth. As James gazed at it, something seemed to be moving slightly behind the cloth. There was a faint rhythm to it, subtly disturbing the black draping. I assume that wasn't there last year? He ventured. Rose shook her head, her brow knitted. No. And I don't like it. You don't even know what it is, James commented, but without much conviction. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stood up, pushing her chair back from the head table. As always, her long face was severe behind a pair of tiny spectacles. Her peaked hat shadowed her brow and James thought she looked noticeably older than the last time he'd seen her. The hall descended into muttering quiet as she approached the podium and tapped it several times with her wand, commanding attention. Thank you, she said curtly, her eyes ticking keenly over the assembly, and welcome back to Hogwarts. You will find much changed this year, and I suppose we must deem this only fitting, considering the many changes that are occurring outside of these walls. To illuminate us further on the subject, may I present the Minister of Magic, Loquacious Nap. A scattering of applause echoed from the walls. The minister stood, nodding and smiling as he sidled around the head table. James noticed that Professor McGonagall did not applaud, nor did she smile as she stepped aside, allowing the minister to assume the podium. Welcome, students, Nap beamed, his natural order's voice booming throughout the hall. Welcome back to Hogwarts. As your beloved professor has already said, there are many changes afoot this year. I have every confidence that you will embrace these changes in the same spirit of bravery and enlightenment that has always been the hallmark of this, our finest magical institution. At this, a ripple of muttering spread over the assembly. Heads bowed and whispers hissed. I'm not sure I can hear him, Scorpius muttered, with all this smoke getting blown up my robe. There is no reason to be concerned, Nap went on, dropping his smile and assuming a paternal demeanor. Many of you have heard rumors of things that are happening in the world, Muggle and magical alike. These are uneasy times, to be sure. But allow me to declare with confidence that none of you need worry. Much of what you hear is, as always, mere rumor and fear-mongering. Let us stand fast in resisting the tide of our lesser instincts. Know that your leaders are firmly unified, working, as always, toward the greater good. You, students, may do your part, study, learn, mature. Grow into the exemplary citizens we all know you can be. If you accomplish this, the future, as always, will take care of itself. Nap beamed again as another round of tepid applause spread through the hall, led from the head table by Professors Kendrick de Bellows and Lucia heretofore, the potions mistress and head of Slytherin House. Hagrid, James saw, clapped dutifully but unsmiling, his beetle black eyes locked unflinchingly on the minister. As the applause died, Nap lowered his gaze mournfully. Alas, duet unfortunate Evans, Headmaster Merlinus Ambrosius, whom we were only privileged to know for 2 short years, has been taken from us. We shall miss him and his unique guidance, and yet, as we move on in his honor, we embrace a new day. Allow me to introduce to you your new headmaster, Lord Rechter Strangways Grooja. With this, the minister burst into wild applause. Leading the assembly, he turned and grinned at the man he had been seated next to, who half stood and raised a long, pale hand. Grooja was thin, with sallow cheeks, bushy gray eyebrows, and long, lank sheets of steely hair. He doffed his peaked hat stiffly and cinched his mouth laboriously upwards at the corners. Grooja? Rose rasped, leaning over the table toward James. Who the bloody hell is he? You ever heard of him? James shook his head, not taking his eyes from the scarecrow of a man. No. What's he trying to do with his face? Is that supposed to be a smile? Scorpius grimaced. If so, it looks like he learned how to do it from a poorly translated instruction book. Yes, Knapp went on, still grinning toward Gruja as he sank back into his seat. Mr. Gruja has been of invaluable service in many corners of the wizarding world. He brings a lifetime of dedication and mastery to the office of headmaster, and I am certain that you will soon come to think of him with the greatest of admiration and, yes, even affection. Unlikely, Graham mumbled with feeling. Bloke looks like somebody's warmed-over nightmare. Rose elbowed him sharply. Give him a chance. Looks aren't everything, she rasped. And now, Knapp proclaimed, turning back to the gathered students and gripping the podium with both hands. On to the most exciting new detail of this school term. As many of you are aware, certain world events have occurred. While we in the ministry can assure you that any unwelcome repercussions of these events are even now being sufficiently addressed, it has become incumbent upon us all to consider, more than ever before in our lives, what it means to be witches and wizards living amongst our Muggle brethren. For centuries, we have had the benefit of knowing about them, while they have known us only via myth and superstition. The vow of secrecy is nearly 1,000 years old. And yet, it behooves us, if not to question it, then to ask ourselves, what might our lives be like without it? At this, again, the room broke apart into harsh whispers. Across from James, Rose merely looked sidelong at him, her brow knitted. On the other side of the hall, several of the older Slytherin students broke into hearty, grim-faced applause. Albus, James was dismayed to see, joined them. Students, Knapp called out, overriding the increasing whispers. Students, attend. This must be more than a merely intellectual exercise. A time of great change may well be upon us. It is essential that we all prove ourselves, not only as witches and wizards, but as citizens of the world. With that endeavor before us, I am pleased to reintroduce a program that has not been seen since the days of your great-great-grandfathers. For the first time in nearly 200 years, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, along with the Ministry of Magic and the cooperating bodies of 3 other magical governments, will offer intra-academic exchange classes with 4 other schools from around the world. In the spirit of international brotherhood, ladies and gentlemen, I give you, here, the minister turned and gestured grandly with his right arm. Durmstrang, an explosion of dark green smoke erupted between the dais and the head of the Slytherin table. Nolan Beetlebrick, a 7th-year Slytherin, leapt backwards, shoving 2 first-years to the floor in an untidy jumble. As the smoke diffused across the hall, smelling vaguely of moss and wood fire, a dark shape resolved out of it. It was a large box, 9 feet high, covered in angles and leering shapes. It was, in fact, an enormous, baroquely designed cabinet, constructed of polished wood the color of seaweed. Its doors were shut tight, gleaming darkly in the candlelight. Knapp gestured again, this time toward the head of the Hufflepuff table. Beauxbatons, he announced proudly. Another burst of smoke leapt into the air, this time powder blue and lilac scented. A second cabinet resolved out of the smoke, this one pale white with golden scrollwork and tapered, rounded sides. The students began to applaud now, somewhat confusedly but with growing anticipation. Alma Alaron, Knapp bellowed, gesturing once again. A burst of deep red smoke, smelling strangely of fireworks and cut grass, exploded before the Ravenclaw table. The Alma Alaron cabinet was as square and tall as monolith, lacquered in gleaming walnut brown, its closed doors decorated with twin carved eagles. The applause continued, increasing steadily in volume. And finally, last but by no means least, Knapp concluded, gesturing toward the head of the Gryffindor table, perhaps the most important and unique school of them all, York Finishing Academy, Bristol. The final burst of smoke was white as steam. It had no discernible scent that James could tell. As the cloud drifted upward, the wardrobe revealed within it was really not a cabinet at all. It was smaller, made of dull gray metal, and ranged with a set of 4 narrow doors, vented at the top. The applause began to peter out in general confusion. York Finishing Academy? A voice muttered from the Ravenclaw table. James saw that it was Fiona Fourcompass, her lip curled in vague disgust. Never heard of it. What is that thing? Another voice whispered. That's not like any wardrobe I've ever seen. From the dais, Knapp raised his hands, calling attention once more. These, students, are portals. Each one will take you, at the appropriate time, to the school that it represents. There, you will attend classes, meet new people, and develop an appreciation for the interconnected web that is the world we live in. Furthermore, Students from each of these 4 schools will be joining you here. You will see them in your classes, in the halls, and even at our social functions. I trust that you will represent yourselves well, and quite possibly forge friendships that will last for many years to come." As Knapp finished, the great hall swelled with a babble of voices. Questions were shouted toward the podium, but Knapp waved them away with a smile. For the remaining details, he bellowed, "I leave you in the very capable hands of your new headmaster. Enjoy your adventures abroad, ladies and gentlemen, and do us proud." With that, Knapp backed away from the podium, still beaming and waving as the students erupted into fresh throes of excited confusion. Headmaster Gruja, James noticed, had arisen from his seat. He stood nearly a head taller than the Minister of Magic as he stepped around him, approaching the podium stoically. He did not attempt to speak over the babbling throng, but simply stared out over the tables, his face as grim and cool as a gravestone, his gray eyes unmoving, seemingly fixed on the far wall. Slowly, eventually, the hall quieted, settling into a sort of strained, expectant silence. When Gruja finally spoke, his voice was very deep, grating like millstones in a well. "You will each," he stated mildly, in a near monotone, "sign up for no more than 4 and no less than 2 classes at the school or schools of your choice. Classes will earn the appropriate grade in the equivalent Hogwarts subject, except in the case of York Finishing Academy, which will be handled appropriately by Professor Grenadine Curry." He paused and lowered his eyes, peering slowly around the crowded house tables. "As the better of you have hopefully already realized," he went on a bit less severely, "most of these schools occupy very different time zones than do we. For your convenience, I have arranged for a small gift to the school, a very old tool, used under identical circumstances in centuries past, which will guide you as necessary to your various international appointments." Here, Gruja turned slowly. Unlike the Minister of Magic, the new headmaster's gesture was slow, deliberate, and eerily powerful. He extended an open hand toward the black-draped object below the rose window. Then, with a snap of his fist, the cloth fell away, billowing down behind the head table. Every eye in the hall watched. It was a clock unlike any clock James had ever seen. It was easily as tall as the headmaster himself, made of polished black wood and carved with a mind-boggling array of designs, curlicues and symbols. There was one large face, white as the moon and adorned with ornate black hands showing the current time. 4 smaller faces surrounded the main face, each of these showing a different time and labeled with the names of the 4 other schools. Behind the largest face, ticking and whirring busily, was a mass of gears, cogs and flywheels, protected by a daunting iron padlock affixed to a hasp on the hinged clock face. An enormous brass pendulum hung from the bottom of the clock, swaying ponderously from left to right. "That," Deidre breathed in awe, "has to be the most gloriously ugly thing I have ever seen." "I trust your instructions are quite clear," Gruja said, turning slowly back to the house tables. "Are there any questions?" Despite the clamoring of voices mere moments earlier, the great hall now remained nervously quiet. Somehow, it seemed that, despite everyone's curiosity, no one felt quite prepared to engage the new headmaster. James glanced around, waiting for a hand to go up. Finally, with a hard swallow, he raised his own. Gruja saw this and his eyes, if it were possible, both narrowed and sparkled. "Mr. Potter, then," he growled. "Do go on, young man." I think some of us might be wondering, sir," James stammered, shifting his gaze from Gruja to the strange metal locker at the end of the Gryffindor table. "I mean, I myself have never heard of any school called York Finishing Academy. Can you, maybe, tell us what magical government it's connected to?" Gruja stared hard at James for a long moment. "Mr. Potter, I am surprised at you," he said in his deep, rattling voice. "York Academy is not connected to any magical government. York Academy will earn you credits with Professor Curry, you may recall. Madam Curry is your professor of Muggle studies. York Academy, you will therefore not be surprised to learn, Mr. Potter, is a Muggle school." "This isn't a wee little change," Deidre hissed as the assembly broke up and drained into the entrance hall. "It's a bloody upheaval. Muggles in Hogwarts? Wait till I tell my mum and dad. What are we supposed to learn at a Muggle school?" Graham complained in a shrill whisper. "How to be a lot of boring, telly-watching. Car driving." He waved his shots vaguely, non-broom flying, wandless. "Shut up, Graham," Rose hissed at him, pushing her way through the crowded entrance hall. A sort of dull shock hovered over the entire gathering as they funneled, murmuring in agitation, toward an arrangement of our large, framed parchments hung opposite the main entrance. Written across the tops of each parchment in flowing script were the names of the 4 schools. Beneath the names were listings of that school's available classes, with spaces for students to sign up for them. "Here, Ralph," "Make a way for us," James said, pushing the bigger boy in front of him and using him as a battering ram to press through the throng. Ralph shouldered uncomfortably toward the front of the group, coming out near the Durmstrang parchment. James peered around his friend. No one had signed up for any classes yet. In fact, most of the attention was being focused on the Muggle School's sign-up sheet. At the edge of the crowd, Fiona Fourcompass was staring with unmasked distaste. "Algebra 2, she read, her voice dripping with disdain. "What kind of daft subject is that? And how about this one?" Trenton Block called out, pointing, "History of the United Kingdom." "What, without any mention of the Goblin Uprising? Or the War of the Red Mages? More like history as the Muggles know it, with all the good bits chopped off." More voices called out derisively, blending into a tirade. Scorpius suddenly pushed past James and approached the sign-up sheet for York Academy, scratching his chin thoughtfully. "Here's one," he called, glancing back over his shoulder with a half-grin and pointing with his quill. "Biology studies. I've heard about such things. They study dead animals by cutting them up into smaller and smaller bits. Hearts and lungs, muscles and tendons, eyeballs and brains." He turned back to the sign-up sheet and sucked the tip of his quill speculatively. "Bloody hell, sign me up." With that, he stepped forward and signed his name to the parchment, underlining it with a scribbled flourish. The crowd pressed forward in his wake, babbling rather more tentatively. Rose and James exchanged quick looks. "He likes to push people's buttons," she said quietly. "Yours, I'd wager." James nodded, suppressing a grin. She punched him hard on the shoulder and whisked away, toward the Beauxbatons parchment. Ralph approached James. "We could sign up for something at Alma Alaron. Maybe get a class with Zane, eh?" James nodded enthusiastically. "Perfect. I'll try to raise him on the Shard and see what he's taking this year. Then we can sign up tomorrow morning before breakfast." "Agreed." Both boys stepped forward and scanned the other parchments. After a short consideration, they each signed up for a class at Durmstrang and were just scrawling their names to a class at Beauxbatons when Rose appeared again, peering around James' shoulder. "You're not actually signing up for theoretical arithmancy?" she said archly. "Just done it," James answered, admiring his name on the parchment. "It allows us to avoid any arithmancy classes here or with Professor Shirt. Anytime I can avoid him, I will." "I considered staying in the States this year just to get out of his class." Ralph nodded. "Do either of you have the slightest idea what theoretical arithmancy even is?" Rose asked, cocking her head and arching an eyebrow. James and Ralph glanced at each other and shrugged. Rose nodded curtly and smiled. "See you in class, then." She turned breezily and marched off toward the stairs. Ralph frowned in her direction. "Maybe we should start checking with her before we do anything." James shook his head in annoyance. "Ignore her. She doesn't know any more than we do. Come on, let's go see what's left at the Muggle School." The two drifted toward the last parchment, which was now surprisingly full of names. The crowd still hovered near it, chattering with mingled curiosity and scorn. "At least it'll be an easy OWL," Joseph Torrance commented, signing his own name to the parchment. "No matter what crazy Muggle subject we take, it just counts for Muggle studies. We can nap through every class if we want." James nodded uneasily. He leaned toward Ralph. "You think any of this would be happening if it wasn't for Night of the Unveiling?" Ralph shook his head. "My dad says the whole magical world is teetering on the edge. The vow of secrecy is cracked. People are keeping quiet now, mostly out of habit, but it can't last forever. It makes sense to be prepared, but this is what they've always wanted," James whispered. "All those progressive element rabble-rousers like Tabitha Corsica, they've been pushing for revelation of the wizarding world forever, just so they can finally take over the Muggle world without any interference from their own magical governments. They're going to get their way if the vow of secrecy totally falls apart." "Well," Ralph shrugged, "if this is what the PE have always wanted, it's Petra who handed it to them on a silver platter." James sighed darkly. He didn't want to be reminded of that. Ralph stepped forward. "Might as well jump in, eh?" he said, producing a quill. He scanned the mostly filled parchment. "How about physical education?" James shook his head dully. "Whatever. I don't have the slightest idea what that is." Ralph signed his name to the parchment. "You want I should put you down, too?" "I don't care. Just hurry up. I want to go see if we can raise Zane on the Shard." Ralph scribbled James' name on the York parchment. "I need to get down to the dungeon," he said, turning. "First night is always a big deal, and I have to admit, I sort of miss the old place. Want to come down for a bit? Things have got to be a little less hinky now that Corsica's gone, along with most of her fang and talons." James shook his head. "Thanks. I should get upstairs and make sure Lily gets settled in all right. Besides, he stopped himself, realizing he was about to mention the mysterious package from his father. I should unpack. Get settled in. You know. Ralph nodded, distracted. It's good to be back, isn't it? Despite everything, James agreed, but couldn't help feeling a resurgence of the vague dread he had sometimes felt during the previous year. Things were changing so fast that even Hogwarts felt different. He bid Ralph good night at the staircase and trotted up, following a group of excited, gawking first years. As they passed the Heracles window, James was pleased, in spite of his worries, to see that the stained-glass visage of Heracles still bore a sneaking resemblance to Scorpius Malfoy. Some things, he mused dryly, would likely never change. The landing outside the Gryffindor common room was crowded with younger students, most arguing and shouting at the fat lady as she sat primly inside her frame, looking stubbornly away. James spied Heth Thomas, a fifth-year and longtime Gryffindor beater, leaning against the wall nearby. He glanced up as James approached. None of them know the password, Heth explained with a shrug. James blinked and glanced at the portrait. Who's got the password, then? New prefect, I guess. So where might he be? James asked, scanning the crowd. You're talking to him, Heth grinned, producing a shiny badge from his robes and holding it up. Who'd have guessed, eh? James glanced at the badge, then at the taller boy. So then, Mr. Prefect. Can I have the new password? I was just waiting for somebody to ask, Heth replied, pushing away from the wall. Step aside everyone. New prefect coming through, and I don't mean Potter here, although you can thank him for knowing authority when he sees it. That's it. Form a nice single-file line or something. Heth pushed through the disgruntled throng and stood up straight before the portrait of the fat lady. Prompt figure. He announced firmly. About bloody time, the fat lady muttered, swinging open and revealing the noise and warmth of the familiar common room. It's a Bulgarian energy stimulant, Heth explained as the crowd shoved him and James forward. I'm trying to get my hands on a batch for the Quidditch season. If you decide to show up this year, maybe you can try it out for yourself. I'll be there, James said firmly, stepping toward the fireplace as the throng clambered into the already crowded room. Heth nodded skeptically, but his reply was drowned out by a sudden burst of shrill song. James turned curiously at the noise, and then realized that the anthem was aimed at him. Cameron Creevy stood beneath a homemade banner bearing the words "Welcome Back James" in glowing golden letters. Flanking Cameron were half a dozen young Gryffindors, all grinning at James as they sang. James was grateful not to be able to understand most of the lyrics, but the chorus was clear enough as they reached it and redoubled their volume. A Potter's back in Gryffindor. It never was the same. We missed him here in Gryffindor. And Potter is his name. James' eyes widened with mortification. He glanced around the room in panic and saw the older students looking on with expressions of wry amusement or mild annoyance. Cameron. James called, rushing toward the group and raising his hands, but the small chorus mistook his movements. They surged forward, clustering around him and joining hands, hemming him in as they finished the song. James tried to shout over them, but they merely grinned happily, bouncing and thronging about him. Finally, the song petered out and James allowed his arms to flop to his sides. Welcome back, James, Cameron cried, nearly vibrating with delight. I hope you liked it. We worked on the song by Owl over the past few weeks, me and Stanton and Shivani. We couldn't practice, really, but I was hoping. James disengaged himself from the group, his cheeks going crimson as he backed away. Sure, Cam. Thanks, I guess. Just don't, you know. For Merlin's sake don't sing it anymore. Cameron's brow furrowed for a moment, and then cleared as another thought seemed to strike him. We want to hear all about what happened last term in the States. He rasped suddenly, his whisper so shrill that it carried through the entire room. You were there, right? You were in the middle of it all on the night of the unveiling. What was it like? Did you know she was going to do it? Did you see Headmaster Merlin try to stop her? James continued to back away, his hands raised. Cameron, I can't really talk about. Yeah, someone else called out. James glanced toward the voice and saw a tall, handsome boy he didn't recognize. Tell us, Potter. What sort of hero you were that night? What did you do to stop your girlfriend from ruining 1,000 years of magical secrecy? James boggled at the boy speechlessly. He realized with sinking horror that the common room had fallen uncomfortably quiet. Scorpius stood in the entranceway alongside Rose, her eyes tense and wary. Lay off him, Lance, Heth Thomas said mildly, plopping into a large armchair. James doesn't have to explain himself to any of us. Do you, James? Yeah, the handsome boy, Lance, agreed, narrowing his eyes at James. He's a Potter. James wanted to sink right into the natty red carpet of the common room. His cheeks were burning, and he realized it was only partly with embarrassment. His hands were clenched into fists at his sides, so tightly that they felt like rocks. With a force of will, he loosened them. Voices began to fill the common room again as the moment thankfully passed. "Sorry, James," Cameron whispered next to him. "We didn't mean to cause any trouble. We just wanted to." James shook his head. "It's all right, Cam. I guess. Just no more songs, okay?" At a corner table, Lily caught James' eye. He began to approach, but she quickly glanced away. "Maybe give her a little room," Rose muttered at James' elbow, pulling him away, toward the fire. "After all that, she may not want to remind everyone whose sister she is just now." "Let go," James grumbled, yanking his elbow away, but following his cousin toward the fire. "Who's that Lance Gitt, anyway?" "Lance Vassar," Rose whispered. "Transferred last year from Bragdon Wand." "Bragdon Wand, the snooty private school? That explains why he's such an ass. What's he know about Petra or anything that happened last term?" He turned on Rose, glaring at her. "And what's he doing calling her my girlfriend?" he hissed angrily. "I should have hexed him right on the spot." "It's just a joke, James," Rose answered without meeting his gaze. "Ever since you and Petra played lovers in the triumvirate." "Have a seat, Potter," Scorpius advised pointedly, directing James to the sofa. "No," James spat, shoving Scorpius' hand away. "I've only been back for 5 bloody minutes and already there's drama all over the place. Is this how it's going to be all year?" Scorpius rolled his eyes and turned away. "Fine. Stand there, then." He plopped onto the sofa and glanced back at James. "But I did warn you, if you recall." "What's Tad supposed Tomian?" James demanded, scowling. "Before you left last term," Scorpius answered. "I told you not to let your feelings for Petra Morgenstern get in the way. I told you to watch out, because fate has a way of plopping you Potters right on the bullseyes of history." "You don't know what you're talking about," James seethed in a low voice. "James," Rose whispered, trying to move between them, but James shook his head, still looking directly into Scorpius' eyes. Scorpius met James' look. "I'll tell you what I do know, Potter," he said evenly. "I know that people have gotten pretty used to Potters saving the day. It's natural for them to be a little disappointed with the first Potter who ruins everything." James could hardly believe what he was hearing. He boggled at the blond boy, his hands snapping into fists again. "We don't mean it that way, James," Rose began, but James rounded on her once more. "We?" he repeated furiously. "You're on his side?" "We don't agree with it," Rose rasped, trying to pull James down onto the sofa. "It's just that nobody really knows what happened on the night of the unveiling. We know more than the rest, but even still. You helped her. Petra couldn't have done what she did without you and Ralph and Zane. It wasn't your fault, but not everybody sees it that way." James was shaking his head in bewildered anger. "I don't believe this," he said softly. "None of you understand. None of you know what you're talking about. Judith was just using Petra. The Lady of the Lake was behind the whole thing." "But, James," Rose insisted uncomfortably, "nobody else saw this Lady of the Lake person. Not even your dad." "It's not that we don't believe you, but try to imagine how it looks to the rest of us. The entire wizarding world was exposed by Petra Morgenstern. She's been declared the first international undesirable #1 in decades. She's still out there, and nobody knows what she's going to do next, or what she's even capable of." James couldn't listen anymore. He turned away from his cousin, rage and misery clenching his throat and jaw, and stomped up the steps to the boys' dormitory without another word. If there was one thing he had not been able to predict, it was the fact that the true villain in this whole nightmare, the Lady of the Lake, who had manipulated Petra, broken into the Vault of Destinies, and ultimately killed brave young cousin Lucy, would escape attention completely. No one, save for James himself, Ralph and Zane, had apparently ever seen her. James' persistent attempts to explain Judith and her vicious plot to the people in authority had been an exercise in frustration. His father believed him, but the ministry in general did not, and there was only so much Harry Potter could do without the full backing of his superiors. A few people, including Titus Hardcastle, his father's Auror partner, had gone so far as to suggest that James' memory of Judith might merely have been an illusion, projected by Petra herself, in a devious attempt to deflect blame. Titus did not hide his disbelief in the Lady of the Lake, nor his single-minded intention to capture Petra at any cost. Titus was not alone. As Rose had said, every magical government in the world was looking for Petra, with orders to subdue her immediately, by any means necessary. No one would underestimate her mysterious power again, even if the source of her power was a complete mystery. James knew Petra's secret, though she had confirmed it to him on the night of the unveiling. She was a sorceress, perhaps the first of her kind to ever walk the earth. She wasn't evil, He knew. But she was indeed very powerful, and her power was corruptible. The Lady of the Lake had used it, manipulated it, and if she had her way, she would do it again. "There's nothing I can do about that," James muttered angrily to himself, throwing his knapsack onto his four-poster bed and plopping down next to it. The circular dormitory room was thankfully empty. Raucous voices echoed dimly up the steps from the common room. James thought he could hear Lily's laughter. "It's not my problem. Who cares if the rest of them don't believe me? I don't need them." It wasn't true, of course. Even he knew that. He dug roughly through his trunk and found the shard wrapped in a thick hank of white cloth. He unwrapped it impatiently and tossed the cloth aside. The magical mirror showed only silvery smoke, rolling densely and endlessly, as if it was a portal to the inside of a storm cloud. This mirror was the twin of the one Merlinus Ambrosius had given James last year. That one was still back in the States, entrusted to Zane Walker, one of James' best friends. Both mirrors had once been part of a whole, the monstrously powerful Emsworth, which had belonged to Merlin himself until he had deemed it too potentially dangerous. Broken into equal parts, the shard's powers were now limited only to communication. James' shard had originally been given to his father, but it was no longer needed for its original purpose, portable communication, from the States to Ministry headquarters. Now, it served as a connection to Zane at the American Magical School of Alma Alaron. "Magic mirror, shard of 3, James muttered, "show me what I wish to see." The face of the shard began to clear, revealing the interior of a dim room. James peered closely into the glass. The room was tiny and cluttered, with a steeply canted ceiling, covered with posters and banners. Over a single window, a lumpy heap beneath the window revealed itself to be a bed covered with assorted clothing, mounds of blankets and pillows, open textbooks, and an impressive collection of empty licorice soda bottles. James palmed his forehead, remembering the time change. It was barely afternoon in America. Zane wasn't in his dormitory room on the top floor of Alma Alaron's zombie house. The yellow and black zombie banner, an X-eyed skull with its tongue stuck out, was draped over the window, blocking out the light. From the angle of view, it appeared that Zane had hung his shard on the door. James sighed in annoyance, knowing he would get no answers tonight about what classes Zane was taking this term. Just then, something in the far-off dorm room caught James' eye, a faint glow, just at the very edge of the dim scene. He squinted at it, involuntarily turning and twisting his own shard, as if he could somehow alter the view on the other end. The glow seemed to emanate from a battered whiteboard hung opposite the canted ceiling. Notes and doodles were scribbled on it, their magical ink glowing a faint green in the gloom. There was an unflattering sketch of Professor Jackson and a few snippets of rude limericks. Beneath this, printed in messy capital letters, was a note, apparently a reminder to Zane himself, EXP Com 1015. James frowned at this for a few seconds until understanding dawned on him. Zane was part of a school program, headed by Chancellor Benjamin Franklin, devoted to experimental, magical communication. Apparently they would be meeting at 10:15. Unfortunately, it wasn't particularly useful information to James. He considered knocking on the shard in an attempt to wake Zane up, then, reluctantly, decided against it. He'd just have to try to catch Zane in the morning. Retrieving the white cloth, he wrapped the shard again and buried it carefully in the bottom of his trunk. Restless and disgruntled, knowing he was not yet ready for sleep but unwilling to go back down to the common room, James began to change into his pajamas. He reached to toss his knapsack onto the bedside table, and only then remembered the package from his father hidden inside. Instantly, he plopped onto the bed again and rammed his arm into the knapsack, digging to the bottom. He felt the wrapped package, grasped it, and drew it out, eagerly. Shoving his knapsack unceremoniously to the floor, he unwrapped the package messily, tossing the thick, rough paper aside. It was a small, compact bundle, held together with a loop of string. James saw immediately what it was, and his eyes bulged in mingled surprise and confusion. It was his father's invisibility cloak. Scarcely believing what he was seeing, James turned it over and found a small note tucked under the knotted string. He grabbed it and unfolded it atop the bundled cloak. "James, this is not a gift. It is a tool, and I mean you to use it only as I instruct you to. Things are afoot this year, and I may, at some point, ask you to be my eyes and ears there at Hogwarts. If that happens, the cloak will prove useful, as you well know. Until then, keep it safe. Hide it well. I am telling you this not only as your father, but as an Auror, and just to be sure, you will notice that I didn't include the Marauders map. I am keeping it handy, because as you may imagine, it works just as fine here on my desk as it does there at the school. With it, I will keep an eye on things as well as I can, not the least of which being you. Catch my meaning?" James caught his father's meaning. With the Marauder's map, he could easily see where James was at any given time. Thus, if James used the cloak for his own purposes, there was a good chance he'd get caught by his father, if no one else. But, James mused mischievously, Dad can't be watching all the time. There was more to the note. I have an idea what it might be like for you this year, son. It's no fun being misunderstood and disbelieved. I know how it feels. Don't rail against it. Try to be patient with those who are truly seeking the truth. It will show itself, in time. Trust me on that, James. Have a good term, Dad. James reread the last few lines, frowning as he thought of Rose and Scorpius and all the rest down in the common room. Even Lily, his little sister, hadn't wanted to be seen with him. Perhaps his dad, the famous Harry Potter, did know what it was like to be disbelieved and ridiculed, even by those closest to him. But somehow that didn't make James feel any better. He began to fold the note, then thought better of it. Instead, he placed the note on his bedside table and produced his wand. Incendio, he said quietly, keeping the spell as weak as possible. A spot of flame shot from his wand and consumed the parchment, reducing it to a crinkled film of ash. James blew on it, dispersing the ashes into a fine, black cloud. He nodded with satisfaction. If he was going to serve as his father's or spy, he mused, he might as well do it all the way. James carefully hid the invisibility cloak in the bottom of his trunk and locked it tight. Then, he finished getting himself ready for bed, stripped back the covers of his four-poster, flopped down full length on the mattress, and lay there, completely awake, staring at the dim ceiling. He thought of the invisibility cloak. Gradually, the echoing voices from the common room diminished. Joseph Torrance and Graham Warden ambled up to the dormitory, laughing and talking in low voices. James pretended to be asleep. Shortly thereafter, Scorpius clumped up the stairs. James watched with slitted eyes, his anger at the blond boy resurging. Somehow, Scorpius was still bunking with Gryffindors a year older than him, just as he had during his first year, when the other first years had frozen him out of their floor. Scorpius glanced toward James and seemed to know that he was awake. James rolled over pointedly, turning his back on him. Eventually, all the candles were put out. The excited beginning off-term mutterings of James' fellow Gryffindors descended into silence. Still James could not sleep. He flopped onto his back and stared at the ceiling again. He thought of the invisibility cloak. Dad wouldn't possibly be watching tonight, he thought. A moment later, he kicked off his covers and clambered quietly out of bed. 2. Brotherhood Tolerance. The common room was mostly deserted, the only light coming from the flickering remains of the fire. Devinder Das was seated, on a love seat near a window, his head close to fifth-year Willow Wisteria, her long blonde hair burnished by the firelight. She giggled quietly and Devinder put his arm around her, drawing her close. James tiptoed toward the portrait hole, hunkering low so that his feet would not be seen beneath the draping folds of the invisibility cloak. The portrait swung open with a small, prolonged creak, badly startling Devinder and Willow, who scrambled away from each other on the love seat. James peered back at them through the fabric of the cloak. They boggled toward him, unseeingly, watching the portrait hole to see who would emerge. Carefully, James crept through the entrance, feeling the strange prickle of their gaze as it passed through him. Maybe it's one of the ghosts, Willow whispered. If it's Diggory pulling his specter of silence routine, Devinder grumbled, I'll kill myself just so I can pop him one. Willow giggled again as the portrait swung shut behind James. The fat lady was asleep in her frame, snoring her dainty little snore, her many chins on her breast. James had no plan. He merely meant to wander the halls and perhaps clear his mind. He was still feeling disgruntled about Rose and Scorpius. Beneath his anger, however, what he felt most was hurt. He had expected them to believe him. It was one thing for the uppity-ups at the ministry to doubt his explanation of the Lady of the Lake. People like them were famously skeptical of such things. But Rose was his cousin. She joined him and Ralph during their second year, when they had confronted the danger of the entity known as the Gatekeeper. How could she question his story now? How, even more, could she side with that obnoxious little squid Scorpius? She fancies him, he spat under his breath as he descended a narrow, curving stair and entered a dark hall. That's all. Girls always lose their grip when they fancy a bloke. Potter, a quiet voice muttered on James' right. I should have known. James wheeled around under the cloak, scanning the hall, eyes wide. There was no one there. I can only assume by the halted footsteps, the voice said tiredly, that you are casting about stupidly, shocked to see no one nearby. How quickly you forget, although I cannot say that I am surprised. Take off that damned cloak, Potter. James frowned in consternation, turning this way and that. The corridor appeared utterly empty but for a crackling torch at the near intersection and an ancient statue of a hunchbacked wizard with a remarkably tall, complicated staff. James approached the statue tentatively, pushing the cloak back from his head but leaving it draped around his shoulders. He squinted at it, turning his head sideways. The statue's eyes were so narrowed and puffy that they appeared to be swollen shut. James waved a hand in front of its stony face. "Did you just," he whispered doubtfully, "did you just say something? Over here, Potter," the voice said with exaggerated annoyance. James flinched again and followed the sound of the voice. To the left of the statue hung an enormous painting, principally showing a gaggle of wizards gathered around what appeared to be a clockwork dragon, half disassembled on a raised pedestal. Most of the wizards had abandoned the device for the night, snoozing against the walls and propped in high-backed chairs with their peaked hats pulled down to their noses. Leaning against an enormous cog in the background was a sharp-nosed character in a black robe, hidden mostly in shadow. The figure regarded James from beneath a lowered brow. "Oh," James said, stepping toward the portrait. "It's you. You will address me as Professor Potter," the disguised portrait of Severus Snape instructed coolly, "or Headmaster. And you will return to your dormitory immediately or I will alert Mr. Filch to your typical inane mischief." James stepped a bit closer to the portrait. "I don't think you'll do that at all, Professor," he whispered. "After all, I bet you want to keep all of your sneaky little portraits a secret, yes? Threats, Mr. Potter?" Snape said. He sounded slightly more amused than angry. "Who would believe you? Surely not the new headmaster. Mr. Grooja, as you may already have ascertained, is not what anyone would call particularly imaginative. He's a plank of wood, if you ask me," James grumbled, shaking his head. "Why in the world would they put a dried-up old mummy like him in charge of a school, to keep petty miscreants like you in your place, I would think?" Snape sniffed approvingly. "I have high hopes for Mr. Grooja. I am, in fact, quite encouraged by your dislike of him. It is high time the office of headmaster was once again feared as well as respected." "Yeah, well, you would think that," James replied pointedly. "From what I've heard you are about as lovable as a pile of doxy poo." Snape lowered his voice. "Popularity is almost as blinding as love, Mr. Potter. As you should know better than anyone." James bristled and pressed his lips together. Snape was referring to Petera, of course, trying to goad him. James opened his mouth to retort, but a sudden, jarring noise interrupted him. It was like a heavy sigh, or a loud, rattling breath, coming from just around the corner of the nearby intersection. James spun toward the intersection, eyes widening, but saw nothing. "Go to bed, Potter," Snape ordered dismissively, as if he had not heard the noise. "And if you must sneak about at night, do us all the service of wearing quieter footwear." James ignored him. A distinct chill crept involuntarily up his spine, wringing a hard shiver from his shoulders. He moved slowly toward the intersection, eyes wide, searching the shadows. There was only silence now. Nothing moved. James stopped at the corner and peered around it slowly, tentatively. It was the first-floor corridor that led toward the entrance hall. The main staircase could just be seen in the distance, across from the Great Hall. "Hamais," a voice hissed directly into his ear. He could feel the breath of it, harsh and cold and strangely wet. He scrambled away from it, away from its delighted laughter, and tripped over the invisibility cloak. It jerked from his shoulders and tangled around his feet, pulling him to the hard stone floor in a clumsy heap. Still the voice laughed, unseen, echoing aimlessly around the corridor. It was a feminine sound, but mad and chaotic. James' blood chilled at the sound of it. He clambered away, crabwise, slipping and sliding on the cold floor. He realized dimly that it was wet. The invisibility cloak soaked up the dampness and slapped at him as he struggled to his feet. He began to run, his shoes smacked wetly on the floor. He reached the entrance hall, still looking wildly back over his shoulder, and collided headlong with what felt like a football squad. There was a rasp tooth, and a flail of arms and legs, and suddenly James was on the ground again, toppling over a large, bulky figure. There was a flurry of knees, elbows and cursing voices, and James suddenly found himself staring up at his brother, Albus. "You great git," Albus exclaimed suddenly, pointing down at him. "You stole it again." James gaped up at his brother. Dimly, he realized that he was lying partially atop someone else. The other person sat up with a moan, throwing James off. "Ow," Ralph said, gingerly pressing his palm to the corner of his jaw. "I think you dislocated something with that rock-hard head of yours, James. What in the world were you doing?" He was test-driving the invisibility cloak, the thieving git. Albus answered stridently, reaching down and grabbing at the cloak. "Got it all wet, too. Boy, is Dad going to murder you?" Albus whistled appreciatively, obviously delighted. "Did you James gasped, extricating himself from Ralph and clambering upright. Did you hear the? He realized he was panting. His heart was hammering a wild staccato in his chest, making him feel lightheaded. Albus ignored him. I wouldn't have expected it from you, James, but I've got to admit, I am impressed. You're either braver than I thought or as stupid as I expected, because when Mum and Dad find out about this, Dad gave it to me, James hissed, yanking the cloak out of Albus' hands. He sent it to school with me. I didn't steal it, right? Albus nodded. And I'm Myron Madrigal from Wizarding Wireless News. Care to give me an interview, Mr. Worst liar in the world? James rolled his eyes in exasperation. I don't care if you believe me or not. Ask Dad if you want. Just tell me, did either of you hear a? He glanced back the way he had come and gestured vaguely. Anything strange? We heard somebody running along the corridor, Ralph said, still poking and prodding at his jaw. And then you came pelting out of nowhere like a cannonball with hair. Knocked Ralph clean off his feet. Albus grinned. And that takes some doing. I'm glad I got to witness it. So what's the deal, James? You got a teacher on your tail? One of the ghosts? Peeves? James shook his head, still staring back at the empty corridor. The floor was indeed shiny with water, but that was no longer a mystery. A large bucket and tiny mop stood next to the staircase, obviously left by one of the night shift house elves. Was it possible that the voice had been one of the ghosts? Or even Peeves, playing an uncharacteristically vicious prank? It was nothing, I guess, James muttered. He turned back to his brother and Ralph. What are you two doing out of the dungeon, anyway? We've got permission, Albus said importantly, holding up a large golden skeleton key with a Slytherin crest emblazoned on it. Professor Heretofore sent us for more snacks from the kitchen. Official house business. First night, Ralph nodded with a smile. Like I said, it's kind of a big deal for us Slytherins. Let me guess, Albus said, pocketing the golden key and stepping past James with a grin. All the Gryffindors are snug in their little beds now, Sleeping the sleep of the just, poor saps. Ah, well. Sod off, James said tiredly. I'm going back upstairs. Ralph turned as he began to follow Albus. You want to come down with us for a bit? He asked. It's just getting started. There's going to be a spell casting contest in the range. Winner gets to be head of house for a day. James shook his head. Suddenly he felt weary to the bone. I better not. I'd hate to embarrass Albus. Besides, what would a Gryffindor do as head of Slytherin for a day? Dream on, big brother, Albus proclaimed loftily. I could outspell you with my wand. Arm transfigured into a. He stopped as one of the doors of the great hall creaked slowly open, revealing the relative darkness inside. A figure stepped casually into view, a girl about James' age, with short purple hair, a round, impish face, and a diamond stud glittering on her nose. Her dark eyes fixed on James, Ralph and Albus for a moment, and then glanced away, dicking around the entrance hall. Ugh, she said to herself, stepping out into the light. It's like an overgrown mausoleum. Is she a student here? Ralph asked tentatively, looking over her ratty jeans and black tank top. She has to be, James replied. Right, you two are idiots, Albus commented mildly, taking a step closer to the girl as she ambled across the entryway. Hey you. Nose ring, if you don't mind me asking, just who the bloody hell are you? The girl glanced back at Albus over her shoulder, an appraising look on her face. What's it to you? Albus blinked at her. What's it to me? It's just that all of a sudden being out after hours has turned into Bleed in King's Cross Station. Now I'll admit I've been gone for a year, but you don't look familiar. You want to explain yourself before my mates and I take offense? The girl shook her head languidly and turned. I'm Nastasia. Nice welcoming committee. Wait a minute, James said, stepping around Albus and approaching the girl, his head cocked. I know you. Your accent. You're not a student here. You're American. Got it in one. Genius, the girl, Nastasia, replied, turning away. These stairs go up to the dormitories, I suppose, and I bet those stairs go down to the dungeons. Yikes. You people really did get stuck in the Middle Ages. You're from Vampire House, aren't you? James prodded, getting in front of the girl as she wandered the entrance hall, a small sneer curling her lips. I think I had magiography with you last year at Alma Alaron. Only you had pink hair then. You think I look like a vampire? The girl asked with sudden interest, turning toward James. You really think that's my house? Am I the type? Do tell. Well, James stammered, suddenly wilting before the girl's intense stare. He took a half step backwards. I mean, vampires. I thought you were. I'm a pixie, Cornelius, she said, dropping her expression of feigned interest and poking James in the chest. "Don't forget it. I hate those pasty wannabes." James took another step backwards as the girl spun away, stalking toward the parchment sign-up sheets along the far wall. "She's mad," Ralph said out of the side of his mouth, approaching James from behind. "She's sort of cute," Albus added, passing both of them. "So, Nastasia, is it? I assume you got here by way of those new vanishing cabinets, eh? Very intrepid of you. Care for a grand tour? I'm on official Hogwarts business, you know. Got the golden key and everything." He produced the pass key and waggled it at her. "I remember what house you were in," Nastasia proclaimed suddenly, turning back toward James and pointing at him. "You were in Bigfoot. It was a good year for the Foots last year, wasn't it? From zero to hero in one semester. You must be very proud." James nodded, still feeling a little off-kilter at the girl's conversational style. "I suppose. It was sort of a team thing. I didn't ask for your life story, pal," she interrupted, waving a hand dismissively. She turned on the spot again and walked purposely back toward the doors of the Great Hall. "I've decided it's boring here. I won't be taking any of your classes." She stopped in front of Ralph and looked up at him. "You're a nice big boy, though, aren't you?" "I'm in Slytherin," Ralph said immediately, his face going red as a brick. "Good for you," she nodded, patting him on the arm and then strolling around him. "Well anyway, I'd hate to keep you all up. I'm sure it'll be leeches and boogwarts for everyone come breakfast time. Enjoy your—" She paused, glancing back around the entrance hall with obvious distaste. Dankness," she shrugged, turned, and swept through the partially open door into the darkened Great Hall. "Wait a minute," James rasped, darting toward the narrow opening, following the girl. "How did you get here?" "The vanishing cabinets are banned for student use until first lessons. Unless— Are you on the experimental magical communication thing? With Zane Walker?" Without looking back, Nastasia answered in a sing-song voice, "I have no idea what you're talking about." She was approaching the Alma Alaron cabinet, which stood partly open, showing a seamlessly black interior. James trotted to catch up to her. "But, hold on just a minute. I want to ask you something." James really didn't have anything to ask her, but for some reason it seemed important to not let her go just yet. There was something very strange about her, not to mention rather overtly dodgy. She did stop though, directly in front of the Alma Alaron cabinet, 1 foot on its shadowy floor. "What?" she demanded impatiently. James stopped a few feet away and stared at her. He opened his mouth to say something, anything, and then his gaze shifted slightly to the left. Something was lying on the immaculately cleared surface of the head table. It was dark and rumpled, with a thick string attached to one end. He said, pointing toward the head table. "Is that yours?" He moved forward, past Nastasia and the Alma Alaron cabinet, and climbed the steps of the dais. The object was a small black bag, made of some sort of very fine velvet. He picked it up curiously. It was empty. "Is this?" he began to ask again, turning, but she was standing immediately behind him on the dais. Her face was level with his, calmly staring at him. The stud in her nose glittered by the moony light of the rose window. "It's mine," she said, and jutted out her hand. James held the small bag for a moment longer, and then moved to give it to her. Her open hand, he noticed, was trembling. It was a subtle thing, but unmistakable. He looked back up at her face, curious and surprised. She exhaled impatiently and grabbed the bag, clenching it in her fist. She spun and trotted down the steps. "You're welcome," James called, peeved. Nastasia stopped at the Alma Alaron cabinet and glanced back up at him. She looked consideringly at him for a moment, and James thought she might apologize for her rudeness. "Don't push your luck, Cornelius," she commented, almost affectionately. "You don't want to get on a pixie's bad side." With that, she stepped into the cabinet. The door swung shut with a sharp clunk. James shook his head in bemusement. "She's gone?" Albus rasped from the doors, making a half-hearted attempt to keep his voice down. "I guess," James answered, clumping down the steps of the dais and approaching the cabinet. He rounded it, facing the double doors with their trademark eagle insignias, and then heaved both doors open. The interior of the cabinet was dark and empty. A pair of brass coat hooks glinted on the rear wall. Ralph approached from between the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff tables. "You going to chase her over?" James shook his head again. "I don't think I could if it read. Who do you think she was? What in the world was she doing here?" "Being an obnoxious twit, that's what," Albus answered fervently. "Good riddance to her. At least she won't be taking any classes here. Can't handle our dankness. PSHH. Americans." James nodded, but remained quiet. He closed the Alma Alaron cabinet doors carefully. 10 minutes later, he crept back through the portrait hole into the Gryffindor common room. It was after 1 in the morning and he was now officially exhausted. He tiptoed across the now empty common room, slipping the invisibility cloak off as he went. "PSST, James," a voice whispered from near his feet. James jumped and swore out loud. It was the third time that night that someone had startled him with his own name. He turned toward the source of the whisper and was not quite astonished to see his father's face looking up at him from the dying embers of the fire. "Have a nice little roam, Dad," James hissed, half exasperated and half embarrassed. "You were watching tonight? Don't you have a life?" "I have a son that I know very well, that's what I have," Harry Potter said wryly. "I saw you leave about an hour ago, just as I thought you might." "How's Albus and Ralph?" "Jolly as jobber knows," James replied tersely, falling onto the couch. His father seemed rather obviously pleased with himself. "And who, may I ask, is Nastasia Hendricks?" James sighed wearily. "Nobody. She's an American. She popped over to insult us a little, that's all." Harry nodded a bit uncertainly, and then shook his head, apparently choosing not to pursue the subject. Perhaps he thought James was making things up. For now, James didn't much care. "Can I get to bed now?" he asked, sliding off the couch onto his hands and knees in front of the fire. "I'm sorry I snuck out tonight. It won't happen again." His father's expression turned serious. "See that it isn't." For the time being, James pressed his lips together firmly and nodded. Then, suddenly, an idea struck him. "Wait, Dad, one more thing," he said, inching closer to the glowing embers. "Tonight, when you were watching me on the map, did you see anyone else?" His father looked up at him curiously, almost warily. "You mean, besides Albus and Ralph and this Nastasia friend of yours?" "She's not a friend," James insisted, dropping his head for a moment. "But yes." Before that, there was a long pause. His father studied him, his eyes narrowed slightly. Finally, he said, "There was a flicker. I thought it had to be an error. The map's pretty old now, and not as reliable as it once was, back before the battle, and a lot of the school had to be rebuilt. There are a few blank areas, and some places that are a bit touchy." "Dad," James whispered harshly, "just tell me. What did you see?" Harry shook his head slightly. "It had to just be a glitch, James. It couldn't have been who the map said it was." James was nearly shaking with impatience now. "Dad, it was Petra, son," his father said in a low, secretive voice. "Petra Morgenstern. But just for a second. She flickered on and off, fluctuating all over the corridor. And then, she was just gone again." James simply stared at his father's face in the glowing red embers, his mouth half open in shock. "James," Harry Potter said gravely. "It was a mistake, right? Tell me you didn't see her tonight. Tell me that somehow you didn't see Petra. Did you?" James barely heard his father. Several seconds of shocked silence passed over him. And then, slowly, he closed his mouth. "No, Dad," he answered quietly. "I didn't." Technically, he hadn't seen anyone. His father accepted this. He ordered James to lock the cloak away and get immediately into bed. This, James did to the letter, but, tired as he was, it was a long time before he finally slept. The last free weekend trickled away beneath a pall of storm clouds and lashing rain, reducing the grounds to marsh. James, like everyone else, spent Sunday afternoon in the common room, cursing the weather and counting the hours until the start of term. Lily joined him after lunch and introduced him to some of her new friends. One of them, James was interested to learn, was a second-year named Stanton Ollivander, great-grandson of the famous wand merchant. He was a small, shy, bespectacled boy, reluctant to discuss wands or wand-making, despite his well-known namesake. This did not prevent him, however, from commenting on James' new wand. "Lost his old one in the sea," Ollivander explained helpfully to the other first-years. "Had it stolen from him, apparently, while he was out swimming or some such." "Thanks, yes," James said, attempting to curtail the conversation. "It was a bit more than a swim. Granddad was a little put out about it, to tell the truth," Ollivander went on, warming to the subject. "Says a wand bonds with a wizard for life and that it's a shame to lose one so soon. Says potters are usually dead careful with their wands." James rolled his eyes irritably. "Yeah, well, I'll try not to let this one get nicked by any evil warlocks." Lance Vassar grinned from further down the table. "Or any haddocks, eh, Potter?" Unlike James, Lily was in indomitably good spirits, babbling about the start of term and all of her new classes. Her natural exuberance had made her the center of a small group of fellow first-years, most of whom seemed to pay James very little attention at all as they crowded next to him on the hearth sofa. "So we've got herbology and transfiguration Monday morning," Lily proclaimed for the third time, consulting her class schedule. "Neville teaches herbology. Of course, he'll be Professor Longbottom now. He's one of the best herbologists in the world. He got invited to the American Wizarding School to give a speech last year. I was there." James sighed, but she ignored him, grabbing her new best friend, Chance Jackson, by the arm. "History of magic is taught by a ghost," she exclaimed, bouncing excitedly on the sofa. "Won't that be interesting? I bet he lived through all sorts of adventures before he died, and was just too full of stories to pop off into the afterlife." James shook his head, stifling a grin. It was the first time he'd ever heard anyone accuse Professor Binns of being interesting, but he was loath to ruin his sister's enthusiasm with the terribly dull truth. Eventually he extracted himself from the group and looked half-heartedly for someone to play winkles and augurs with. Rose and Scorpius sat nearby on a pair of opposing armchairs. She was reading, of course, while Scorpius was folding a piece of parchment into a complicated hippogriff shape. 3 of the paper sculptures already circled above his chair, chasing each other silently by the watery light of the nearby window. James drew a deep breath, considered walking over and joining them, and then shook his head. Instead, he turned and left the common room, heading nowhere in particular. That evening, after dinner, he met Ralph and Albus in front of the sign-up parchments. "So how's Lily getting along?" Albus asked breezily, like she was born there. James sighed. "She's got more perkiness than the rest of us combined. Everybody loves her." Albus clucked his tongue. "Pity she didn't go to Slytherin. We would have added a little salt to that sugar." "But what are you going to do?" Ralph fingered a large quill. "Did you talk to Zane on the shard?" James shook his head. "No luck. He's never in his room. We're just going to have to wing it. There's hardly anything left," Ralph replied unhappily, turning back to the parchment. "All the good classes are already filled. Clockwork mechanics, Magi American history, potions, everything. All that's left is forbidden practices and cursology." "Not a chance," James interrupted emphatically, approaching the parchment. "I'm not sitting under Professor Remora ever again if I can help it." "Magiography," Ralph went on. "That's no better. Unless," he stopped, raising his eyebrows consideringly. "Is Rose signed up for it?" "She's the note-taker. She could make it bearable." Ralph shook his head. "No luck." "Forget it then," James groused. "What else?" "That's it," Albus piped in cheerfully. "You two shouldn't have waited around for advice from your daft zombie mate. I signed up straight away, first night. Wizard Home Economics." James glanced aside at his brother disbelievingly. "You signed up for Wiz Home EC?" Albus shrugged. "What can I say? I like old Mother Newt. She's like a sort of evil version of Grandma Weasley. There are some openings down there," Ralph pointed as James shook his head. "They aren't classes, exactly, but clubs and stuff. You think they count?" "If it's on the list I guess it counts," James replied, leaning in and following Ralph's pointing finger. Under the heading Clubs and Teams was a list of half a dozen extracurricular activities. Between Wizard Chess Aficionados and Professor Remora's book club, James noticed a listing called Chancellor's Experimental Communication and Transport. "That one." He brightened, grabbing the quill out of Ralph's hand. "Experimental communication?" Ralph frowned. "Why that one? If I'm right, it's a Zane thing," James said, scribbling his name on the appropriate line. "Remember all those crazy ways he kept popping up during our second year? That was him and Chancellor Franklin and a few others. Some bloke named Raphael, I think. It's a sort of club where they try out Franklin's newest magical inventions." "Sounds dodgy." Ralph hesitated as James gave him back his quill. "You think it's all safe?" "Franklin's in charge," James nodded, shrugging vaguely. "So, you know." "Probably not. I don't know. But it's Zane. Come on, it'll be fun." With a sigh of resignation, Ralph signed his own name to the parchment. "Well, that's it. I guess we're all set." Albus shook his head and rolled his eyes. "You're both just as daft as Walker. But if you're lucky maybe I'll bring you back a muffin anyway." James had no luck reaching Zane via the shard the next morning, either. The Alma Alaron dormitory, as seen in the chunk of mirror, showed only an empty room, marginally neater than before, and awash with golden midday sunbeams via the open window. A fat spider sunned itself on the windowsill, overlooking a corner of the campus and the limbs of a nearby chestnut tree, weighted with leaves and shushing in a light breeze. Annoyed, James wrapped the shard again and stuffed it into his trunk. The morning sky outside his own dormitory window was still steely gray and heavy with storm clouds, although the actual rain seemed to have stopped during the night. A stiff wind shook the tower, rattling the window glass and creaking the conical roof far overhead. "Care of magical creatures, first thing," Graham said with mock enthusiasm, glancing toward the window on his way to a late breakfast. "That should be a treat, at least we get to see Hagrid again," James commented, following Graham down the stairs. "Yeah, bully for us," Graham groaned. "No better way to start your morning than getting stung, burnt or trampled. And wet at the same time? Pinch me, I'm still dreaming." James shouldered his knapsack as they stepped through the portrait hole. "I was only gone a year, Graham," he commented. "I don't know how I managed to forget what a happy little sunbeam you are." By the time they reached the Great Hall, James barely had time for a quick slice of toast before heading to his first class. Rose angled to join him as they left the castle, striking out across the squelching grounds toward the great stone barn where Hagrid housed his menagerie. "Are you still angry?" she asked in a small voice. James didn't answer immediately. They tramped over the hill overlooking the lake. Stacks of heavy clouds lay upside down on the lake's surface, reflecting the sky above. Wind ripped across the wet grounds, chasing undulations over the grass. "I'm not mad," James admitted grudgingly. "I'm just disappointed." "I really am sorry, James," Rose insisted, glancing aside at him. "It isn't that I don't believe you. I do. It's hard to be caught between the way everyone else sees things and trusting what you say really happened." "I don't see what's so hard about it," James said darkly. Rose's voice lowered and hardened a bit. "It isn't just the Lady of the Lake, James. I trusted you. We all did. I know you did your best, and I believe you, but whether you like it or not, you were warned. Not only by Scorpius, but by me, too. I told you it was really dangerous, breaking through the Nexus curtain. I could have told on you, you know. I could have stopped it all, but I didn't. I let it happen. Because I trusted you. Believe me, Rose," James said, stopping his cousin as they came into the shadow of the great stone barn. "You couldn't have changed what happened that night. Even Merlin couldn't stop it, and I promise you, he really tried. If we hadn't followed the Lady of the Lake, she and Morgan would have succeeded in killing my dad and Titus. Petra had no choice. There was no stopping what she did." "I'm not all king about that," Rose said impatiently, glancing up at James, and then looking away again. "I don't care about what happened afterwards." James blinked at her. "Then what, Lucy?" Rose said, locking her eyes onto James again, unblinking. "I keep thinking that if I had stopped you, Lucy would still be alive. Not just for me, but for Aunt Audrey and Uncle Percy. They worked so hard to adopt her, and they haven't been the same since they lost her. And poor Molly. Lucy was the only sister she'll ever have. And I think, if only I had been there somehow, if only I had done something, maybe I could have saved her. And. She looked away again, refusing to continue. "You think it's my fault she died?" James said quietly. Rose's eyes glimmered with sudden tears. She swiped at them. "I don't want to," she whispered, refusing to look at him. "I keep telling myself. You couldn't have done anything. She was your cousin, too. I defend you in my thoughts. But." She finally looked at him again, and there was something like a defiant plea in her eyes. "It's hard work. I'm sorry, James. I really am. I don't want it to be like this." James suddenly didn't care about the cold wind, or his already soaked shoes, or whether they would be late for their first class. He realized how petty he had been to feel anger toward Rose. A deep sense of emptiness descended on him, weighed him down and drained the color from the world. He felt that he could just sit down right there on the wet grass and never move again. "If it helps, Rose," he said in a flat voice, "I don't blame you for thinking that. I feel the same way. I've been thinking about it all summer, replaying it, seeing all the ways that I could have responded differently. I've saved Lucy in my mind. In my dreams. About 1,000,000 times. But when I wake up." He shook his head helplessly and spread his hands, framing emptiness. Rose studied his face intently, tears still standing in her eyes. Hagrid was approaching, his voice booming over the gusting wind as he led a small group toward the barn. James barely heard them. "It does help, James," Rose said, nodding once. "Perhaps that makes me a horrible person, but I can't change it. It helps to know you've thought about it, struggled with it." She paused, and then, very quietly, she added, "She fancied you." She knew it was silly, but she couldn't help it. "Did you know that?" James bowed his head weakly. Rose put her arm through his, supporting him. Together, they rounded the corner of the barn and joined the gathering near its great open doors. 2 summers, he thought to himself, not hearing Hagrid greet the class, not even aware of the small gathering of gawking, unfamiliar faces that accompanied him. 2 summers. And 2 funerals. It's too much. I don't want any more. Dimly, he became aware of what was happening as the newcomers filtered into the class, mingling awkwardly. One of them, a heavy boy with thick ginger hair and a mass of freckles, shouldered in next to James. He caught James' eye and stuck out his hand. "Morton Comstock," he announced briskly. "York Academy." James shook the boy's hand automatically. "James," he muttered, "so this is what they've been telling us about, eh?" Morton nodded, glancing around. "Doesn't seem like all that much of a thing to me. Where are all the monsters and stuff?" James Soros looked sidelong at the heavy boy. "They aren't just roaming around free, you know," she answered stiffly. "Most of them aren't exactly tame. Despite what our oaf of a teacher thinks," Trenton Block muttered pointedly. James looked back over his shoulder. Trenton stood at the back of the group, alongside Ralph. Ralph shrugged and rolled his eyes. "Right, then," Hagrid called happily, clapping his huge, meaty hands. "Into TH Barn with Yaya. We've got lots to cover in a short time, what with getting our new friends up to speed. We'll start with TH Harbinger classes and work through TH Triminaries. If you're lucky," he added with a wink, looking over the students, "we may get a peek at my newest addition, a genuine pimpleback bog slug. Big as a pig if it's an inch." "Slugs," Morton scoffed under his breath as the group crowded into the warmth of the barn. "Yeah, this is going to be way scary. See amazing creatures of myth and legend," they said. "Whatever. I should have stayed home and played Realm of RuneScape. At least there the monsters aren't bloody slugs." "You may want to watch your mouth, Muggle," Trenton Block murmured threateningly. "Here, the spells do more than make pretty lights on a telescreen. But you can't use them on us," Morton replied smugly. "We may have signed agreements not to tell anyone else what we see here, for the time being, but that won't stop the authorities from closing this place down like a bad restaurant if you so much as point one of those little sticks of yours the wrong way. Just try it." "Oh dear me," a familiar voice drawled from the rear of the class. James looked back to see Scorpius shaking his head sardonically. "I can tell already that this is going to be a simply delightful term." It did, in fact, take rather a lot of getting used to. After care of magical creatures, there were Durmstrangs in herbology, standing uncomfortably in the stuffy greenhouse, sweating under layers of wool and fur collars. "What is it with those blokes?" Graham Warden asked behind his hand. "Is it always winter where they come from?" "I don't see any Durmstrang girls," Fiona Fourcompass noticed a little hopefully. "Is it an all-boys school, do you think?" Rose scoffed at this. "Of course not. It's an international wizarding school. They'd have to admit girls." "Maybe there's a separate school for girls," James suggested reasonably. "Wouldn't surprise me. They don't allow Muggle-borns in, after all. Who knows what other rules and restrictions they have. They are very serious about their secrecy," Fiona said archly as they gathered around a raised table covered in purple ferns. "Nobody even knows for sure where the school is. Unless you do, Weasley, and just haven't told anyone." "In fact, I know it's either in Norway or Sweden," Rose said stiffly. "My mum told me." "Maybe that's just what the Durmstrangs want us to think," Graham said conspiratorially, nudging James with an elbow. Later, as lunch drew to a close, James, Rose and Ralph watched students leave for their various classes via the 4 vanishing cabinets. One by one, students would enter a cabinet and then close the door. A moment later, when the door was opened, the cabinet would be spotlessly empty. Hanging beneath the rose window, dominating the area above the staff table, the monstrous 5-faced clock ticked off all the relevant time zones, allowing students to keep track of their international class schedules. Rose was nearly jumping with anticipation about her first class abroad, scheduled for just after dinner that night. Neither Ralph nor James had an international class until Wednesday. Lily, James saw, stood in line before the Beauxbatons cabinet, surrounded by a happy huddle of other first years. She noticed James looking and waved heartily at him, her strawberry blonde hair bouncing around her shoulders. For some reason, James was reminded of Izzy, Petra's younger sister. Lily and Izzy were about the same age, and had become friends during the previous year, when they had attended school together in America. James wondered where Izzy was. With Petra, probably, they had become virtually inseparable, after all, but where was that? How was Izzy going to grow and learn, living such a chaotic life on the run with her eerily powerful sister? He knew Petra would take care of her as best she could. But was that good enough? Being powerful, James knew, did not necessarily mean being wise. And of course, there was the matter of the bloodline, the last, guttering shred of Lord Voldemort's soul, locked away inside of Petra, tangled inside her like a vine. She had overcome it. James trusted this. But it would never fully go away, never give up trying to twist her, to bend her to its wicked will. The allure of her power was just too great. James still cared for Petra, a great deal, in fact, but he also grudgingly understood why people feared her. Not because she was evil, but because so many dark forces had coalesced around her, seeking to corrupt her, to gain a foothold on her powers, and Petra had, unfortunately, shown that she could be manipulated. Judith, the Lady of the Lake, had succeeded in that endeavor, using Petra to virtually destroy the vow of secrecy. By doing so, Petra had shown that she wasn't completely incorruptible. James sighed deeply to himself as Lily stepped into the Beauxbatons cabinet. She turned, gripped the edge of the open door, and grinned nervously at her friends just outside. A moment later, she pulled the door shut, and was gone. James shivered in his seat. After lunch, there were a Beauxbatons in Transfiguration. 2 girls and 2 boys in sky blue robes sat clustered at the front table, directly in front of Professor McGonagall, speaking rapid French to each other under their breath as the rest of the class shuffled to their seats. James couldn't shake the feeling that the Beauxbatons were talking, unflatteringly, about everything they saw as they glanced furtively around the classroom. "It's just the way they look," Rose scolded him in a harsh whisper. "It's the same expression Aunt Fleur always wears, like she's sort of politely disgusted by everything all the time." It didn't help that the Beauxbatons were singularly skilled at transfiguration, apparently being taught it from a much younger age. They seemed positively bored by the class assignment of transfiguring a toad into a shoe. After accomplishing this with ease, they began to amuse themselves by adding intermediate transformations, such as tiny alligators, and a fat brown kiwi fruit. Rose watched this with annoyance, growing increasingly dissatisfied with her own simple leather pump. Ralph, who had learned to control his own transfigurations very nicely, commented appreciatively. "Oh, that's good," he nodded seriously. "They added a rattlesnake and made a cowboy boot. Pity the Americans aren't here to see it." At the front table, the Beauxbatons giggled and sniggered at their creation. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips in obvious irritation. "Why aren't any of the Americans here?" Ashley Doone asked from a nearby table, flicking her wand impatiently. James paused, his own wand half raised in front of his toad. "Now that you mention it, we haven't seen more than 1 additional school per class. Doesn't that seem a little odd?" "Maybe it's just to keep things simple," Ralph suggested. After all, each school had its own sign-up parchments. It was probably easiest just to offer each school its own unique set of classes. They could have just used a protean charm to connect all the parchments, James said, shaking his head. That way every school would see all the sign-ups by all the other schools. Ashley shrugged. "Well, there has to be a reason why we never see more than 1 other school per class. Maybe there's such a thing as too much inclusion," Scorpius said darkly from the table behind James. James turned in his seat. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked irritably. Scorpius shrugged. "Believe what you want, Potter," he said, fiddling idly with his wand. "But I don't think any of this is about fostering brotherhood and tolerance between schools. Call me a cynic." "You're a cynic," James agreed, turning back around in his seat. "Oh, now they're just showing off," Rose hissed angrily, smacking her own wand onto the table, where it spat a burst of lime green sparks. "Dancing tap shoes made out of jewel crab? That's not even practical. If they were already so good at transfiguration they shouldn't have signed up for the class in the first place." James turned away, stifling a grin. Scorpius may be a suspicious, greasy malcontent, but he did seem to be right about one thing. The addition of other schools in class certainly didn't seem to be fostering any brotherhood and tolerance. Tuesday's class schedule illustrated just how quickly the drudgery of schoolwork could replace the excitement of returning to a familiar, even beloved, place. Potions classes were still held in the dungeons and taught by the head of Slytherin House, Professor Lucia Heretofore, who, in keeping with long-standing tradition, had no love for students outside her own house. Unlike her more infamous forerunner, Severus Snape, however, Professor Heretofore had no secret ambition of teaching defense against the dark arts or any other class. Her ambitions, it seemed, were confined to the more tangible goals of tormenting non-Slytherins. To that end, Professor Heretofore's first class assignment was the mixing of a particularly difficult elixir, designed to temporarily grant supernatural hearing abilities. "Mix it properly," she promised, arching one pencil-thin black eyebrow, "and you will listen to the rats plan their secret councils in the highest rafters of the North Tower." "Mix it improperly," she warned, cocking her head and ticking an index finger back and forth, "and your ears will swell to the size of tea kettles." She smiled meanly, her black eyes sparkling. "There is no antidote. So, do be careful." The 4 Muggle exchange students from York School were, of course, exempted from the exercise. Professor Heretofore, showing apparently monumental restraint, instructed them to merely sit in the front corner and observe. "Should we take notes, Professor?" asked an eager, pretty girl with braids and a silvery mouthful of braces. "If it so moves you," Heretofore answered with thinly veiled disgust. "I suppose even pets may learn to act like their masters if they watch them hard enough." Fortunately, the improperly prepared elixir's negative effects only lasted until halfway through the next class, which happened to be History of Magic. The ghostly Professor Binns, of course, barely noticed the arrival of the students, much less the grotesquely enlarged ears on many of them. "I miss Professor Baruti already," James groused, holding his ears back so that they didn't flop forward and smack him in the face. Nobody ever got accidentally cursed in his class. Besides, everybody knows that Heretofore helps the Slytherins more than any of us. None of them ever gets a potion wrong. "Kevin Murdoch's got ginormous ears, just like you," Rose pointed out primly, producing a sheaf of history notes. Her own ears, of course, appeared perfectly normal. "And he's a Slytherin." "Professor Heretofore doesn't help me any," Ralph agreed. "And I do all right." James shook his head, nearly dislodging his massive ears again. "That just proves that Murdoch is a hopeless Birkendurin at potions. I tell you, she's giving the rest of your Slytherin mates an unfair advantage. I hear she even helps you lot with all the essays and homework she assigns, at nights down in the dungeon." "Try to tell me that's not true." Ralph shrugged and made a show of arranging his own quill and ink. "She offers tutoring sessions for anyone who needs a little help." "Nothing wrong with that. There is if it's only available to Slytherins," James whispered darkly, "and if by tutoring you mean giving out all the answers, move your monstrous ears." "James," Graham whispered in annoyance. "I can't see the front of the classroom." James glanced over his shoulder. "Who cares? It's not like you're going to take any notes from that mess on the blackboard." "It's not the blackboard I want to see," Graham muttered dreamily. James followed Graham's gaze. A pair of golden-haired Beauxbatons girls sat in the front of the room, studiously listening to Professor Binns' lecture. A brilliant sunbeam from the single window lay across their shoulders and hair, making both girls virtually glow in the gloomy classroom. "They arrived early just to arrange those seats," Ashley Doone muttered with a roll of her eyes. "They're not Veelas. They're drama queens." Graham smiled wistfully and settled his chin onto his hands. "They can be any kind of queens they want, as far as I'm concerned." "Shh," Rose hissed, shaking her head in annoyance. "I can barely hear Binns lecture over the arguments of the rats in the North Tower, and everybody's bloody heartbeats. And who knew spiderweb making was so noisy, what with all those little clicking legs?" James rolled his eyes, lowered his head, and allowed his ears to flop forward with twin, meaty smacks. At lunchtime, he found himself seated across from Lance Vassar, the fifth year who had previously transferred from the wealthy private school called Bragdon Wand. Tall, good-looking, and emanating a sort of worldly wise confidence, Lance tended to dominate any conversation around him. He had a sort of magnetism that was hard to deny. Indeed, despite Lance's sharp words in the common room during first night, James found himself grudgingly longing for the popular boy's approval and acceptance. "I took a private class at Durmstrang when I was 12, Lance said offhandedly, in reference to the students queuing up before the International Vanishing Cabinets. "A very good program regarding the dark arts, really. They teach some defense, but they also teach a lot of the actual curses and jinxes. Even some of the unforgivable ones. You have to understand them to know how to fight them, you know." Penelope Bones, a second-year girl with dark brown curls, asked in a low voice, "You know the unforgivable curses?" Lance gave a half shrug. "There are places in the world where it's important to know how to defend yourself at a moment's notice. Last year, my parents and I spent the winter in the German Black Forest. There are still tribes of giants there that have never seen a human being." "What were you doing there?" James asked, frowning. "Mother studies giant languages," Lance replied. "She's writing a book on it. Father and I spent most of our time at camp in one of the more civilized tribes. Giants can actually be quite entertaining if you know some of the language." "We went to a giant's wedding last year," James announced. "Right here in the Forbidden Forest. The Giant King was there and everything." Lance seemed slightly impressed. "The Giant King, eh? Of course, you know the giants have almost as many kings as they have tribes. Still, a giant's wedding is a pretty secret event. Mother's only seen a few, and those were from some distance away. They can be pretty dangerous affairs for humans who get underfoot." "I remember," James nodded fervently. "We spent most of the time huddled up in the trees, just trying to stay out of the way." Leaving the Great Hall some time later, James felt rather pleased to have gotten into Lance's circle. The boy was actually quite interesting and knowledgeable, despite his obvious arrogance. Ralph, however, disliked him intensely. "He's the worst kind," he said under his breath, showing an unusual level of venom. "The kind who will butter your bread with honey on one side and poison on the other." "You're confused," Graham said. "That's Slytherins you're thinking of. Lance is a Gryffindor. It's your lot who are usually the backstabbers and traitors, not us." "That just makes us experts on the subject," Trenton Blocks said, coming alongside Ralph. "We know a lot when we see one." "Slytherins are motivated by ambition," Ralph growled. "But there are plenty of other reasons for a person to lie and use others. Sometimes the ones with the most seemingly noble intentions are the worst of the lot. They think anything is all right if it's for the cause." "Oh, Lance is just a little spoiled," Rose said quietly, glancing back to make sure no one overheard them as they made their way to the Ancient Runes classroom. "He's all right, really. He can't help being a bit stuck up. It's the way he was raised. His parents are Muggle rights activists," Graham added pointedly. "They've both written loads of books and studied all over the world. His father was once a teacher at Bragdon Wand, back before Lance was born." "So why's he here, then?" Ralph asked tersely. "Why's he slumming it with the likes of us? Are we all just some pet project, like the Giants are to his mother?" "Ralph," Rose exclaimed. "That's a terrible thing to say." Ralph's face reddened but he didn't back down. "I just don't like him. He's a fraud." "You just think all rich wizarding families have to be Slytherins," Graham said as they reached the classroom. "Not all rich families are pure-blood, Muggle-hating and evil." "Who's Muggle-hating and evil?" a voice piped up next to James. "I thought old Tabs Corsica graduated or went to Azkaban or something. Either way, she's gone, right?" James glanced aside and a grin broke out on his face. "Zane. What are you doing here?" "Ancient Runes," Zane shrugged, matching James' smile. "Same as you. It was either this or flying class, and I'd hate to make you all look worse on a broom than you already are." "It's good to see you, mate," Ralph said seriously, clapping Zane on the back. "Sheesh, Ralph," Zane said, rubbing his shoulder and looking up at Ralph's stir expression. "What's the deal with you? You look like somebody else ate the last cupcake." Rose shouldered past the boys and plopped into a seat. "It's been a weird couple of days," she said, pulling her Ancient Runes textbook out of her bag and thumping it unceremoniously onto the table. "All this Brotherhood and Tolerance is getting under everybody's skin." Most of the class looked up as the new Ancient Runes professor entered the classroom, sweeping briskly up the aisle. He was fat and uniformly bedraggled, with mismatched patches on his ill-fitting robes, a crooked mortarboard cap wobbling on his head, and a brambly, yellowing beard. His eyes were very large and sharp behind his tiny spectacles as he reached the desk and turned, surveying the class intently. "Ancient Runes," he said in a high, clipped voice, "is not a history class. Runes are alive with power, vibrating with portents, pulsing with purpose. The sooner you understand that simple truth, the better we shall all get along." He paused for a moment to hoist and drop an enormous carpet bag onto his desk. The bag was decked with all manner of badges, buttons, and banners. The largest badge bore flashing yellow words on a red background, "Muggles are people too." "Well?" the professor demanded suddenly. "Why aren't you all writing that down?" There was a sudden shuffling around the room as heads bent over parchments and quills began to scritch and bob. "I am called," the professor proclaimed stridently, "Professor Voltaire Votary. Magical runes, glyphs and logograms are my life's passion, and I will appreciate your taking them precisely as seriously as I do." "Why, you may ask. You." Here Votary pointed at Hufflepuff Kendra Corner, seated in the front row. "You wonder why this must be, yes?" Kendra leaned back in her seat, away from the pointing finger. "Aye. Because we live in unforgiving times, pupils," Votary interrupted zealously. "Times that will demand much of us, times that will determine whether we, as witches and wizards, will rise to the challenges before us and launch into a new era of enlightenment, or fall back into our old prejudices, failing to meet our destinies, as so many would have us do." As the professor spoke, he unclasped his carpetbag, reached inside, and produced a pile of huge, dusty books, several magnifying glasses, a telescoping wand, and a fully decked silver tea tray, its kettle steaming gently. He settled the tray onto the desk with a small clatter and began to pour himself a cup. Zane leaned close to James and whispered, "This guy's a bit like Trelawney on a bad day after a few fire whiskeys." "Professor Trelawney, youngman?" Votary wheeled around, his huge eyes sweeping toward Zane. "The teacher of divination, yes. This is what you liken me to?" Zane's eyes bulged slightly in surprise. James knew that Zane was rather unaccustomed to being caught at anything. "You're one of the Americans," Votary sighed, deflating a bit. "I was told you would be attending." "Very well. I know you are with us in spirit, even if your disciplines leave much to be desired. But no. Divination will not help us in the coming days. What will help us is cunning, insight, and fearlessness to lay bare the deceits of those who cling to the tired past. In this, the wisdom of the ancient runes may help us. I will teach you. If, that is, you prove teachable. As the class wore on, Professor Votary divided his time between intensely dry lectures about the subtleties of ancient pictograms and surprisingly exciting tales of his years spent studying archaic scripts in some of the most dangerously cursed places on Earth. Unfortunately, both the class and Professor Votary were regularly frustrated by the disparity of interest between the two. A question, young man? Votary said, interrupting himself and nodding toward Kevin Murdoch's urgently raised hand. How many mummies did you say were chasing you? Votary frowned and adjusted his spectacles. I don't believe I did say. It isn't exactly important. The typical pharaoh retinue was about 6 personal guards, 10 servants, and 40 foot soldiers. I did mention, however, that traditional mummies are notoriously slow. They were well behind us, on the other side of the spear traps and viper pit and such. Much more interestingly, of course, were the inscriptions on the sarcophagus, which were, how many of your team did you lose in the viper pit? Ashley Dune asked breathlessly, not waiting to be called upon. Well, none, technically, Votary replied, blinking rapidly. They merely used a standard sleeping spell to quiet the snakes until they could climb out. Anyway, as I was saying, the inscription was written in a very curious combination of Middle Bronze Age left-to-right hieroglyphs and demonic pictograms, which, as you may imagine, caused us quite a conundrum. In fact, there's a very amusing anecdote wherein my colleague, Dr. Mambutu, mistakenly assigned the spatial preposition, without to what was actually a Meroitic number 7, and you can simply imagine the endlessly diverting mistranslations that were the result. What about the curse of the scarabs? Trenton interjected impatiently. They were eating away at the golden door already. Did any of them make it through? Well, of course they did, Votary replied irritably. They were a cloud of metal-eating bronze beetles after all. They burrowed a hole through the center of the vault door but could only come through one at a time. Of course, my assistant merely melted them with his wand as they burst through. The truly interesting thing, though, is that the sarcophagus incantation was purposely cross-coded with the language of 2 separate dynasties in order to confound any grave robbers foolish enough to. Zane jabbed a hand into the air. When you got out, did the Golden Sphinx eat you and your crew, or had you figured out its riddle by then? Really, young man? Votary exclaimed, losing his patience. Think about the stupidity of your question. Of course we figured out the riddle. The answer was carved right there on the chamber wall in ancient graffiti, along with a variety of anatomically impossible Egyptian limericks. Really, I do think you are all quite missing the point. This went on for 20 more minutes until the end of class. Frustrated and annoyed, Votary assigned a rather shocking amount of reading homework and proceeded to dump his tea tray directly into his carpetbag. This might actually be sort of fun if we can keep him off point, Zane commented as they funneled toward the door. What do you lot have next? Study period, James replied. Good thing, too, with that much reading to do. Zane shook his head and clucked his tongue. Studying during study period, he said mournfully. You should be ashamed of yourself. What about you? Ralph asked as they emerged into the darkening corridor. Dinner is in an hour. Will you still be here? Zane laughed. It's not even lunchtime in my world. But I'm not heading home just yet. We've got one more class here at Hoggy's. Advanced Charms with good old Flitwick. It'll be good to see that old hinky punk again. Who's we? Rose asked, stopping to look curiously back at Zane. As if in answer, a girl wove toward them through the dispersing throng, a huge hot pink backpack slung over one shoulder. She spied Zane and approached him. Both Ralph and James saw her at the same time. Ralph shot a look at James, stifling a wry grin. Rose frowned at the girl's purple hair, matching mascara and glittering nose ring. This is Nastasia, Zane announced, threading an arm through the girls as she joined them. She smiled ironically and surveyed the group, her gaze finally stopping on James. Zane went on obliviously, she's from Pixie House, if you couldn't tell. I met her at a pep rally for the upcoming inaugural clutch cudgel match between the Pixies and the Zombies. Of course, we were there for very different reasons, what with her side cheering and our side, well, not so much cheering as sneaking into Aphrodite Heights with a generous stock of week-old cafeteria jambalaya. Nastasia, this is the crew I told you about. This is Rose Weasley. Those mokes lurking against the wall back there are Scorpius Malfoy and Graham Warden. And these two? Oh, there's no need for introductions in their case, Nastasia spoke up, still studying James with a strangely disconcerting smile. We've already met. Zane was obviously quite taken by the enigmatic Nastasia. James saw them once more that evening as they made their way back to the Alma Alaron vanishing cabinet. Zane was leading Nastasia by the hand, pointing enthusiastically at the enchanted ceiling of the great hall, no doubt chattering away about his year as a Ravenclaw. Nastasia allowed herself to be pulled along, an expression of patient boredom on her face. She spied James at the Gryffindor table and locked onto him with her oddly intent gaze. James frowned. "I thought you weren't going to take any classes here," he mused at her with a shake of his head. "I changed my mind," her expression seemed to say, as if she had read his thoughts. "It's my prerogative. And I think you're glad I did." James shook his head again, breaking eye contact with her. He glanced at Zane instead, who saw him and waved. "Tomorrow at Durmstrang," he called across the crowded hall, pointing at the enormous clock over the head table. James nodded vaguely. Tomorrow was indeed his first international class, practical prophecy at Durmstrang, but how did Zane know about that? "Quidditch tryouts next Thursday," Devender Das announced, plopping into a seat further down the table. "You planning on showing up this year, James?" James nodded enthusiastically. "I'll be there." "We've been discussing your last year in America," Devender said, grabbing a dinner roll in each hand. "Clutch cudgel is a very different thing from Quidditch, you know." Graham grinned and jabbed James with an elbow. "You're not going to try to stand up on your broom, are you?" "Ha," James said. "You just wait and see." "Actually, it could be quite difficult to adjust," said Aloysius Arnst, a greasy-faced seventh-year boy seated across from Devender. He adjusted his heavy spectacles fussily. "What with muscle memory and all? Your whole body is going to insist you're piloting a scrim instead of mounted on a broom." Deirdre Finnegan frowned at Aloysius. "What's muscle memory?" Aloysius scoffed and leaned forward, obviously glad someone had asked. "It's only the thing that lets you walk and use a wand at the same time. Your brain delegates most repetitive physical actions to your muscles so you don't have to think about doing them all the time. Your body learns how to do them and your brain forgets about it. That's muscle memory, and it's a hard thing to control." "All right, already," Deirdre said, rolling her eyes. "Sorry I asked." Devender shook his head at Aloysius. "If James says he's up for it, he's up for it. But it is going to be a packed squad this year," he added, turning back to James. "All of last year's players are coming back except for Gretchen Thomas. You up for playing beater?" "James can play any position, I bet," Cameron called from James' other side. "You watch. He'll be totally excellent." James smiled at the boy's enthusiasm. For once, he appreciated it. "Thanks for the vote of confidence, Cam. I guess we'll all see next Thursday, eh?" Cameron nodded eagerly and gave James a hearty thumbs up. After dinner, Ralph found James in the entrance hall. "Zane's joining us at Durmstrang tomorrow," he announced happily. "He's signed up for practical prophecy, too." James greeted this enthusiastically, and then narrowed his eyes. "Is his purple-haired girlfriend coming along with him? Nastasia?" Ralph blinked. "I don't think so." "Is she really his girlfriend, do you think?" James shrugged. "Who can tell? We'll ask him tomorrow." "Either way, things are looking up. Should be fun," Ralph agreed. "You want to come down to the dungeon and study with me and Albus? You could get some pointers from Professor Heretofore about that supersonic hearing potion." "I'm not that desperate yet," James sighed with some reluctance, "but perhaps next time." "See you tomorrow, Ralph." For the first time during James' school career, he was determined to stay on top of his homework rather than let it pile up around him as the weeks progressed. That evening, he established himself at a well-lit corner table in the common room and spread out his textbooks, ink and parchments. "Well, look at you," Rose said appreciatively, joining him. "This isn't like you at all, being all studious and such." "Maybe it's totally like me and I just haven't had a chance to show it," James commented, flipping pages in his Ancient Runes textbook. "Maybe I've always been too distracted by all the other, annoying things that always seem to be happening around me." "Maybe," Rose shrugged. "Or maybe you're just a naturally lazy student fighting a losing battle. We'll see if you're still here in a week. Shouldn't you be encouraging me instead of taking wagers on how soon I'll throw in the towel? Once more you've confused me with my mum," Rose sniffed, plunking her arithmancy textbook onto the table and pulling out a chair. "A galleon says you're hopelessly behind by the time Professor Revalvier assigns the first Quizlet essay. I want it on that action," Scorpius commented, joining Rose at the table. Lily jumped up from a nearby armchair with a grin. "Double or nothing, he'll be asking to crib your notes by Halloween." "Rosie, you're all very encouraging," James groaned, making a show of arranging his parchment and ink. The truth of the matter was that he didn't much feel like studying. Instead, he spent an inordinate amount of time straightening his parchments, signing his name to the inside covers of his new textbooks, turning to the proper pages, loading his quill, laying out his wand, adjusting the position of his chair, and generally not accomplishing anything meaningful. Meanwhile, across the table, Scorpius had put on his glasses and somehow managed to adopt a coolly lazy pose while reading his herbology textbook. He tapped his quill idly on the table. James stared at this and listened to the tiny tap tap tap. With his own ancient runes textbook propped open before him, he found himself thinking of Nastasia. There was something irritatingly unsettling about her. What did Zane see in her? Anyone could see straight away that she was troublesome and infuriating. It was all wrapped up in her mad-colored hair, and the secretive half-smile she always seemed to be wearing, and the impish little glint in her heavily made-up eyes, and even the glitter of that insufferable diamond nose stud. James glanced down finally at his textbook and was annoyed to see he had doodled her name onto the corner of the page. He scribbled it out with an annoyed grunt. Who's Nastasia Hendricks then? Lily prodded meaningfully, leaning over to peer at her brother's textbook as he obliterated the name. Nobody, he groused. Some mad American girl that Zane's taken up with. Lily cocked her head. Jealous, are we? James blinked at her in horror. What? No. She's just daft. And she's trouble somehow. I just know it. Across the table, Rose nodded. He's jealous, she agreed, meeting Lily's eyes. James shook his head with disgust. She's tricky and obnoxious, he insisted, lowering his voice emphatically. Ask Ralph. We caught her sneaking around here on first night, before any of the school vanishing cabinets were supposed to allow anyone through. Rose gave James a skeptical look. She obviously had permission, then. No way, James insisted. She was up to no good. And when she was done, she just popped right inside the Alma Alaron cabinet and vanished away. Lily shook her head dismissively. Well, that's silly. The headmaster said the cabinets wouldn't allow any students through until first day of class. It was a basic security spell and totally foolproof. I know what I saw, James said. Like I said, you can ask Ralph. Albus, too. We all saw her. Scorpius, James realized, was observing the conversation with narrowed eyes. If she was here, Potter, then she was supposed to be. The spell is very specific. No person could pass through the cabinets until the proper time. No person, James repeated, pointing a finger meaningfully at Scorpius. But what if she's not human? What if she's, like, a vampire or something? They have vampires at Alma Alaron, you know. One of them was a mate of mine last year. Wentworth was his name. Not the most obvious vampire-looking bloke in the world, but still. Scorpius leaned back in his chair again, vaguely disappointed. Ignoring the unlikelihood of that idea, you forget that vampires are, in fact, still human. So? James plowed on. Maybe she's an animagus or something. Maybe she changed into some animal when she was inside the cabinet, triggering the magic because she wasn't actually a human anymore. Nice try, James, Rose said, nodding speculatively, tapping her chin with the feather of her quill. Or maybe she's a ghost. Or a boggart. They like cabinets, after all. Oh, now you're just being stupid. James rolled his eyes and shut his textbook. She's trouble, that's all I know. I should have taken Ralph up on his invite to go study with the Slytherins. Let me know if you do, Scorpius said lazily, closing his own textbook. I may come with. He stood, gathered his things, and turned to leave. James watched him cross the common room and disappear up the stairs. For what it's worth, Lily whispered, leaning close. I believe you, big brother. If you think she's trouble, then perhaps she is. Either that, or you really do fancy her. She bit her lips, stifling a giggle. James nodded and rolled his eyes. Thanks for the vote of confidence, little sister. He gathered his own things, scooping them haphazardly into his knapsack and pushing away from the table. A minute later, he followed Scorpius up to the fourth year's dormitory. The tower room was dark and quiet, with only a few candles lit. Joseph Torrance lay sprawled on his four-poster in his clothes, wand in hand, his head resting on an open Transfiguration textbook. James changed into his pajamas and brushed his teeth in the little dormitory bathroom. Tomorrow was his first international class at the Rumstrang. That, James was quite sure, would prove interesting, especially with Ralph and Zane along for the ride. Thinking that, and trying not to dwell on the obnoxious Nastasia Hendricks, he threw himself onto his bed, propped his chin on his hands, and stared at the moon through the tall mullioned window. The window was unlocked and slightly open, allowing the freshness of the September evening to sift in, lightly lifting the curtains. Tiredness began to weigh down James' eyelids. He rolled over, kicked back his covers, and stared up at the ceiling. A moment later, he frowned and sat up in bed. He glanced around, squinting, then fumbled for his dreaded glasses on the bedside table. Putting them on, he glanced around the darkened room again. Suddenly suspicious, Scorpius' bed was empty. His books lay dumped onto it, but there was no sign of the boy himself. "That little twonk," James whispered to himself. "Where's he off to?" It wasn't the first time Scorpius had been mysteriously missing from his bed. It had happened several times during James' second year. "What are you up to, you greasy git?" James muttered to himself, narrowing his eyes. He determined to wait up for the boy to return, and then to confront him and demand an explanation. He scooted back, handling it against the headboard of his bed, crossing his arms and staring purposefully toward Scorpius' empty bed. After a few minutes, however, his eyes began to droop. His previous late nights were catching up to him. He forced them open, only to feel them growing heavy again a minute later. He decided it would be safe to simply rest his eyes a bit. He could still listen. He would hear anyone coming. Perhaps he would even recruit Graham's help when he came up to the dormitory. That was probably the best plan. They could help keep each other awake. James sat and listened, eyes closed. 4 minutes later, he was asleep. Next to him, the curtains lifted on a breath of breeze from the slightly open window. Somewhere far off, an owl hooted in the darkness. 3. A familiar face. Late the next morning, James and Ralph ran through the great hall, dodging between students, just as the enormous clock over the head table struck 10. Its deep gong filled the hall and bounced from the high windows. "Curse Revolver and her stupid whiz-lit class all the way on the other side of the castle," James panted, angling toward the Durmstrang vanishing cabinet. Ralph puffed, red-cheeked and sweating, behind James. "It's not her that made us late," he wheezed. "It's her fan club. And yours, too, apparently." James scowled in embarrassment. Some years ago, Professor Revolver had, of course, written a series of fictionalized books about the adventures of Harry Potter. These books had been published in the Muggle world under a different name, becoming immensely popular. Somehow, the Muggle students from York Academy had learned that Revolver was the actual author, and had signed up in droves for her wizard literature class. After class, the throng of admirers gathering for her autograph had merely been a nuisance, blocking the library exit, until Graham had loudly pointed out that James was the son of the famous Harry Potter himself. The result had been rather disconcerting. James had never experienced such a swarm of attention and questions. He had not entirely disliked it, even if it did seem rather silly and unwarranted. Still, it had been a difficult crowd to detach himself from, leaving him and Ralph less than 5 minutes to dash across the castle. The Durmstrang cabinet door clapped shut on the last student just as James and Ralph skidded to a halt in front of it. A bright green flash lit the cracks around the door frame and the cabinet shuddered, as if a weight inside had suddenly popped out of existence. James gulped and reached hesitantly for the door handle. "We'd better go together," Ralph suggested. "The Durmstrang professors don't like tardiness, and I hear they're always looking to make examples straight away." James nodded. He pulled the heavy door open, revealing a blank wooden interior. It seemed too dark inside, as if the green lacquered wood absorbed light rather than reflecting it. It still contained an eerie mossy smell, like dead seaweed on a stony beach. The two boys shouldered inside together and turned to face the light and noise of the great hall. No one was watching from outside. The vanishing cabinets had already become mundane. James saw Willow, Wisteria and Devinder Das walking toward the rear doors, deep in conversation, having just returned from classes at Beauxbatons. Ralph shouldered his bag and reached for the open door, but it swung shut of its own accord, slamming with a loud clunk and blocking out all light. A split second later there was a blinding green flash and the floor dropped out of the cabinet. James' stomach leapt up into his throat as his feet fell into nothing. Violent black wind roared up around him, flinging his robes all around and buffeting his hair. And then, just as quickly as it had dropped away, the floor slammed up beneath their feet again, propelling them up and out. The cabinet door burst open and both boys rocketed out into cold whiteness. James fell atop Ralph, saving himself from tumbling onto an expanse of rough stone cobbles. Ralph, of course, was less fortunate. "Oof," he exclaimed, his voice muffled against the frosty stones. He rolled over, throwing James off. "That's the second time you've used me for a bloody floor mat." James scrambled to sit up and found himself staring up at a dozen people, all of whom had turned to look back at him. "And there's James and Ralph," Ravenclaw Ashley Doone muttered, rolling her eyes. "Hey guys," Trenton Block called with a grin. "Have a nice fall?" He chuckled at his wit. Among the group were a few other Hogwarts students, some rather disgusted-looking Beauxbatons girls, and, to James' small relief, Zane, decked in a long woolen coat and a yellow and black stocking cap. He seemed, somewhat unsuccessfully, to be restraining a burst of laughter. A tall, forbidding figure stepped around the line of students. Obviously an older Durmstrang student in characteristic furs and cap. He regarded James and Ralph for a moment, his dark eyes and block-like jaw inscrutable. Azive half-latecomers, he said calmly. Halving missed Z orientation, Xavier unprepared for Z difference in altitude. A helpful demonstration of how not to travel by cabinet. Yes, the trick is to jump just as the doors close, Ashley whispered, helpfully. Hopping, once, in demonstration, James and Ralph clambered quickly to their feet, red-faced both with embarrassment and cold. As they joined the line of students, James took in their surroundings for the first time. They seemed to be standing atop a high, narrow rampart, lined with low, crenellated walls and leading to a stark, square tower. Grains of snow skirled in the air, scouring the cobbled walkways and forming small drifts against the walls. The wind was hard and bitter, blowing through a ring of nearby mountain peaks whose sharp pinnacles stabbed at a steely sky. Follow me, please, the Durmstrang escort said, turning swiftly on his boot heel so that his long furs swayed. He stalked toward the squat, square tower. Haltingly, the gathered students hurried to follow. Hey fellas, Zane muttered from the corner of his mouth. Way to make an entrance. James huddled against the wind and struggled to keep his teeth from chattering. What did we miss? That there's Vokiev, Zane nodded toward their escort. He's their version of a prefect and he's our guide while we're here, meaning that if we wander off anywhere without him, we'll probably end up hanging by our thumbs somewhere. Where are we? Ralph asked in a low whisper. What mountains are these? Beats me, Zane replied, and I expect that's for the best. Something tells me that asking too many questions around here isn't exactly healthy. This place is more cloak and dagger than that joint in Nocturne Alley that just sells cloaks and daggers. Ooh, Ashley cooed, glancing back over her shoulder. The Elegant Assassin? I love that place. My uncle took me there, once. My mom had a whole litter of nargles about it, but it was worth it. One of the Bobaton's girls shushed them harshly as they neared the entrance to the tower. Vokiev didn't pause at the heavy wooden door but simply raised his wand in one black-gloved hand. The door swung swiftly open, revealing a low, torch-lit stairway. Vokiev marched through and turned to descend the stone stairs. Durmstrang Academy welcomes its visitors, he called, his voice echoing up the throat of the tower. Please, if you will stay behind me, you will avoid becoming lost in Z School's many halls and corridors. For your, Zafty, if will not be vice to lose your way. Vokiev led the troop down many flights of stone steps, then through an arched doorway into a long corridor. His pace was swift and unbroken, causing the students to occasionally trot to keep up. James looked around curiously, but there was very little to see. The doors along the corridor were tall and arched, but all firmly closed, lit only with crackling torches. Vokiev's marching boots clacked on the flagstone floor, echoing loudly. They turned right at an intersection, marched another 100 yards, and then turned left again. They passed through a second large, unmarked doorway, this one guarded by a pair of very intimidating suits of red armor, their squared helmets watching blindly, their gauntlets resting on the hilts of enormous, glittering swords. Nothing to see, folks, Zane muttered. Move along, move along. James shook his head. It's like he's purposely taking us the long and boring way, so we either don't see anything they don't want us to see, or can't get out on our own. Zane sniffed thoughtfully. Next time bring some breadcrumbs, Hansel. Ralph sidled between them. So what's going on back at the Aileron? He asked under his breath. How's everybody adjusting to life after the night of the unveiling? Too much total, Zane answered with uncharacteristic seriousness. Short answer, all the wrong people are as pleased as punch. Ask me more later and I'll tell you what I can. James glanced around Ralph's shoulder. Speaking of the wrong people, what's the deal with that Nastasia girl? Zane grinned. She's great, isn't she? I can't believe she's a pixie. That girl's got zombie written all over her if you ask me. So are you too, like. James persisted, shaking his head vaguely. Together, or something? Dunno, maybe. I did already ask her to the Halloween dance, Zane shrugged. I was thinking of doing something different this year. What do you think of this? He held his hands up, framing an invisible scene. Star Wars meets classical horror. The Phantom Menace of the Opera ! I'll be the singing ghost alien. Nastasia can be the prodigy queen chorus girl. Eh? Eh? He waggled his eyebrows meaningfully. That's idiotic, Ashley volunteered. I kind of like it, Ralph admitted. You're both daft, James muttered. The point is, Nastasia is trouble. You know that, right? Zane sighed happily. I wouldn't have it any other way. James rolled his eyes as Vokiev led the troop through one more doorway into a much larger and brighter corridor. Here, finally, Durmstrang students could be seen walking to their classes or gathered in small knots beneath monstrous iron chandeliers, High tapestries lined the walls showing larger-than-life wizards with extremely impressive beards and mustaches, their dark eyes staring down above rich layers of velvet and fur. The vaulted ceilings were dim in the high distance, full of flitting, shadowy movement and distant chitters. Bats, Ashley shuddered. I hate bats. They're all boys, Ralph muttered as they followed Vokia through the crowded corridor. Ashley craned her neck nervously, peering up at the distant ceiling. How can you tell from here? Not the bats, Ralph whispered, nudging James and nodding toward the Durmstrang students. Everybody else. James glanced around as the Durmstrang swept past, each one eyeing the newcomers with stony curiosity or open suspicion. All of them were indeed boys, each one dressed in matching slate-gray uniforms with high collars and fur-lined capes, all of them eerily quiet in the huge, echoing corridor. Even the younger ones seemed somehow large and intimidating. Some had dark hair and depthless black eyes. Others were white blonde with eyes of cold blue or vivid green. No girls, Ralph confirmed quietly. And no Weasleys. Vokia suddenly turned to the right, using both hands to push open a pair of enormously tall doors. Sunlight flooded the corridor from the room beyond, making James squint as he turned to enter. When his eyes adjusted to the sight before him, he stopped for a moment, his mouth dropping open in surprise. The drab, narrow corridors he had seen so far could not have prepared him for the sheer scope and wonder of this room. The floor was marble tile, shaped in a huge half-circle, reflecting a vaulted dome of iron-framed windows that formed the far wall. Each glass pane was etched with frost around its edges, making a hazy lace of black iron and white ice against the sprawling mountain vista beyond. Positioned below the wall of windows, looking tiny and dark by comparison, was a wooden block of a desk with one ornate, high-backed chair pushed against its middle. Whoa, Zane breathed, stepping further into the room and turning, raising his eyes. James followed his gaze. A twin pair of wrought iron stairs spiraled up on either side of the doorway, leading to curving balconies on either side of the room. Each balcony was loaded with a freight of objects. On the left side, James recognized a collection of enormously oversized instruments of divination, a desk-sized crystal ball on a complicated golden stand, an ancient mirror with tarnished, cloudy edges, embedded in a baroque gilt frame, a stone bowl the size of a millstone that could only be an enormous pensieve, and other strange, monolithic artifacts and devices of obviously ancient origin. The right balcony, however, was freighted with what seemed to be plants. Each was massive, alien-looking, and embedded in its own enormous ceramic pot, some with roots and vines bubbling over onto the grated floor below. Eerily overgrown flowers, leaves and vines bobbed subtly, nodding to the students as they filed toward a row of tables in the center of the floor below. It's a greenhouse, Trenton Block said, frowning slightly. I thought this was a divination class. Practical prophecy, in fact, an aged, wispy voice answered from the front of the room. Every eye turned toward the sound. A tall figure stood before the front desk, silhouetted against the blinding whiteness of the glass wall beyond. James could just make out a very long white beard threaded with iron gray, and a peaked hat of rich burgundy brocade. The figure waved for the class to assume their seats. Divination and prophecy, you will discover, are quite different things. Quite different things indeed. James, Ralph and Zane sidled into seats in the middle of the three large, high tables. As Ralph unslung his bag and began to unpack his quill and parchment, he whispered, "Where'd he come from? He wasn't there when we came in, and there's only the one entrance." "It's magic," Zane explained dismissively. "Maybe he apparated there or something." "You can't apparate in Hog," James began, and then interrupted himself. Yeah, things are probably way different here, aren't they?" The figure at the head desk waited for the students to produce their quills and parchments. Finally, when the room fell fully silent once again, he drew a deep breath and approached the tables. "As you can see, there are none of my regular students in attendance this day," he said calmly, indicating the many empty seats at the tables. "For the first time in the history of this class, I have granted them a day off. It was necessary, you see, for me to apprise all of you on the rather different methods you will encounter here, methods which are quite standard procedure to my fellow Durmstrangs." The professor began to pace around the perimeter of the tables. As he did so, his visage emerged from silhouette. James watched him with growing curiosity. There was something strangely familiar about him. He searched his memory as the professor went on. "There are two primary differences between how we do things and how you are likely to have been taught. Firstly, many practitioners of the art of divination mistake it for an independent study. They trust their own singular interpretation of the sometimes frustratingly obscure mists of prophecy. This, as any scientist can tell you, is a haphazard and foolhardy method. Here, we follow a rigorous protocol of group divination, pooling our observations, averaging them, determining the validity of any prophecy by the unanimity of those who divine it. Makes sense. Actually, Zane muttered. Trelawney would roll over in her grave if she was dead. He paused, blinking, and then added, "She's not dead yet, right?" James shook his head firmly, still straining his memory as he watched the professor. The old man moved with a sort of casual ease that bespoke great power, despite his seeming frailty. His hooked nose and sallow cheeks were starkly offset by a pair of glittering, powder blue eyes. As he strode slowly up the other side of the tables, he raised one knobbly hand toward the left balcony. "These, as you can see, are the tools of our corporate power. Here, there will be no individual divination via cards or tiny, random copies of magical objects. Here, we gather around us the most powerful prophetic tools in the magical universe, pooling our perception and focusing our strength." He lowered his hand as he returned to the front of the room. His probing blue eyes moved over the students. "The second difference you will encounter here is in what we choose to divine," he announced calmly. "You will have been taught to know the future. This, as you have surely realized, is a half-victory at best. Even if one does, by some luck and insight, determine what might be to come, he is no more prepared for that future than a student who has access to the next day's exam questions. What we seek, and what is far more practical, are the tools to know how to manage that future. We seek not just the questions that will be posed to us, but the answers that will propel us forward." He stopped and moved closer, leaning on the front table, his grave face and clear eyes moving from student to student. "Here, we seek not just the knowledge of the battle that lies ahead, but the weapons that will help us win it." He paused. James studied the professor's face furiously. He knew he recognized that face from somewhere, perhaps a chocolate frog card, or perhaps he had met the professor once in the past, during a visit to the ministry. It nagged at him, frustrating him. "Now then," the professor went on. "Are there any questions?" Zane's hand shot up. James glanced aside at his friend, and then toward the front of the room, where the professor stood, his gaze roaming calmly over the class. A strange thing happened as the professor's gaze lit on Zane's raised hand. His blue eyes hardened very slightly, his mouth tightened, and then, his gaze roamed onward, passing over Zane, ignoring him. Trenton Block raised his hand. The professor nodded toward him at once. "Mr. Block, I believe." "Yes sir," Trenton said. "I was wondering about all the plants and stuff over there. Are you, like, renting out space to the herbology department or something?" There was a scattering of laughter, and even the professor smiled slightly. "You are perceptive to notice them, young man, but your assumption is quite incorrect. It may interest you to know that those, like the various objects opposite them, are tools of divination. Despite their appearance, however, they are not plants at all. Your own Professor Longbottom would be quite mystified in any attempt to understand them." The professor raised his right hand again, and this time he held a wand in his knuckly fingers. He flicked it deftly, and James glanced to the right. The smallest of the potted flowers lofted gently into the air, trailing a tangle of hairy roots and vines from the edges of its pot. It began to drift out into the white sunlight over the tables. "They do not grow," the professor announced, raising his voice slightly as the students craned to look. "They do not feed, at least in the manner of living things. They merely exist, as they have done for thousands of years before us. Their seeds, if they can be said to sprout from anything, are the abstracted thoughts of the most powerful wizard prophets of all the ages. Traditionally, they are called Yakshubalatma, or dream inducers." The pot lowered over the tables and drifted toward the professor. As it hovered, its trailing roots snaked eerily. Its waxy bluish leaves rustled. Above these, bobbing slightly and turning like faces to observe the students below, were 3 fat, pulpy flowers, each larger than a human head and comprised of variegated orange-purple petals around a bristling yellow center. The professor reached up and very carefully, very delicately, plucked one of the petals. It fluttered in his fingers, as if caught in a light breeze despite the stillness of the room. "Each Yuxa finds the person who requires it," the professor went on, observing the disembodied petal in his hand. "If it chooses you, it behooves you to utilize it as soon as possible. But," he added gravely, turning back to the class, "it must be utilized with great care. Improper use of dream inducers is dreadfully dangerous. Fortunately, the rules of use are exceedingly simple. Merely drop the petal in any liquid, then drink." The professor pantomimed dropping the petal into an invisible goblet for emphasis. "In precisely 11 minutes, the dream will overtake you. Assure that you are asleep when it does, an easy task, since the dream inducer has a naturally tranquilizing effect and the prescribed prophecy will unfold before your sleeping mind, as vivid and clear as any waking experience." Trenton raised his shundogan, somewhat hesitantly. And what if you don't get to sleep before the dream inducer starts to do its magic? That, the professor said in a low voice, using his wand to send the pot slowly back toward its perch, would be a very poor choice. The dream, untethered from sleep, clashes with reality. Inflicted upon a waking mind, the dream is a nightmare of monstrous hallucinations. For the unfortunate witch or wizard, permanent, raving insanity is the result. For the fortunate, their brain will simply wilt, shrinking to nothing, leaving merely a living husk of flesh. Above the class, the pot clunked gently to the floor of the balcony. James gulped. Zane raised his hand again. Are there any more questions, then? The professor asked, raising his eyebrow benignly. Zane raised his hand an inch further, nearly bouncing in his seat. Yes, the professor acknowledged, lowering his gazebo. A Beauxbatons girl in the front row. Miss Desmarais, I believe. Do go on. I am wondering, sir, the girl asked with only a trace of an accent, glancing back over the class, toward the open rear doors of the room. Where are the Durmstrang girls? Surely there are more than boys in this part of the world. Indeed there are, the professor admitted dismissively. Durmstrang Academy believes in a deeply scholastic emphasis, without distraction. Thus, quite sensibly, the school is divided into two houses. The girls and boys of Durmstrang attend classes with those of their own gender, mingling only at meals and prescribed social gatherings. But, the Beauxbatons girl went on, frowning. Why then are we not also separated? The professor sighed, showing a note of impatience. Alas, the administrators of your various schools were rather insistent that, for economy's sake, such double-class scheduling would prove impossible. I know him, James finally whispered, leaning aside towards Zane, whose hand was still raised. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite. Professor, Zane called out suddenly. May I? The professor did not look at Zane. His eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded the petal that still fluttered in his raised hand. He sighed theatrically. Yes, he said flatly. Mr. Walker, then. What is it you feel you simply must ask? Sir, Zane said clearly. I see Beauxbatons, Hogwarts and Alma Alaron students here. I was wondering, where are all the people from York? The professor continued to stare at the petal in his fingers for a long moment, as if contemplating a question. Finally, his blue eyes slid toward Zane, coldly calculating. Who? He asked, raising one gray eyebrow. The York students, Zane clarified. You know. The Muggles, sir, where are they? The room had fallen as still and quiet as a tomb. James realized it was rather warm in the room, despite the snowy mountain vista beyond the frosted windows. And why, pray tell, the professor asked, enunciating each word with icy deliberation, would such individuals have any place in a class of prophecy? Please, young man, he went on, holding up his left hand and closing his eyes, do not deign to answer. You yourself are only here because your own school has, quite inexplicably, chosen to condescend to those of lesser heritage. I tolerate this in the name of diplomacy, but please, do not test my patience. He sighed again and opened his eyes, scanning the rest of the class. The rest of us surely understand that it is no benefit to the Muggle to place them in a situation where their, inherent inadequacies would be laid bare for all to see. It would be an embarrassment and an injustice to subject them to such humiliation. Thus, as a gesture of compassion, Durmstrang Academy has prohibited their entry. I am quite sure that most of us can appreciate and honor this decision. James shivered, the warmth of the room dispelled by the coldness of the professor's words. Next to him, Zane finally lowered his hand. As he did so, the professor seemed to relax slightly. He held up the petal once again. Finally, he said evenly, gazing at the fluttering shape in his hand. Let us see who the Yuxa chooses. This one, you might be interested to know, is one of the more whimsical dream inducers. It imparts foreknowledge of love. Will you marry or die alone? Will you be beloved by someone else, or love anonymously from afar, doomed to a life of unrequited passion? You will learn no names, but you will know the shape of your romantic future, be it delightful or destitute. To whom does the dream inducer choose to reveal its secrets? With that, the professor released the petal. Immediately, it fluttered up into the air like a purple-orange scarf, twisting and wafting on invisible currents. The class watched, wide-eyed and rapt, as it began to descend, circling over the tables. Finally, silently, it dropped to the first table, directly onto the parchment of the Beauxbatons girl, Desmarais. She looked down at it, both nervous and intrigued. It is yours, Miss Desmarais, the professor said with a small smile. You may do with it as you wish. Use it, or do not. There is no mandate that you must. You now know the instructions for use of the dream inducer, and the dangers if you do not follow them to the letter. The rest is in your capable hands." The girl gingerly picked up the petal and cupped it in her hands. Experimentally, she sniffed it, and then invited her friends to do the same. As she did so, the professor pocketed his wand and produced a pair of spectacles from his robes. He put them on, apparently preparing to dismiss the class early, but James suddenly gasped in his seat. The spectacles, a pair of tiny glass half-moons on a simple wire frame, had been the missing element. Now in place on the professor's nose, they formed the final piece that completed the puzzle. James knew where he had seen the professor before, although he could not bring himself to believe it. It was ridiculous and impossible. "What's with you, James?" Ralph whispered, nudging him with an elbow. "You look like you're trying to swallow a hippogriff egg." "The professor." James rasped, staring as the man before them began to distribute a sheaf of notes to the class. "Look at him." "Just look." "I'm looking," Zane muttered darkly. "So what? Don't you see it? It's, what?" Ralph hissed nervously, glancing from James to the professor. James boggled. He could barely bring himself to say it. The last time he had seen that face, it had been on a portrait in the headmaster's office, smiling enigmatically, its eye twinkling behind its half-moon spectacles. James gestured helplessly with one hand and flopped back in his seat. "It's Dumbledore," he whispered, shaking his head with disbelief. "It can't be, of course. It's impossible." "But it is. That is Headmaster Albus Dumbledore." James knew it was ridiculous. Albus Dumbledore was long since dead, killed, albeit mercifully and according to prior agreement, by Professor Severus Snape, who succeeded him as headmaster during the dark season of Voldemort's final days. It didn't help that nobody else quite saw the resemblance, at least not as strongly as he did. "I sorta see it," Zane admitted after class, cocking his head and squinting thoughtfully. "But really, isn't it just that characteristic crusty old wizard look that they all seem to have? Peaked hat, long beard, old-fashioned glasses, yada yada. They probably all shop at the same store for flighty ancient wizard types." Ralph was perusing the professor's handout as they filed out of Durmstrang Castle, led again by the stoic Vokiev. "Here's his name right on the top of the page," he said, frowning intently. "Looks pretty dense and Durmstrangy. Dorchascathan? First name Avier. No wonder he didn't introduce himself." Later that night, Rose and Scorpius were skeptical enough to be dismissive. "He didn't just look a little bit like him," James insisted, gathered with the others at their regular table in the corner of the Gryffindor common room. "But it wasn't like it was Dumbledore's identical twin, either. It was Dumbledore, but changed somehow. Different. So it was an old professor that looked a lot like another old professor," Scorpius clarified sardonically, "except where he was completely different, came from another country, and has a totally different muggle-hating pure-blood attitude. Somebody get the ministry on the flute out. This mystery is obviously out of our league." "It wasn't just that they looked alike," James muttered, plopping his chin onto his crossed arms. "Look at their names. Albus Dumbledore, Avier Dorchascathan. Same initials. He even talked and moved and worked magic the same way. I've been hearing my dad talk about Dumbledore the headmaster since I was a kid. I feel like I know him almost as well as he did. Maybe I should ask him about it." "Absolutely not," Rose suddenly interjected, looking up sharply from her arithmancy textbook. "Not unless you want to dig up all the worst kind of memories from his past. Headmaster Dumbledore was the closest thing Uncle Harry ever had to a father, and he watched him get killed right before his eyes. You go telling him that there's some half-evil doppelganger of Dumbledore running around, there's a part of him that will want to believe it, trained or not. That wouldn't be fair to him, James." James opened his mouth to argue, but then closed it. His cousin was right. For now, it would be best to investigate this particular mystery without his father's involvement. After all, if James was right, the existence of a sort of bizarre twin of one of his father's most revered heroes would indeed be quite unsettling. What if they ever had to fight or something? Would his father even be able to do it? But that was silly. He shook his head, dispelling the very idea. "I'm going to get to the bottom of it," he said firmly. "It isn't just that this savior wizard looks and acts like Dumbledore. He's powerful like him, too. Way more so than some cranky old prophecy teacher should be." "Do you want to know what I think, Potter?" Scorpius asked, adopting his loftiest tone of voice. James shook his head firmly and leaned over his homework. "Not in the least. I think you need this sort of drama," the blonde boy went on, undaunted. "I think you've gotten so used to being in the center of huge, dramatic conspiracies that you're beginning to see them everywhere." James flipped some pages in his textbook. "That's just stupid. You don't know what you're talking about. I didn't want to notice that Avier and Dumbledore are basically the same person." Rose looked up sheepishly. Just the other night you were sitting in that exact same spot telling us about how Zane's new girlfriend is some sort of secret vampire and a mega spy or something. It does seem a bit much, James. James felt a mixture of embarrassment and anger redden his cheeks. Suddenly he was very glad he had not mentioned the mysterious disembodied voice he had heard in the corridor on first night. "You're both daft," he said in a low voice, angrily staring down at his books. "You'd have to be blind not to see that Nastasia is trouble." "Perhaps," Scorpius admitted airily, taking off his glasses and closing his books. "Or perhaps your sister is right and you're just jealous. Nastasia is sort of intriguing. If, that is, you fancy somewhat odd girls with sketchy, troubled backgrounds." James glanced up at Scorpius, his brow furrowed. Was he comparing Nastasia to Petra? Scorpius merely looked back, his eyebrows lifted, a small smile on the corners of his mouth. After a moment James shook his head and looked back down at his homework. He didn't want to admit it, but Scorpius had struck a nerve. It wasn't that Nastasia and Petra were anything alike. In fact, it was hard to imagine two girls who were more different. And yet, later that night, James did something he hadn't done in months. Before changing into his pajamas, he took something out of his back pocket and laid it on his bed. It was a small packet of parchment, folded into a seamless envelope. He sat down next to it with a deep sigh, produced his wand, and tapped it. "Revelieris," he whispered. The packet blossomed like a paper flower, revealing a small sheaf of pages. The pages had once contained a story, a retelling of a dream, written in Petra Morgenstern's neat cursive handwriting. She had given it to him the previous year, during their voyage to America. On that same voyage, something strange, and powerfully magical, had occurred between the two of them. At the height of a freak storm, Petra had gotten swept overboard, avoiding being tossed into the heaving waves by a mere length of broken rigging. James had eventually saved her, but in a way that neither of them fully understood. Something had connected them that night, a sort of unbreakable silvery cord, running from his hand to hers, saving her from the doom she seemed to wish for. For in fact, some part of Petra had wanted to die that night. James had stopped her, saved her by tapping into her own seemingly limitless magic, using the key of his unspoken love for her. And that magic was still there. The silvery cord, now invisible, still somehow connected them. He could feel it sometimes, especially when Petra was close by. Mostly, however, there was the erstwhile dream story. The packet of parchments had become a sort of portal into her thoughts, one that only the two of them knew about. Petra had communicated through it once before. Perhaps she would do so again. He leaned over the parchment, studying it by the dim moonlight of the nearby window. It wasn't a note this time. It was still covered in Petra's handwriting, but scribbled now, with lines overlapping other lines, some scrawled in large, looping slashes, others crammed into tight, indecipherable paragraphs and clusters. James could only make out a few words, although very little of it made sense. Judith. Izzy. Fates. Marshall Paris, Transmundane, Talisman, The Collector, and in larger print, scribbled so haphazardly that it was almost unreadable, the Morrigan Web. It was all disconnected, random, as if all of Petra's most fevered thoughts had been scrawled at once, blindly, and with no relationship to one another. James wasn't sure what, exactly, he had been looking for, but one thing was certain, there were no answers to be found here. He shivered, shook his head, and then tapped the parchment once again, sealing it shut. He hid the dream story away in his trunk, closed and locked it carefully, then got ready for bed. Had it really been Petra that had whispered to him in the halls on first night? It certainly hadn't sounded like her. The voice had been feminine, but mad somehow. The memory of it sent a shudder down his spine. He remembered his father's voice from the common room grate. It was Petra, son. She flickered on and off, fluctuating all over the corridor. And then, she was just gone again. James shivered again as he climbed into his bed. Petra was powerful. So powerful that even the great Merlinus Ambrosius had failed to stop her. Perhaps the power was simply more than she could contain. Perhaps the Petra he had known, and secretly fallen in love with, truly was no more. It was, to be sure, a deeply sad and tragic thought. He rolled over. Eventually, he slept. As the first week of school wound down, James and Ralph attended their first class at Beauxbatons, advanced arithmetics, and finally understood what Rose had warned them about. The class was held in a high-tower room of the Beauxbatons Palace, which was much newer, brighter, and gilded with wall frescoes, beveled crystal windows and glittering gold chandeliers than Hogwarts. The arithmetics classroom was high and airy, with open windows along one side and a wall of mirrors on the other, reflecting the light and seemingly doubling the room's size. The parquet floor was filled with a collection of strange frames, each as tall as James himself and divided by rows of metal rods strung with heavy glass beads. Beauxbaton students gathered before the frames in their immaculate powder blue silk robes, studiously sliding the beads and producing an oddly insectal clicking noise that filled the otherwise silent room. James and Ralph stopped in the doorway, baffled. "What are we supposed to do?" Ralph muttered out of the corner of his mouth. Another boy pushed between them, his eyes lighting up behind his glasses. "Oh. I've seen these before," he proclaimed. "Abacus. Or abaci, plural, to be precise. But look at the size of them." James frowned at the boy and saw that it was Morton Comstock, the muggle from York Academy. He was followed into the room by two other boys and a pigtailed girl with braces. She glanced at James furtively then looked quickly away. James recognized her from some of his other classes, including Wizlet. She had been part of the throng that had waylaid Professor Revolver, and himself, in the library, enamored with the idea that their beloved Harry Potter stories were actually real. Outside of that mob, however, the girl was apparently much less bold. She quickly ducked behind an unmanned abacus and peeked back through its rods and beads. James glanced around for a teacher but there didn't seem to be any present. "So, what's an abacus?" Comstock scoffed loudly. "An ancient calculator, precursor to the modern computer. Finally, a tool that makes sense in this crazy backwards magical universe of yours." He adjusted his glasses and glanced toward a large chalkboard at the head of the room. It was crammed with dense sequences of numbers, geometric diagrams, and formulae. "Oh, I see," he said smugly. "We're resolving a series of programmatic coordinates based on a predefined time-space wavelength. Time travel, perhaps. Or maybe, space travel?" A crew-cut muggle boy suggested hopefully. "That's ridiculous," Ralph scowled, installing himself uncertainly behind one of the huge abaci. He glanced at James. Right?" James shrugged. Tentatively, he reached forward and touched one of the glass beads. "So, how's it work, then? Have all you worked with applied arithmetics before?" asked an older Beauxbaton's girl without a trace of a smile, addressing the newcomers. Comstock pushed his glasses up his nose with one stubby finger. "I've plotted hyperspace coordinates for faster-than-light travel in every space game since Galaxy Quest 99. This looks like a standard event aversion matrix, but it isn't collision-based, as far as I can tell." He frowned at the beads in front of him for a moment, then, seemingly at random, shoved 4 green ones to the right, 2 red ones to the left, and counted off 7 blue beads, moving only one with a sharp, decisive click. "Very good," the Beauxbaton's girl admitted grudgingly. "Carry on, Zen. But please be extremely careful. Professor Moreau has entrusted his return to us. If you do not know exactly what you are doing, Zen, please, do nothing." "That's my favorite thing of all to do," Graham quipped, dropping his book bag to the floor and promptly sitting on it. James glanced at him, and then at Ralph, who merely shrugged. Comstock shuffled a few more beads and shook his head. "Honestly, the gaps in your schooling are big enough to drive a lorry through," he muttered. "No wonder you people can't find any work in the real world. Just keep pushing beads, Spod," Graham replied breezily. James narrowed his eyes slightly. Keeping his voice low, he asked, "What do you mean, in the real world?" "You know what I mean," Comstock answered. "Where the rest of us all live. Where we have light bulbs and rockets and where history isn't stuck somewhere in the Middle Ages. We're here to learn about you lot, but it seems to me that it's going to be a lot harder for you magical types to adjust to us now that our worlds are about to come together." "Who says our worlds are about to come together?" Graham asked pointedly, lowering his own voice beneath the constant shuffling click of the classroom. "Duh," Comstock said with a roll of his eyes. "The night of the unveiling? Your vow of secrecy was broken when that crazy witch revealed everything last year. People are still trying to cover it all up, at least for a while, but the secret's out. Pretty soon, our world and your world are going to collide. That's why we're here. We're sort of like the front line, preparing the way. That's what Miss Corsica tells us." James had been preparing an angry response to Comstock's little tirade, but suddenly he glanced at the boy, wide-eyed. "Miss who?" he asked in a harsh whisper. "Miss Corsica," Comstock repeated. "She's our mediator between your schools and ours, and she's totally got your number. She says she's been studying the magical world her whole life and knows you lot like the back of her hand. She says that most of you are totally unprepared for how to deal with the Muggle world. Apparently there are a few enlightened witches and wizards, but I sure haven't met any yet." Morton. Lucia, the pigtailed girl, hissed from her own abacus. "Shut it, you big Burke," Comstock shrugged. "Who cares if they know? They'll find out soon enough, anyway." James shifted his stun gazebo Ralph. Corsica? He whispered. Could it be? Ralph merely shook his head and frowned. Can't be Tabitha Corsica. Lucia peeked through her abacus again. You know her? James glanced at her. I don't know. If it's who we're thinking of. That would be hilarious. Graham nodded with a grin. We'll find out tomorrow, maybe, Ralph said. We've got our first class there at York. If she's their mediator, then she'll probably be there. James nodded uncertain agreement. Was it possible that Tabitha Corsica had been sent to the Muggle school to manage the exchange program? Wouldn't his dad have known about that? And if it was true, what did it mean? Later that evening, as dinner concluded in the great hall and the enchanted ceiling began to twinkle with early stars, James and Ralph watched the enormous clock over the head table. When it gonged the quarter hour before 7, they made their way to the tall cabinet with the double eagle carvings. Rose met them there dressed in her uniform, a smart pink cardigan slung over her shoulders. You're not really going like that, are you? She asked sharply, looking them up and down. What do you mean? James blanked, glancing down at his jeans and t-shirt. It's an extracurricular club. No uniforms required. Besides, what do you know about how Americans dress? Enough to know I don't want to look like them. Rose sniffed. Ralph cocked his head. What, you're not coming, too, are you? I certainly am, she replied primly. You two aren't going to have all the fun this year. We're dying to take a look at Alma Alaron, and since this is the end of our school day, it's the perfect time for it. Besides, Zane promised he'd sneak us all around the campus. Ralph nodded speculatively. Sounds like Zane. Hold up, James said. Who's we? Scorpius and me, Rose answered lightly, glancing back over the hall. Here he comes now. But you two can probably come along if you wish. We won't mind, James nodded sarcastically. Oh, thanks loads. Scorpius joined them in front of the Alma Alaron cabinet, dressed in a natty pair of khakis and a white button-down shirt. I see the gang is all here, he announced dryly, looking askance at James and Ralph and obviously refraining from commenting about their clothing. Shall we, then? James rolled his eyes. Let's go already. The four crammed together into the cabinet, which just contained them. Scorpius pulled the door shut, the cabinet interior fell dark, and then flashed bright, electric blue. As one, all four students jumped. When all 8 feet plunked back to the floor, the cabinet doors popped open again, now revealing a bright afternoon sky studded with clouds. Chestnut trees shushed in the near distance, overshadowing colorful gardens, fountains and statuary. Paths looped across a pristine lawn, connecting the blocky brick buildings that lined either side. Smell that, Rose declared, stepping out into the sunlight. Honeysuckle. Ralph looked up at the sun, then down at his watch. It's just after lunchtime here, he announced. All I smell is goulash from the cafeteria in Admin Hall. Oh, quit showing off, Deedle, Scorpius groused, following the troop out onto the footpath. Everyone knows you spent last year here. James glanced back as the cabinet doors clunked shut. Here, the cabinet was decorated with a colorfully painted woodcut of the Hogwarts crest, nearly as big as the doors themselves. The cabinet itself rested in the shadow of a large awning, situated in the center of Alma Alaron's long, grassy mall. 3 other cabinets sat beneath the awning, each facing a different direction. Greetings mates. Zane called, approaching from the direction of the gigantic brick building at the head of the mall. Right on time. Everyone ready to have fun and do some wild and crazy stuff? Just lead on, Walker, Scorpius instructed. Save the American Uber enthusiasm for the tourists. Oh, that's funny, I thought that's what you were, Zane said brightly, cocking his head and tapping his chin with one finger. Patches, James cried suddenly, grinning. Look, Ralph, a short-haired calico cat came trotting lightly along the path, stopping in a dapple of bright sunlight. It sat down on its haunches and preened itself, waiting to be petted. Aww! Rose proclaimed shrilly, striding forward and dropping to one knee next to the cat. This is Patches? I remember you talking about him last year. What a pretty, smart little kitty you are. James glanced back at Scorpius, waiting for a sarcastic comment. Scorpius, who seemed to be in a particularly foul mood for some reason, merely looked away, distaste etched all over his face. Welcome to the Alaron, Zane announced, unperturbed. This here is the mall. Back that way is Zombie House, universally agreed to be the best house on campus. And over there is Administration Hall, our destination. That concludes the tour for now. Let's roll or we're gonna be all kinds of late. The group began to make their way along the sun-dappled path, followed casually by Patches the cat, who seemed to take every opportunity to rub up against Rose's leg as she walked. See? She said adoringly, he likes me. What a smart kitty. As they approached the bulky shape of Admin Hall, James took a moment to look around at the campus and the knots of students heading to class or lounging in the sun. It was all very familiar to him, and rather comforting to come back to. On his right was the theater where Professor Longbottom had given his lecture on herbology. Beyond this was Faculty Row, where Petra and Izzy had lived briefly, before the debacle that had led to Petra's arrest. And just peeking over the tops of the distant trees was Pepperpock Down, the Clutch Cudgel Stadium, its banners waving cheerfully against the deep blue of the sky. Zane led the gathering up the Admin Hall steps two at a time. As they passed into the shadow of the high clock tower, the clock itself began to gong the hour. "Ask not for whom the bell tolls," Zane called back. "It tolls for us. Chancellor Franklin won't wait around." "Wait around?" Ralph huffed, straggling behind. "Is he going somewhere?" "Just you wait, Ralph and Nader," Zane answered with a backwards glance. XCOM's gotten totally quantum since Professor Jackson got involved. Who'd have thought that crusty old stone wall would have any cool ideas about how to use technomancy for actual fun? Scorpius frowned. "Fun? Yeah," James admitted, "that doesn't sound like stone wall at all." Zane passed through the propped open double doors of Admin Hall and angled toward a wide staircase. "Well, I wouldn't say the word fun in front of him," he admitted, lowering his voice in the echoing main hall. "But a lark's a lark, and what he and Franklin have come up with has definite possibilities. We're hoping to try it out for the first time today." Before James could ask if Professor Jackson was going to be there, Zane reached the top of the staircase and turned left into a narrow doorway. Rose followed and James heard her proclamation of amazement as she stepping into the comparatively dark room. It was stuffy on the second floor, but much more so in the confines of the cramped room, which was cluttered with all manner of gizmos, devices and machinery. Most of it, James noticed as he looked around, seemed to be broken or disassembled, stacked and labeled on shelves and against the far wall, blocking the windows and their pooled, drab shades. A huge work table stood in the furthest reaches of the room, its surface crowded with tools, monstrous moldy books, and what looked like a half-built clockwork giant. "Just imagine the nightmare of a gauntlet that Professor DeBellows would build out of all this," Ralph muttered, squinting in the dusty dimness. Movement behind the work table caught James' eye. He glanced up to see a strange, shambling figure emerge. Its eyes glowed green on the ends of telescopic brass stalks and its hands were complicated metal claws, snickering and ratcheting alarmingly. James stumbled back from it, bumping into Ralph, who bumped into Scorpius, nearly knocking the blond boy to the floor. "Ah," the shambling figure said, straightening. "Mr. Walker and friends. Is it 1 o'clock already? I seem to have lost all track of time." Clumsily, the figure seemed to strip off its huge claws, stacking them haphazardly on the table and revealing human hands beneath. With a brisk sigh, it pushed back a pair of complicated goggles, resting them atop a balding head crowned with longish gray hair. "Chancellor Franklin," Rose exclaimed excitedly, nearly clapping her hands with pleasure. "At your service," the Chancellor answered with a smile. "Welcome to my laboratory, all of you, and thank you very much for your willingness to aid in the advancement of science and invention for the betterment of mankind, etc., etc. He trailed off, patting his many pockets. "Has anyone seen my spectacles, perchance?" Zane shook his head and glanced back at the others. "This is just one of his laboratories," he stage whispered, cupping one hand to the side of his mouth. "The one under the Igor's mansion is a cavern, an actual cavern. With stalactites and bats and everything. Much less glamorous than it sounds, I fear," Franklin admitted, now padding along the work table in search of his glasses. "Please, Mr. Walker, if you would introduce everyone." "I fear I am rather at a loss for the moment," Zane nodded. "Sure thing, Chancellor. You've already met James Potter and Ralph Deedle, of course. This other happy camper is Scorpius Malfoy, and finally, the rose between all the thorns, Rose Weasley, cat lover and girl genius." "Yes," Franklin nodded, distracted. "Thank you. I do recall Mr. Potter and Mr. Deedle, of course," James thought, "and he probably isn't all that thrilled to see us again, after everything that happened last year, including the opening of the Nexus curtain and the night of the unveiling." A narrow door creaked suddenly open at the back of the room, admitting a tall, imposing figure. Professor Jackson saw the troop gathered before the work table and lifted his chin, his dark eyebrows lowering slightly. "I see our test subjects have arrived," he said coolly. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter, Mr. Deedle. You have brought friends this time." "Greetings, General," Zane announced, snapping off a stiff salute. "Proud to be of service. Is everything all set for go?" Jackson eyed Zane for a long moment, and then turned to the Chancellor. "I believe we are ready, Benjamin. Send them in whenever they are prepared." Mr. Hernandez and I will remain behind in the event of any miscalculation. Franklin seemed to abandon the search for his glasses. He nodded. Very well, then. Thank you, Professor. We will join you in just a moment. Jackson accepted this stoically, looked over the assembly once more with apparent distaste, and then stepped back through the door, closing it with a clunk. Now then, Franklin said, smiling a bit myopically at the students. As I expect you know, this is an unaccredited club. There are no grades given, no awards or prizes. Simply put, our goal is knowledge. Success is measured in results, be they negative or positive. There is little danger involved, so long as you do precisely what I say. Are there any questions? Rose glanced around at James and Ralph, grinning eagerly and bouncing on her toes. Scorpius raised his hand a bit impatiently. We are, I understand, primarily concerned with experimental forms of magical communication. Is that correct? Franklin nodded quickly. Yes, of course. We have, however, with the assistance of Professor Jackson, enhanced and broadened our scope rather a bit, Mr. Malfoy. Yes, he said, removing the goggles heavily from his head, plunking them to the desk, and brushing off his waistcoat. Rather than relying solely on the sending of messages via facsimile, we have begun to consider the idea of more direct and reliable methods, foregoing the inherent complication of third-party means of transference. In short, rather than merely broadcasting our message to distant locations. We're just going to ourselves, Zane interrupted with a grin. Temporarily, of course, Franklin clarified, raising a finger. This is by no means a replacement for Apparition or Flu Network. On the contrary, we are experimenting with pre-programmed trans-dimensional portals, capable of being carried by the user, and utilized for very specific physical communication between defined locations. They're like personal portkeys. Zane piped up. Yes, Franklin admitted hesitantly. In a manner of speaking. The beauty of these devices is their simplicity. They can be used by anyone, easily, and with no training. Even children, with no disapparition skills or license, may be able to easily communicate physically to any predefined location, assuming, of course, that Professor Jackson's technomantic calculations prove accurate and repeatable. Not to doubt his abilities, of course. Of course, Zane agreed a bit too quickly, glancing around at the others. Shall we, then? Franklin said, gesturing toward the door in the back wall. Of course, anyone unwilling to participate in the experiment may feel free to opt out with no shame. He squinted over the students. Anyone? Into the breach, Zane announced. Come on, Rose. In for a Drummel, in for a Jack. He led the group around the work table toward the battered rear door, which Franklin opened with another juddering creak. Filing through one at a time, James was last to enter, following Ralph into a much smaller and darker room, nearly empty except for a single tiny table in the center of the floor, lit by one candle. A collection of glimmering silvery rings were arranged around the candle in pairs. The group approached them curiously. 6 of us, Franklin said, leaning over the table and squinting, and 6 pairs of the charmed devices. How fortuitous. Everyone, please collect exactly 1 pair each, but do not put any of them on your fingers yet. Professor Jackson and Mr. Hernandez, in the office beyond this room, will be recording everything from this moment onward for the archive. James peered at the table and its collection of gleaming rings. Zane snatched up a pair and bounced them on the palm of his hand. Carefully, Rose reached for a pair herself. James, Ralph and Scorpius followed suit. Excellent, Franklin nodded, taking the last pair. You will notice that each pair of rings contains 2 slight variations in color. One ring will have a golden hue, the other a distinct green. These colors are important, as they determine which ring is outgoing, and which is incoming. Assure that you can easily tell the difference. James looked down at the rings in his hand. They were strangely heavy and cold to the touch, noticeably glowing more than the meager candlelight could account for. One ring did indeed have a pale golden sheen, while the other reflected a greenish tint. Franklin went on, the best practice seems to be to place the rings in different pockets. Golden on the left for outgoing, green on the right for the return trip. Operation of the rings is simplicity itself. Simply place it on your finger. The technomancy is rather complex, but the effect seems to be instantaneous. Once you arrive at your destination, return is facilitated by simply switching the rings. Does everyone understand? Rose examined the rings in her hand studiously. Didn't I read about something like this once? She asked suspiciously. Something from a children's book? Franklin nodded a bit stiffly. Yes, well. The magical ring is rather a popular concept in fiction, Of course, there can hardly be only a single example, yeah. James proclaimed with a smile. My mom read them to me. The rings were yellow and green, just like this. And there was this boy and a girl who used them to travel between worlds. And then there was this tree that got turned into a magical wardrobe when it was all over, and... Yes, fine, thank you. Franklin interrupted impatiently. Feel free to call it an homage if you like. Good magic is wherever you find it. Now then, are there any questions about the actual operation of the rings, if you please? Ralph raised his hand nervously. What? What happens if we accidentally put both rings on at once? Both Franklin and Zane turned and looked hard at Ralph, blinking. After a long moment, Franklin cleared his throat. Let us simply assume that would be a rather disastrous error. Thank you for bringing it up, Mr. Deedle. All of you, under no circumstance should you attempt to wear both rings at once. Are we clear? They were hearty nods all around. Yes, Franklin nodded. Well then. For safety's sake, this particular experimental set of rings will merely take us to the north end of the campus. I attempted this myself some hours ago with apparent success. This time we shall hopefully prove that the results can be duplicated, and in numbers. Is everyone prepared? Excellent. On the count of 3, then. Franklin retrieved the golden ring from his left waistcoat pocket, held it up in his left hand and extended his right ring finger before it. Quickly, everyone else did the same. 1, Franklin said stiffly. 2, Zane and Franklin said together. James saw that Zane was grinning eagerly, glancing around at the nervous faces of his friends. 3. James jammed the golden ring onto his finger. In an instant, his finger grew to shocking length, stretching away into sudden darkness. In the blink of an eye, his hand followed, then his arm, pulling him bodily into a stretched blur of speed. The room vanished away, replaced by a wild smear of colors. Then, with a sort of mental twang, he snapped back into his proper shape and the world reclaimed him. Zane was still standing across from him. Everyone, in fact, was in the same position relative to each other as they had been a second before, only now the group was standing on the sunlit grass of Pepperpock Down. Nearby, a group of Werewolf House students jogged in formation, circling the field and barking horse chants with military precision. Excellent. Franklin proclaimed with uncharacteristic excitement. Smashing success. Well done, everyone. James glanced around at the high rampart grandstands and raised team platforms, a helpless smile dawning on his face. Last time I was here, he said with a sigh, we were winning the clutch tournament for the Bigfoots. Good times, Zane agreed fervently. The Wolves still haven't gotten over it. They've had to actually learn to play the game ever since Albus and Professor Jackson blasted their lucky statue. We face them the first time next Friday and everyone is predicting a zombie win by a mile. Impressive, I suppose, Scorpius said blandly, glancing up at a few scrim riders swooping high overhead, practicing laps through the floating clutch cudgel rings. If you've never seen a Quidditch match, that is. I admit I am rather a fan of the quaffle myself, Franklin said, still nearly overflowing with good cheer. But nevertheless, shall we attempt? A glassy crunch emanated from beneath the Chancellor's boot as he stepped forward. A pained look creased his face as he looked down. Good news, Chancellor. Zane announced, dropping to one knee and retrieving something from the grass. I found your spectacles. He held up the square wireframe glasses, now rather hopelessly squashed, their lenses broken. You must have dropped them when you zapped out here this morning. I can reparo them, sir. Rose jumped forward, brandishing her wand. No, thank you, Miss Weasley, Franklin sighed, taking the spectacles gingerly from Zane. I'm afraid they've been magically repaired so many times that the lenses can no longer remember your original prescription. There is nothing for it but to have them reground and fitted in the traditional manner. He pocketed the broken glasses carefully, then patted the pocket and smiled. Still, it is a good reminder of what is perhaps the most important life lesson of all for witches and wizards. Rose looked quizzically up at him. What life lesson is that, Chancellor? He smiled sincerely, and then laughed a little. That not everything in life can, or even should, be solved by magic alone. If there is one thing I still hope to truly learn in all my centuries, it is that one simple thing. James considered this, and then glanced aside at Scorpius. The blond boy shook his head and rolled his eyes. What's with you, Scorpius? James asked in a low voice. Scorpius scowled and looked away. You are. I suppose that explains a lot. Yes, it was an insult, but it was so bald and pointless that James almost laughed. You really are in a snit, aren't you? Does it maybe have anything to do with all your little midnight outings? Scorpius glanced at him sharply. What do you know about that? He whispered. Have you been spying on me? James nodded. Yeah, that's all I do every night, sit up and watch your bed to see what you're up to. We all do. It's sort of an obsession. Scorpius relaxed slightly. You're amusing, Potter. I'll make you a deal. You stay out of my affairs, I'll stay out of yours. James considered this, and then shrugged. We'll see. Behind them, the others seemed to be preparing for the return trip, golden rings off. Then, Franklin announced jovially. Good thinking from our friend Mr. Deedle, that. None of us would want to end up stretched between here and Administration Hall, am I correct? The idea seemed suddenly rather amusing to the old inventor as he chuckled to himself. Zane had picked up on Franklin's good spirits. Nothing as enjoyable as an experiment that works out as hoped, right, Chancellor? How right you are, Mr. Walker, Franklin agreed, pocketing his golden ring and producing the green-tinted one. How right you are indeed. So, shall we count off for the return trip, then? James plucked off his own golden ring, stuffing it into his jeans pocket. Along with the rest of the troop, he raised his green ring and held it before his left ring finger. 1. They all counted off together. 2. 3. The return trip was exactly like the outgoing journey, but in reverse. For a split second, James' body seemed to be stretched like taffy between two distant points. Then, with a reverberating twang, the darkened laboratory room snapped into place around them, smashing. Franklin proclaimed happily, plucking the green ring from his finger. Exhilarating, even. Why, I can imagine an entire range of therapeutic side benefits to this procedure. I do believe my joints have not felt this limber since I was 150. Shortly, the group retreated to the main laboratory, where Franklin launched into an enthusiastic explanation of his gigantic clockwork mechanical man, the very device he had been working on when they had first arrived. The rest of the hour, unfortunately, was given over to a rather dull debriefing of their experiment, conducted by Professor Jackson in his typically dry, staid manner. The professor took copious notes of every detail, showing specific interest in the stretching sensation everyone experienced at the instant of transference. This could present a rather serious limitation, Benjamin, he commented, studying his notes. Even under magical influence, the human form can only discorporate so much before reincorporation becomes unstable. Oh, fiddlesticks, Theodore, Franklin insisted, completely unperturbed. You are far too careful. Disapparition is many orders of magnitude more chaotic than what we experienced. Perhaps, Jackson admitted stoically, but I suspect a greater multiplication of the effect over distances. This experiment sent you barely 500 yards away. What will happen with distances measured in tens or thousands of miles? Risk, Franklin laughed. Risk and analysis. These are the hallmarks of scientific and technomantic progress. You shall see, my friend. Everything will work itself out in time. Jackson nodded skeptically. Professors, Zane suddenly piped up. It's nearly 2 o'clock. We should all be getting back to our classes, shouldn't we? Franklin looked shocked. Oh, my goodness gracious me. Is it that time already? Yes, of course, we should all be on our way. My afternoon defense students are expecting a rather impressive demonstration of the Herculean heave-ho method for fighting giants. I've asked Professor Bunyan to assist. I will surely be regretting that particular exercise tomorrow morning. Nonetheless, he stood, once more patting his pockets for his spectacles. Hearing the glassy crunch of his broken glasses again, he shook his head ruefully. Not everything can be fixed with magic, he repeated with a smile, but that doesn't help me get to defensive techniques without falling into a fountain. Theodore, would you be kind enough to, Professor Jackson raised his bushy black eyebrows inquiringly, and then seemed to realize what the Chancellor was requesting. Happy to be of service, he answered grumpily, implying quite the reverse. Lady, he said, nodding once to Rose. Gentlemen, good afternoon, Mr. Walker, I trust you will see your friends back to their cabinet. Zane saluted again. Sir, yes, sir. A moment later, Jackson's and Franklin's footsteps could be heard echoing down the stairs beyond the laboratory door. So, Rose said brightly, is this where you show us all around the campus? Campus schmampus, Zane grinned, leaning close and lowering his voice. How would you all like to see something really amazing? I already don't like the sound of this, Ralph muttered. Scorpius raised one eyebrow. What are you suggesting, Walker? Oh, nothing, Zane shrugged theatrically. Except that maybe the Chancellor was in such a good mood that he forgot to lock up when he left, thanks in part to my reminding him about classes at just the right moment. You wonderful cat. Rose squeaked, scooting close to Zane and throwing an arm around his shoulders. What are you planning? Professor Jackson is a curious old fellow, Zane said, adopting a serious tone. He talks a big talk about the risks, and yet he plans for the most dangerous and amazing things of all. He leaned in again, inviting the others into a huddle. There's a desk back there, in that conveniently unlocked office, with dozens more rings, all plotted to all sorts of locations everywhere. I say we use them. I say we visit someplace really cool. That's insane. Ralph rasped. You heard what Jackson said. It sounded like if we try to go too far we'll stretch ourselves away to nothing. Fiddlesticks, Zane said dismissively, mimicking Franklin. If he really thought it was dangerous he wouldn't have made all those rings. Besides, I'm not suggesting we go all that far away. Just a teensy way. A hop, skip and a jump, really, you're daft, James said, but he was grinning. He couldn't help it. You'll want to go, Zane insisted. Trust me. It's suicidally reckless, Scorpius said matter-of-factly. Zane straightened and looked at each face in turn. It's New Amsterdam, Rose nodded seriously. How soon can we go? Zane clapped her on the shoulder. Let me get my blazer. 4. The Collector. Less than a minute later, Zane led the group back through the dark antechamber, with its single table and collection of rings, and up a short wooden staircase to a second narrow door. This he opened carefully. As he did so, a creak emanated from the outer laboratory. Zane froze and glanced back nervously. What? James asked. Is Franklin coming back? Zane hissed, and then added in a lower voice, It's not Franklin I'm worried about. It's Jackson. If he catches us messing around with his rings, being stretched to oblivion will be the least of our worries. A shadow moved in the outer room, and then a figure appeared in the doorway. Am I late? A girl's voice asked in an excited whisper. Oh good. I'm not late, Zane exhaled in relief. You all know Nastasia. I told her we might be going on a little field trip. James frowned as Nastasia crowded next to him, her hair now transformed to a glossy pink. You think it's a good idea to take this many people? We'll be fine, Zane answered easily, stepping up into the tiny office. Jackson made 6 copies of every set of rings. There are 6 of us. It's perfect. Besides, Nastasia smiled, sidling up next to James at the base of the steps. If you leave me behind, I will totally rat you all out. Nice, Scorpius nodded, not unappreciatively. Rose trotted up the steps and glanced back from the office doorway. Come on, you lot, she grinned. In for a Drummel, in for a Jack, careful not to touch anything. James crowded into the dark office with the others. The room was extremely small, crammed with a desk, a very full bookshelf, and a tall wooden cabinet lined with narrow drawers. Zane counted down from the top, then slid open the 8th drawer. A collection of folded purple cloths lay neatly inside, each labeled with a pin note. James leaned close, reading the labels. These are insane, Ralph muttered, impressed. They cover the whole magical world. Here's the pyramids of Egypt. And Loch Ness. And what's this one? The Ring of the Bearded Ancients? Ooh, Rose said in awe, shoving Ralph aside with some effort. That's the Pakistani Wizarding University. Very secret and ancient. They say it's hidden up in the Karakoram Mountains, surrounded by impossible peaks. Let's go there instead. Don't be daft, James insisted. It's too far. I don't fancy getting pulled into a thread and snapped into. You were all excited about New Amsterdam a minute ago. That was before I knew all the options, Rose pouted. Make with the rings, Zane. You zombie Goomba, Nastasia urged eagerly. James here is itching to go. James glanced aside at her in annoyance. If anything, he was having serious second thoughts about the entire venture. Nastasia, however, seemed to enjoy antagonizing him. She glanced at him, shoulder to shoulder, and winked mischievously. Here we are, Zane announced, lifting one of the cloth bundles out of the drawer. The Crystal Mountain, government level. That's the topmost floors of the huge glass skyscraper we saw last year, remember? Oh, this is going to be totally excellent. Very gingerly, he laid the cloth on the desk and unwrapped it, careful to map exactly how it had been folded. A moment later, 12 rings gleamed against the darkness, a pair each, Scorpius said in a business-like manner, reaching for a set of rings, just like before. This is it, everyone, Zane warned. Gold for outgoing, green for coming back. Keep your rings stashed safe in a pocket whenever you aren't using them. If everything goes as planned, we'll be back before the next bell and nobody will suspect a thing. Ralph moaned. Since when does everything go as planned? Wesh, it'll be an agreement, Rose announced, setting her face sternly and glancing around. If anyone wants to stay back, we all stay back. Agreed? Nastasia cocked her head thoughtfully. She glanced aside at James and narrowed her eyes. No. With that, She jammed the golden ring onto her finger and vanished in a blur of speed. "I must admit," Scorpius announced abruptly, "I do sort of like her." He twisted his own ring onto his finger and vanished as well. Rose cried, bouncing on her toes with equal parts excitement and fear. She donned her own ring, vanishing along with Zane, who left a thrilled whoop echoing behind him. James gave a perplexed shrug. "What say, Ralph?" "On 3, Ralph nodded stiffly. Together they counted off, rings poised before their fingers. On 3, they jammed the rings on. This time, the sensation of stretching was much greater. For a split second, James felt that his body was a mere ribbon, many miles long, funneling through a conduit of light and color. Then, more violently than before, reality snapped up around him, nearly smacking him in the face. He stumbled and fell heavily, sprawling onto some plush, flat surface. "Ooh," he moaned, trying to push himself upright. He opened his eyes and found himself staring down through a diminishing blur of glassy layers, vanishing into bright, dizzying depths. "Oh," he exclaimed again, scrambling to his knees in alarm. "Yeeks," Ralph agreed from nearby. James glanced up and saw his friend huddled a few feet away, leaning against a gleaming, transparent desk. They appeared to be in a sort of enormous office complex, filled with desks, low walls, collections of plush chairs and long tables. It was not unlike some areas of the Ministry of Magic, except for the fact that everything, right down to the plush carpeting and high-paneled ceiling, seemed to be made out of perfectly transparent materials. Every surface glimmered with captured prisms, dancing in the sunlight that filtered, uninterrupted, throughout the entire building. Spreading below, and visible from every angle, was the stacked twin cities of New Amsterdam and Manhattan, looking serene and eerily empty in the distance. "The Crystal Mountain," James said, smiling in amazement. "Freaky," Ralph commented, getting gingerly to his feet. "Nothing like living with constant, crushing vertigo." "Where's everybody else, by the way?" As if in answer, a voice boomed through the air, echoing broadly. "All late arrivals should make their way to the elevators," it announced sternly, interrupted by a distant, girlish giggle. The voice went on, somewhat off microphone. "Shut up, Nastasia. You're ruining the effect." James and Ralph glanced at each other. "Zane," they said in unison. The public address system shut off with a loud click. "Over there," James grinned, pointing toward a bank of glassy lift doors refracted through the crystal desks and a collection of tasteful, nearly invisible potted ferns. Together they began to make their way through the complex, barely avoiding barking their shins on the corners of transparent desks and chairs. Despite the beauty of the place, a thin layer of dust fogged the crystal surfaces, reminding them of its months of abandoned emptiness. Glassy mugs still sat on desks, half full of congealed coffee and tea. At the head of a long conference table, a magical marker scribbled notes on a floating crystal screen, repeating the same charts over and over, squeaking dryly in the silence. James shivered despite the sunny warmth of the place. Ralph reached the lifts first and tapped the up button. Distant machinery began to hum. Glancing down, James could see a tiny glimmering box between his feet. Swiftly, it began to climb, resolving into the unmistakable shape of a lift compartment. It swept smoothly into place behind the closed glass doors and shuddered to a stop. The doors shuttled open and both boys stepped inside, their feet making no noise on the strangely invisible plush carpeting. James peered at the glowing buttons next to the door. The top button was larger than the rest, labeled Roof Mezzanine. With a shrug, James tapped it. Immediately the lift began to rise. Beyond the doors, floors began to shuttle downward, revealing more levels of offices and meeting rooms. In a matter of seconds, the last floor swept below them and the lift came to a halt. James could see Zane, Rose, Scorpius and Nastasia gathered outside, but the rest of the exterior space was a glare of sunlight on crystal. As the doors swept open, a gust of hot wind barged into the lift, ruffling James' hair and t-shirt. "Looks like there's a bit of a scattering effect over distances," Zane called over the wind. "Good thing none of us materialized between floors," Nastasia nodded. "Or inside an elevator shaft." Ralph blinked and shuddered. "I hate knowing that the only thing between us and falling 200 floors was dumb luck." "I wouldn't be too worried, Dito," Scorpius said encouragingly. "Dumb luck seems to have a thing for you a lot." James and Ralph joined the others as they strode toward a low railing. Sets of stairs led down from either side to the main roof, which was divided into a series of low, square platforms. "Landing pads," Zane said, pointing. "For people who commute by broom. Look, there are still a few brooms parked over there on the rack." James squinted against the sunlight. Sure enough, a series of neat racks stood along the roofline, still decked with a scattering of sleek, black brooms. Each broom seemed to have an unusual shape perched on its handle. James thought they looked like miniature gargoyles. "Come on," Zane called, trotting down the stairs to the main roof. "Let's take a look over the side." Rose and Nastasia followed eagerly, looking around with open curiosity. Feeling strangely reluctant, James descended the stairs as well. "Blimey," Ralph said in a low voice as he reached the ledge of the roofline. "That's a lot of height." James peered over carefully. The 4-lane avenue appeared to be miles below, separated from them by a haze of distance. Wind tore over the roof, rattling the brooms in the rack and whipping through the student's hair. "It's excellent," Nastasia proclaimed, leaning over the ledge and tilting her head up toward the sky, her eyes closed and her pink hair fluttering. "Brr," Rose said, hugging herself. "It gives me the shivers." She stepped back behind Zane and clutched her cardigan tightly about her shoulders. "My father says Victor Crumb and the Harriers are down there somewhere," Scorpius muttered, frowning into the distance. "The official story is that they're helping find stragglers, but my father thinks there are other reasons. He thinks they're here to keep an eye on Headmaster Merlin's staff." "His staff?" Rose blinked. "You mean it's still down there?" Scorpius nodded, still peering down into the city below. "He jammed it into the street when he cast the spell that froze the Muggles for a day. It was the spell that used up all his power, killing him. But his staff has been stuck there ever since. Nobody can get it out, and it's too powerful just to leave unguarded, like the sword in the stone." Ralph sighed, and then shuddered. James glanced at his friend and saw the frown on his face. Last time they had been here, Ralph had been carrying the dead body of poor Lucy, killed in the world between the worlds. A deep sense of melancholy descended on him at the thought. "Come on," he said flatly. "Let's get out of here." To his surprise, there were nods all around. Slowly and silently, the troop began to make their way back to the mezzanine. As they reached the top of the steps, a particularly hard gust of wind howled over the rooftop, flapping James' t-shirt against his chest and streaming wildly through Rose's long hair. The cardigan she had clutched around her shoulders caught the wind like a sail and tore up into the air. "No," she cried, grasping at it, but it was already gone. The cardigan lofted gently into the sky, borne on the currents of the wind, and then dropped, fluttering silently past the roofline and down, out of sight. "No," Rose cried again. "Bloody hell. No. Bummer," Zane announced with feeling. "That was a nice sweater, too." Rose spun on the spot and boggled at him, her eyes wild, her hair still streaming in the wind. "It isn't the sweater, you great idiot," she screamed, and then clutched her face in her hands, turning back toward the empty space beyond the roof. "Oh, how could I have been so bloody stupid? What is it, Rose?" James asked, approaching her. "What's the problem?" "The ring," she said, facing him and holding up her left hand, showing him the golden ring on her finger. "The green ring for the return trip. It was in my cardigan pocket, James. It's gone now, blown right over the roof, and I'm stuck here." There was a long moment of silence as everyone stared at Rose, dumbfounded and horror-struck. Nastasia stepped back toward the top of the stairs and peered over the railing, into the distant haze of the cities below. "Whoopsie," she sang out, glancing back with an ironic smile. The 6 students approached the railing over which Rose's cardigan had blown. Ralph frowned thoughtfully. "Can't the rest of us just return and then send somebody back with 2 green rings?" "They don't work that way," Zane shook his head. "They're made in pairs. The green rings only work with their golden counterparts. Separated, they're just jewelry." James squinted over the ledge, seeking any sign of Rose's lost cardigan. "At least no one else can use her green ring if they find her sweater, right?" "Right," Zane agreed. "But if we don't find it, Rose is going to have to walk home. And it's a hell of a long way to the Alaron on foot." "This is all her fault," James said suddenly, turning and glaring at Nastasia. "She took off before we all agreed to come. She'll probably pop straight back without another thought." A sincerely hurt look crossed Nastasia's face. James was so surprised to see it that he felt rather bad about blaming her. The look, however, was gone almost as soon as it had appeared. "I didn't make anyone come along," she proclaimed loftily. "I'm the adventurous type. I can't help it." Ralph turned to Rose with a pained expression. "Why couldn't you just keep your ring in your pocket like everyone else? That cardigan contained the only pockets I have," she hissed. "You try running around in a skirt and see where you stick things." "Yeah," Zane said with sudden enthusiasm. "This is very entertaining," Scorpius interjected, "but the clock is ticking and we aren't any closer to finding Rose's ring. Might I suggest we head down and form a search party?" James sighed. "Right, there's no point in bickering. I'll stay with Rose to help her find her ring. The rest of you can head back if you want." "No way," Ralph said immediately. "We stick together. Rose was right. We're all in this together." I'm not going anywhere without Rosie, Zane agreed. This was my idea, after all. Scorpius nodded curtly, and then turned to Nastasia. Oh, what fun would it be if I left now? She announced in a suddenly sulky voice. James was secretly gratified to see that she was capable of being disgruntled. Fine, Scorpius said, turning toward the mezzanine and the elevators beyond. Down we go. Zane shook his head. The elevators are no good. The street level is all locked up inside and out. The magical security perimeter was set up by Professor Jackson himself. There's no way out through the building, so what are we going to do? Ralph shrugged helplessly. Jump? No, James said, turning toward the further roofline and pointing. We fly. Rose approached the few dark broomsticks that remained in the rooftop rack. But that would be like stealing. Wouldn't it? No, Zane assured her heartily. No, it's called commandeering. This is an emergency after all. We can return them when we're done. Rose glanced aside at him suspiciously. You like the idea of flying those brooms over the ledge, don't you? Don't be silly, Zane replied unconvincingly. Tough times call for tough measures and all that. It's a dirty job. Damn the torpedoes. Ooh. This one's an Aventador, got its own slipstream generator and everything. Zane, Rose scolded. This is very serious. Right, Zane agreed, not taking his eyes from the broom. Very serious. Totally. But still. This one's mine. James peered closely at the broom, noticing again the impish shape perched on the end. What's that thing, anyway? Zane shrugged. I don't know. Hood ornament, maybe? He reached for it, grabbing the sleek black broom from its rack just as Scorpius called out a sudden warning. His words were drowned out by an ear-splitting shriek from the broom itself. Thief. The broom blared in a shrill falsetto voice. Thief. Unauthorized possession. Whoop. Whoop. Call, police. Notify owner. Contact insurance agency. Whoop. 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 That's a personal alarm gargoyle, Scorpius shouted over the wailing broom. He pointed at the impish shape perched on the end, which had cupped its tiny hands to the sides of its wide mouth. What are you, a total bumpkin? Ah, Zane nodded, trying to sound casual while shouting over the blaring imp. Nice feature. There's got to be a way to shut it off somehow. He began to poke and prod at the imp, as if looking for a button. The imp slapped at his hand, then began to giggle angrily. Knock it off, it demanded. This is serious. I'm being stolen. Thief. Notify police. Whoop. Wee-oo. We're not thieves, Rose cried, leaning close to the imp with her hands over her ears. And your owner isn't anywhere nearby. The whole city's been evacuated. There's no one here. No police, no anybody. The imp glared at her suspiciously. Likely story, lady. It blared, its shrill voice echoing around the rooftop. That's just what you'd like me to believe, isn't? We could prove it. Nastasia conceded thoughtfully. Just chuck it off the roof, Zane, and let it see for itself. Now let's not be hasty. The imp admonished, raising both of its hands, palms out. I'm just doing a job here, Pinky. No need to damage the merchandise. Look, Scorpius said, addressing the imp, we aren't stealing you. We're just borrowing you for a bit of an emergency. My father has one of you installed on his own broom, and I know for a fact that you're especially hexed to assist in any and all emergencies. Then again, he stood back and cocked his head thoughtfully. Perhaps that's just the Genie 500 series. The Genie 500 series? The imp scoffed, crossing its arms haughtily. That's strictly aftermarket dwarf charm stuff. Not even real imp. I'm a 200 Drummel factory option. Just try me, bucko. I don't know, Zane said, concealing a half smile. I bet you can't even get us down from this roof. The imp rolled its bulbous yellow eyes. Nice reverse psychology, Sigmund. Whoop. Whoop. I'm being stolen by an idiot with no imagination. Hold up. Ralph called out, interrupting the imp as it drew another deep breath. This really is an emergency. We're stuck here unless we can all get down from this roof and find our only way back. You're the only one that can help us, but you can't fly us all down anyway. Can you turn off the alarm gargoyles on these other couple of brooms as well? The imp still had its chest inflated, prepared to continue whooping. In a strained voice, it asked, You sure this is a real emergency? Please, Rose said seriously. I'm stranded here if I can't get down and find what I've lost. We'll bring you right back here when we're done. If we can, Nastasia added reasonably. The imp glared at her, apparently remembering her threat to toss it over the side. Finally, it exhaled harshly and shook its head. Fine, it agreed reluctantly. But I'm hexed with a photographic memory and I am going to report each and every one of you if things get hanky. Hey! The rest of you. Command override yellow, riders in need of assistance. The other two remaining brooms each emitted a sort of squawking bleat. The imps crouched on the handles stirred to life and eyed the students with a mixture of suspicion and eagerness. One of them was lithe and silvery blue with a tiny wedge-shaped head and glowing, pupil-less eyes. The other was very fat, pink, and adorned with a pair of fluffy white wings. "Ooh," the pink one said in a bubbly voice, "a real emergency. Shall I locate the nearest florist?" "Cupid series," the first imp muttered under its breath. "Great, yay." The Cupid clapped its chubby hands. "An adventure." Zane held up the Aventador. "Dibs on this one." To Rose, he muttered, "Say shotgun, shotgun." Rose proclaimed immediately, sidling up next to him. James glared at her, not entirely sure what that meant but knowing it would probably result in him flying the Cupid broom. He glanced aside and saw Scorpius snatch the blue broom from the rack. Its silvery imp coiled lightly on the end. "I'm with Scorpius," Ralph said sheepishly, glancing back at the pink broom. "I don't think that thing could hold me up anyway." Nastasia grinned and took her place next to James. "You want me to drive?" she asked sweetly, glancing up at him and batting her eyes. James sighed and shook his head. He reached for the Cupid broom. Like the others, it was mostly black, although it bore neat pink pinstripes down both sides and had dried roses threaded into its tail. "You two look simply adorable," the Cupid insisted as James reluctantly mounted the broom and Nastasia threw her arms around his shoulders. "And just look," it went on, pointing at Nastasia's hair. "We match. How perfectly scrumptious." "Yeah," Nastasia grinned, her voice very loud in James' ear. "It's scrumptious, isn't it, James?" James felt his face heat with a confused rush of embarrassment, fear, and a few other emotions he couldn't immediately identify. "Wind's blowing that way," Zane announced, pointing out over the length of the avenue below. "Let's follow it and keep a sharp eye out. Rose's sweater must have fallen down there in the street somewhere. Let's get low enough to search for it." "Got it, Impy? Don't push it," the Aventador imp growled in resignation. James clutched his broom. "Let's go. Everybody stay together. I'll look up starting times for any good shows at the Moxie Mage," the Cupid cried in an inspired voice. With that, the three brooms, each weighed down with two riders, kicked off from the roof and lofted out into the whickering wind over dizzying heights. Immediately, they angled down and began a slaloming descent into the shadows of the skyscrapers. "You're drifting right," Nastasia barked in James' ear, renewing her grip on his shoulders. "And you're dropping too fast. Where'd you learn to fly?" "Just shut it, I'm trying to concentrate," James called tersely. "And do you have to hold on so hard? You're going to squeeze my head off. You fly better and maybe I'll loosen up. Look out." James swerved to the left as a flagpole swept past, jutting from the side of a nearby skyscraper. Nastasia nearly climbed onto his shoulders as he sped up. "There's a whole row of them," she squealed. "Not so close." "What are you doing?" "I'm looking for Rose's cardigan, you big git. It might be hung up on anything." "Get off me. I can hardly see." "Lover's quarrel," the Cupid chided with a cluck of its tongue. "I could arrange an appointment for his and hers pedicures? How romantic would that be?" "Answer." "Very." "Shut up." Both James and Nastasia commanded simultaneously. The three brooms continued to drift downward, seesawing back and forth between canyons of glass and steel. In the lead, Zane called back, "Anybody see anything?" "We have to get lower still," Scorpius announced, shaking his head in frustration. "It could have blown anywhere, under any of those abandoned cars, or on top of an awning, anything. Blast it all," Rose cursed to herself. "If only I could just perform an Accio spell," Ralph brightened. "That's a great idea. Why don't you do it?" Rose glanced back at him as if he was a total idiot. "Because my wand is also in the pocket of my cardigan, and none of us knows it well enough to summon it ourselves," Scorpius sighed. "There's nothing for it but to keep." "What's that?" Nastasia interrupted, stabbing out an arm and pointing toward a nearby roof. James glanced to the right, following her gesture. The roof was sliding past, rising as they descended. Something was moving through that collection of old air conditioning units and snaking ducts. With a stumbling lunge, it leapt out into the sunlight. "It's a woman," Rose cried, shaking Zane's shoulders atop their broom. "What's she doing here?" It was indeed a woman. Her dirty blonde hair was stringy, whipped by the wind so that it formed a wild strew around her head and her haunted, bright eyes. James knew instinctively that she was a muggle, and yet when she saw them, 6 young people flying along on brooms 300 feet over the avenue, she did not so much as blink. She lurched toward them, her shoes slipping frantically on the tar paper roof. "Help!" she gasped hoarsely. There was movement behind her now. Dark shapes flitted through the rooftop vents, angling swiftly toward her. James barely had time to see them before his broom descended below the line of the roof, obscuring his view. As James swept past, the woman glanced back at her pursuers. She moaned in terror, and then, to James' complete shock, she leapt. "No," Rose cried, but the woman was not jumping to her death. She had aimed for James' broom. Flailing desperately, she tackled both him and Nastasia, one arm around each of their necks, clinging desperately. The broom slewed sickeningly to the left, nearly turning over completely, and began to drop in a steep spiral. "Too heavy," the Cupid wailed, exceeding weight limit by 40%. "No love triangles." "Grab her," James shouted, struggling to regain control of the broom as its descent steepened. "Are you crazy?" Nastasia shrieked into the rushing wind. "We can't hold her up." "Well, we can't throw her off. We'll crash if we don't." Nastasia, James realized, was trying to pry the woman's arm from around her neck. The woman moaned, seemingly too weak to hold on much longer anyway. "Nastasia," James cried. "Stop. Hold on to her. We'll make it." A shape swooped past them, buffeting them with its passage. James glanced hectically aside and saw Zane struggling to match their descent. Behind him, Rose hung on for dear life, her lips pressed into a thin line of terror. Zane pointed downward and hollered something. "What?" James cried, struggling futilely to hold the broomstick upright. Zane leaned aside and called out again, "Aim for the awnings." James boggled at him, and then turned his attention to the avenue that was roaring up beneath him. A broad green awning spanned the building on his left side. James nodded understanding and lunged hard left, dragging the failing broom with him. "Hold on," he cried. The awning swept up beneath them, tilting and yawing as James completely lost control. He braced himself and closed his eyes. The impact was much harder than he expected. The taut canvas was shockingly stiff, but the framework beneath broke away with a screech of startled metal. The awning collapsed beneath them, taking them with it as it crashed down, half onto the sidewalk and half onto an abandoned yellow taxi. James bounced off, losing his grip on the broom and ricocheting off the door of the cab. He struck the pavement hard enough to rattle his teeth, and for a few seconds his vision went swimmy. Shadows passed over him as the others swooped down to land nearby. "James." Rose called anxiously. "Are you all right? Tell me you're all right." "I'm fine," James said mushily, forcing himself to a sitting position in the shadow of the taxi. "I think." "What about the others?" He looked around, fearing the worst. Nastasia was tangled in the remains of the awning, which seemed to have folded around her in a sort of green canvas cocoon. She moaned irritably and began to struggle out of the wreckage. The mysterious blonde woman had fallen onto the taxi and rolled down onto its bonnet, where she stirred limply. Miraculously, she seemed to be physically all right, if near exhaustion. She slid off the bonnet and her knees buckled. "Run," she muttered tensely. "Go, Lissa. Don't let him collect you. Run, babe, run." But her legs rebelled, refusing to hold her up. They jiggled beneath her and she sprawled pathetically to the sidewalk. "Is she all right?" Zane asked, ditching his broom and running to her side. "Who is she?" Ralph added, dropping to his knees next to her. Rose joined them. Together, the three students helped her into a sitting position. "Miss?" Rose asked her carefully. "Is that your name?" "Lissa? What are you doing here?" "Have to run," the woman, Lissa, insisted dully. She glanced around, saw Rose and Ralph, and suddenly her eyes sharpened. She grabbed at them. "Have to run," she repeated frantically. "The collector is coming." "The who?" James said, climbing awkwardly to his feet. "The collector," a deep voice announced from behind him. James startled and spun around, nearly unhinging his knees again. A figure was standing against the lowering sun, casting James in its shadow. It was a man, very tall, wearing a heavy burgundy robe with gold scrollwork on the sleeves. A deep hood concealed his face, revealing only his chin and the tip of his nose. He seemed to stare at James from the depths of the hood, as if weighing him. "I apologize," he said, smiling suddenly. He raised his pale hands and pushed back the hood, revealing a handsome, if unremarkable face. Dark hair, threaded with steely gray, was combed back from the temples. "I didn't mean to startle you. I am the person she is referring to, the collector, although it is not so much a name as a sort of title." "What do you want?" Rose called out, putting her arm protectively around Lissa, who had begun to hyperventilate in apparent terror. "Why are you chasing her?" "This poor creature is one of my charges," the man answered, a hint of sadness in his voice. "Just one of the unfortunate, forgotten people left to fend for themselves in this ghost of a city. I have taken it upon myself to care for them, whenever my duties allow it." "If you are caring for her," Scorpius asked, taking a step forward, "then why was she running from you?" Why did she nearly kill herself trying to get away from you? Alas, the collector said, moving carefully closer to Lissa and descending to one knee. She is not in her right mind. Few of them are. This is why they were left here to begin with, why they did not heed the warnings to evacuate along with the others. She is confused. And as you can see, she is a danger to herself. I will take her back. I will care for her, as I do the rest. Lissa suddenly laughed. It was a ragged, desperate sound. The rest, she gasped. There are hardly any of us left at all. You've collected so many. You're a monster. A beast. The collector bowed his head and spread his hands. Unfortunately, some delusions are much more stubborn than others. I do what I can to help them, but some require special attention. He raised his head again and spoke directly to the woman. Come along, my dear Melissa. You know there is no way out of the quarantine zone now, not unless you wish to get arrested by the authorities. They would imprison you. Your many crimes. Lissa laughed again, a wild, animal cackle. Imprisonment, yes, let them take me. I'll go willingly, she giggled, and the giggle was half sob, as if the collector was teasing her with a wonderful treat rather than a threat of capture. A shiver rippled down James' back. She doesn't want to go with you, he said, moving to get between the collector and Lissa. She can come with us. We can look after her. You've done your bit. The collector glanced up at him without raising his head. His eyes were cold, his smile a mere mask. How generous you are. James Potter, he said. James took a step backward and reached for his wand. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, How do you know who I am? Come, Lissa, the collector said again, extending his pale hand. You don't want to involve these nice young people in your troubles, do you? The threat was obvious. James glanced back at Lissa, saw the frozen fear on her face. If she didn't go along with this man, her fate, whatever it was, would be extended to those helping her. Slowly, haltingly, she disengaged herself from Rose, Ralph, and Zane. She began to stand. I don't think so, Scorpius said impatiently, raising his fist. His wand protruded from it, leveled at the collector. I have nothing against you, friend, but personally, I'm wary of veiled threats. Believe me, I know them when I hear them. The woman stays with us. The collector looked at Scorpius' wand, his eyebrows raised slightly. Is this how all of you feel? He asked, a tinge of disappointment in his voice. James raised his own wand and moved alongside Scorpius. He nodded resolutely. A moment later, he felt Ralph and Zane on either side, their own wands leveled. Really, James? The collector said, ignoring the others. This is the stand you wish to take? Risking all for the sake of a sad, wasted muggle woman? A woman even her own kind cannot deign to be bothered with? James swallowed hard and nodded, renewing his grip on his wand. You really should consider, the collector said, rising again to his full height, choosing your battles more wisely. He raised his arms, showing them the white palms of his hands, as if he was about to perform a magic trick, and then, furthering this image, black smoke began to pour out of his dangling sleeves. The smoke swirled, condensing into tendrils, and then collapsing horribly into shapes. Two creatures formed out of the smoke, both taller than the collector himself, and both equally terrible. You will not yet have learned of the Wendigo, the collector said calmly. It is native to this country, ancient and starved nearly to extinction. Until, that is, a certain warlock associate of mine revived them. They are cannibal spirits. And as you can see, they are hungry. The Wendigos looked like horribly emaciated humans, with mottled gray skin stretched taut over their bones. Their feet were grotesquely elongated, raised at the heels like wolves'. Long, spindly arms dangled to the ground, ending in spider-like fingers. The worst part, however, were their heads, oversized, hunched forward between their shoulders, with deep, wide-set eyes as wide as marbles and thin, bloody lips peeled back from their teeth. Ragged antlers sprouted from their temples, sharp and ridged with serrations. The Wendigos raised their long fingers, hooked into talons, and coiled to pounce. Run! James called, leveling his wand at the monster on the right. He shot it with a stunning spell, but the jet of magic merely exploded from its nearly translucent skin. It launched itself at him, unleashing its rancid breath in a low roar. James ducked sideways, throwing himself under the collapsed awning. The Wendigo landed atop it with a screech of metal and immediately began tearing at it. The other roared viciously. James heard its thumping footsteps as it galloped past in pursuit of the others. Someone screamed. Spells were fired, illuminating the street. A whoosh of air told James that at least one of the brooms was airborne again. He scrambled out on the other side of the broken awning and began to run. Scorpius, Rose and Lissa were crammed onto one of the brooms, but they were too heavy to get any lift. The second Wendigo pounced after them, leaping over abandoned cars and snarling hoarsely. A heavy thump struck the ground behind James, accompanied by a gust of stinking breath. He knew the first Wendigo was right behind him, sensed its long arms lunging toward him. He ducked to the left and leapt through a broken shop window. Mannequins toppled before him, skating away on pebbles of broken glass. He tumbled over them, scrambled up and threw himself into the darkened store. Behind him, the Wendigo roared, smashing through the remains of the window and dashing aside the mannequins effortlessly. James glanced back, saw its milky eyes glowing faintly in the dimness. It saw him and pounced. Down James crouched, ducking under a rack of clothing. The Wendigo crashed into it, knocking it sideways, but James scrambled out the other side and hurled himself through a rear door. Darkness met him, crowded with boxes and more mannequins. Shelves stood in rows, cluttered with merchandise. The only light came from a tiny window in the back, set into a gray metal door. James made toward it, dodging frantically around the shelves. Behind him, the storeroom door burst from its hinges. The Wendigo hefted it in its spindly arms and threw it at James like a discus. The door whooshed over his shoulder and crashed against a shelving unit, sending boxes flying in all directions. Gasping with terror, James reached the rear door. It was equipped with a push bar, which James slammed downward with both hands. Thankfully, the door heaved open before him, dumping him out into a narrow alley, choked with trash bins and wooden pallets. James ran, threading through the trash bins. Distantly, he heard screams, crashes, the fizzing whoosh of magic. The Wendigo exploded through the rear door, blasting it off its hinges and sending it crashing against the brick wall opposite. The Wendigo saw James and dropped to all fours. With a scrape of gravel, it launched itself after him, galloping between the trash bins with horrible speed. It was nearly upon him. With a deep, grating snarl, it leapt. James threw himself to the broken pavement and covered his head. A shadow flicked over him, accompanied by a strange metallic noise. Bang! A split second later, a heavy, ringing crash filled the air. James looked up in time to see the Wendigo hurled, upside down, against a chain-link fence that divided the alley. The fence bowed under its weight, and then recoiled, flinging the horrible creature against a stack of pallets. Stay. Where? You are. A deep voice commented sternly. James craned to look back over his shoulder. A man in a heavy green tunic, studded with black leather armor, hovered over the alley on a nasty-looking black broom. His arm was fully extended as he sighted down his wand, pointing it at the Wendigo. The Wendigo scrambled to its feet, apparently unfazed by its encounter with the fence. It saw the man on the broom and snarled, wrinkling its bloody lips from its black gums. Then, with a lithe speed that was terrible to watch, it lunged for the nearest trash bin. James thought it meant to hide. Instead, the thing heaved the enormous bin into the air, hurling it like a projectile. The man on the broom fainted left instantly, just enough to allow the trash bin to whistle past, crashing against the wall behind him. He fired a green spell, briefly illuminating the dim alley and producing another strange metallic pang. The spell struck the Wendigo squarely in the chest, knocking it backwards with incredible force. The Wendigo hit the brick wall and smashed completely through it, creating a jagged hole into darkness. Come. The man on the broom commanded, lowering a large gloved hand to James. They can't be killed, only repulsed. Hurry, before it revives itself. James glanced from the broken brick wall to the man on the broom. This was obviously one of the harriers that Scorpius had mentioned. Without a second thought, he reached up, grasped the man's forearm, and felt himself pulled bodily off the ground and onto the broom. Hold on. The harrier barked hoarsely, turning swiftly in the narrow confines of the alley. Behind them, the Wendigo roared. There was a crash of bricks. The green-clad harrier hunched over his broom and it rocketed forward, more swiftly and powerfully than anything James had ever experienced. He scrambled for a handhold, grasped two fists full of the man's short cape, and held on as tightly as he could. The force of acceleration was breathtaking. An instant later, the broom sped out into sunlight, leaving the alley behind. My friends. James called over the rush of the wind. There's another of those things after them. The harrier didn't reply, but he banked hard to the right, soaring out over the avenue where the fight had begun. James saw the broken awning and the crooked taxi. The broom banked again as its pilot surveyed the scene, seeming to ascertain which direction the fight had gone from 1,000 subtle clues. He tilted the broom upwards and accelerated again. As they hurtled around a corner, James spied a flash of electric blue ahead. The harrier ticked his broom straight toward it and raised his wand again. It's them. James called as they closed in. Sure enough, Scorpius, Rose and Lissa were limping along on the blue broom, barely 20 feet above the street. Beneath them, the second Wendigo leapt onto a bus, coiled, and sprung at them, stretching out its incredibly long arms. It swiped, meaning to swat them straight out of the air, but another blue flash lit the street, emanating from an orb of magic that flickered around the broom, repelling the Wendigo's grasp. It fell back to the street in a furious crouch and roared. "That's one tough little imp," the Harrier exclaimed, gesturing with his wand as they circled the others. James squinted through the roaring wind and saw the lithe little security gargoyle crouched alertly on the tip of the sinking broom. Its blue eyes glowed like pinpricks of lightning, casting the protective blue bubble. "It can't hold out much longer," the Harrier added, swooping to cut the Wendigo off from them. "We'll have to fend it off. Fortunately there's just the one." Ah, damn. James saw it coming at the same time. The Wendigo's twin leapt into view at the end of the block. It saw the crippled broom and snarled viciously. In an instant, it began to leap from car top to car top, crimping the metal bonnets and roofs with its thudding footprints. "Wind out," the Harrier ordered, leveling his own wand at the nearer of their pursuers. "Use a convulsive spell if you know it. Anything with some force behind it. You take the further one, now?" James cried, fumbling his wand out and aiming it. Now, both of them fired at once. The nearer Wendigo thrashed backwards as a blue bolt struck it. James' convulsive spell missed its mark, however, exploding a newspaper box behind the advancing monster. The Wendigo zigged back and forth, shattering windscreens and swinging from utility poles. Again. The Harrier commanded. More bolts of magic lit the street, with Scorpius joining in from behind, but it was little use. Even the Harrier's direct hits only repulsed the creatures for a moment. The twin monstrosities were nearly upon them, snarling more viciously than ever. A series of pops suddenly echoed along the canyon of skyscrapers. Figures appeared in mid-swoop, each dressed in green tunics and matte black armor, each straddling their own long, sleek broomsticks. They arced around in tightening loops and finally halted in formation, forming a ring around the original Harrier and his charges. 9 Harriers in all, 9 ones pointed down at the Wendigos, which had suddenly dropped to alert, furious crouches. "On my mark." One of the newcomers barked. James glanced up and was overjoyed to see Victor Crumb, his face set with grim determination. "Fire." All 9 Harriers unleashed their spells on the Wendigos simultaneously. Green bolts lit the street, converging on the creatures in an instant. That strange, metallic pang sounded again, this time multiplied nearly tenfold. There was an explosion of green light and a shock wave of thick, black smoke. When the echoes died away, the Wendigos were gone. The Harrier sharing James' broom drew a deep breath and let it out slowly, purposely calming himself. He looked aside, assuring that everyone was all right, and then glanced up at Crumb. "About bloody time," he shouted, his voice echoing along the empty street. "What's the matter, Piter?" One of the late arrivals called. "Can't handle a couple of escaped house pets on your own, James?" Crumb shouted, piloting his broom into position next to him, his face deadly stern. "What are you doing here?" James stammered. There were some rings. Experimental magic." Crumb shook his head vigorously. "On second thought, I don't care." "Do you have a means to get back home?" James nodded, then glanced aside as Rose and Scorpius lowered their overloaded broom. The Muggle woman crammed between them. Sorta. And we're very keen to, actually. But Rose is missing her ring. It was in her cardigan when it, blew off the roof of the Crystal Mountain." James turned back to Crumb, expecting a stern or confused frown. Instead, Crumb had produced a tiny notebook from a chest pocket on his leather armor. He was writing on it with an equally tiny quill, the implements looking slightly silly in his large, gloved hands. He nodded curtly at his own notes. "Cardigan," he stated. "Color?" Rose spoke up sheepishly. "It's sort of a pale salmon color? With perhaps a little mauve?" Crumb looked at her without writing anything, his brow lowered. "Pink," James interjected. "It's pink. Do you think you can help us?" "The cardigan contains a ring," Crumb confirmed, frowning again at his notes. "Anything else?" "My wand," Rose called. "And, some Drubel's gum. And possibly a nosebleed nougat or two, Fat Wildo," Crumb announced crisply, pocketing his notebook and tiny quill. He raised his voice and called out, "Search pattern Sigma. Object is a pink cardigan sweater, lost from the roof of the Crystal Mountain. Consider prevailing winds and be aware of high perches and overhangs. Upon retrieval, assure contents, 1 ring, 1 wand, assorted effects. Teams 1 through 3, go now and report back in a quarter hour. Team 4, return to watch perimeter." This may have been a distraction. The last he added in a worried growl, turning back to James. "It was very foolish of you to come here, James," he said gravely, and it pained James to hear the disappointment in the older man's voice. "We weren't supposed to come here." "Exactly," James insisted weakly. "We started out in the top floors of the Crystal Mountain. It was just a quick out and back, using these magical rings Zane and his mates have been working on." Crumb's eyes sharpened. "Zane Walker? He is here as well?" James nodded nervously. "Yeah, somewhere. He and a girl named Nastasia." A wave of worry suddenly washed over him as he glanced around the deserted street. "And Ralph, too. Where are they?" "That collector bloke must have them." Even as James spoke, a clatter echoed from the nearby corner and a trio of figures clambered into view. James glanced toward the sound and was astounded to see Zane, Nastasia and Ralph climbing around the wreck of a bus. Pinter, the harrier with whom James still shared a broom, said, "Are these your friends?" "That's them," James nodded, squirming to climb off the broom. The harrier lowered his broom, allowing James to jump down. "James," Zane called, "what happened to the Wendigos? And who are your new pals?" On second thought, he frowned a little. "I guess both those questions sorta answer each other." "Oh. Hi, Victor. I should have known you were part of this, Walker," Victor sighed. James met his friends near the wrecked bus. "What?" he stammered, looking them up and down. They appeared to barely have broken a sweat. How did we avoid becoming lunch for a pair of anorexic zombie cannibals?" Zane clarified, raising his eyebrows. "Good question. It's a tale of true grit and resourcefulness if there ever was one. See, as soon as we saw Scorpius and Rose fly off with the Muggle woman, I just put on my green ring," Nastasia piped up, lifting a hand and wriggling her fingers. "Bada boom. Built-in escape route." "Ralph and I followed along," Zane shrugged. "It seemed like the obvious thing to do. Then, we zapped right back again. Only when we came back, the rings landed us back on top of the Crystal Mountain. It took us a few minutes to get back down from there. Fortunately, I was genius enough to grab these from the XCOM lab." He held up a pair of old but serviceable brooms. Rose and Scorpius joined them, bringing Lissa with them. James frowned at Zane. "You mean, you three just left?" "We thought you would do the same," Ralph said. "There was no fighting those Wendigo things. At least, not without professional help." He eyed Victor and Pieter, who hung in midair nearby, talking in serious voices on their sleek brooms. "But James began, and then stopped. He had honestly forgotten about the ring in his pocket, the one that would have whisked him immediately to safety if he had merely put it on. In retrospect, it seemed very silly, and potentially deadly, for him to have forgotten about it. But then he remembered that Rose hadn't had her ring at all, and neither had the Muggle woman, Lissa. He looked at Zane and Ralph, then Nastasia. "You," he said, realization dawning on him. "You were just waiting for a chance to zap back. You didn't care about anyone else. If Zane and Ralph hadn't seen you do it, they never would have thought to do it themselves. They never would have left Rose here." "Now hold on, James," Zane interjected. "We came back immediately, and with help. We were going to use the brooms to get everyone up off the street, where those monsters couldn't reach us." "She wasn't thinking about anyone but herself," James insisted, still glaring at Nastasia. "Neither of you would have left if you hadn't seen her do it first, just to save her own skin. I'm surprised you even got her to come back with you." Nastasia met his glare with a look of wounded surprise. Then, her face hardened. She turned away, but not before James saw tears shimmering in her eyes. Suddenly, Zane did the last thing James expected. He shoved James, hard, on the shoulder. "What's the matter with you?" he demanded. "What were we supposed to do?" "You ran off." Scorpius and Rose made it into the air with Lissa. One of those things nearly ripped Nastasia's head off with one swipe. It was instinct to get to safety any way we could. If it wasn't for her quick thinking, the three of us would probably be dead right now. James stared at his friend in shock. He glanced at Ralph for support and saw a deeply wounded look on the big boy's face. "I'm sorry, James," Ralph said quietly. "You might be right. Perhaps we shouldn't have left. But we came back as soon as we could." James suddenly felt like a complete cad. He shook his head. "No, Ralph. I shouldn't have said." Yeah, Zane said with uncharacteristic bitterness. "We're all sorry about everything. Can we just find Rose's cardigan and get the hell out of here already?" He stepped past James, heading toward Victor and Pieter. "Really, Ralph," James said quietly. "I am sorry. You both did the smart thing. I was stupid to forget I had a way out in my pocket, and I almost got killed for it." "Sure," Ralph said, smiling wanly. "But you're right. At least you didn't leave Rose here. You and Scorpius, you two are the heroes. Ha, James scoffed. I barely got a shot off. I ran like a garden gnome and completely lost track of Rose and the others. If it hadn't been for Victor and his harriers. He shuddered, realizing how truly perilous his situation had been. It's all right, Rose said quietly, placing a hand on James and Ralph's shoulders. We all did the best we could. And everything turned out all right. Didn't it? Lissa suddenly gave a harsh, bitter laugh. Everything's all right, she repeated, shaking her head. None of you have any idea. No clue at all. What do you mean? Ralph asked, turning to the Muggle woman. Who was that man, anyway? Who's the collector? Lissa met Ralph's eyes and the bitter smile fell from her face. She drew a deep, shuddering breath. He's the devil. She shrugged helplessly. He found us. The ones that were left when the city emptied out. Me and Park and a bunch of the other street people, we were just beginning to band together, to understand what had happened, and he found us. He was powerful. Magical. And he promised us things. But he lied. Scorpius tilted his head curiously. So there are others? Lissa giggled a little again. There were others. There are hardly any left now. Now that he's done collecting, what does that mean, Lissa? Rose asked worriedly, her face going pale. Lissa shrugged helplessly. We didn't want to do it, but he promised to take us with him when the new world came. He took care of us, but for a price. Every day he sent us out into the city, looking for things. He was making something. She shook her head and grimaced. Something awful. He needed lots of very specific ingredients for it. But when he finally had everything he needed, he didn't need us anymore. He started collecting people instead. First Park, then, one by one, most of the others. Even the ones who were like him. The magical ones. Rose looked perplexed. He killed people? Even other wizards? Lissa shook her head again, slowly and emphatically. It wasn't just killing. It was like a game to him. It gave him pleasure. And it made him more powerful. He collected them. When he was done, they weren't so much dead as they were just sort of sucked dry, empty human husks, with everything stripped out of them. He made us bury them in the park, which was the worst part of all. Some of them. She shuddered violently and met James' eyes, almost pleadingly. Some of them were still breathing. They were dead. Dead in every way that mattered. But they breathed. He's a rogue wizard, Ralph said suddenly, glancing from Scorpius to James, just taking advantage of the situation here, with all the authorities gone. Right? Just some really deranged, vicious wizard with delusions of grandeur? Scorpius scowled thoughtfully. I've been around wizards with delusions of grandeur my whole life. I come from a long line of them, to be honest. Not many of them could conjure mythical beasts out of thin air. That was some serious dark magic. He referred to a warlock friend of his, Rose said, shivering at the memory of the Wendigos. Warlocks are very specialized wizards. They make magical weapons, poisons, instruments of mass warfare. That's where they get their name. But there are hardly any of them left, aren't there? Most of them were on the side of Voldemort, back in our parents' day, and got sent to Azkaban. They were the most wicked wizards of all, because they truly believed what they were doing was right. They were unapologetic, and vowed to continue their work if they were ever released. Whirlick, James gasped, his eyes widening. The others blinked at him. Ralph asked, who? The criminal that I met at Azkaban, the one who ended up escaping with Judith's help. I told you all about it, remember? His name was Whirlick. But what if that wasn't a name? What if it was just another word for warlock? Rose glanced at Scorpius. They shared a strangely uncomfortable look. It's possible. She acknowledged. That's the whole reason he was in Azkaban to begin with, James went on, speaking to himself as much as the others. He was making all sorts of dark magic weapons and poisons. He killed one of Dad's best Aurors using them. He must be the one working with this collector person. And that means that they're both involved with Judith. He glanced at the others' faces in turn. The Lady of the Lake. Rose bit her lips in a strange grimace. Scorpius looked away pointedly. Even Ralph shuffled a little on his feet. Only Lissa, the Muggle woman, did not blink. She watched James' face as if hypnotized. Did you ever see her? He asked, taking half a step closer to her. A tall woman? With reddish hair? Keen-looking, but cold? Lissa still met his gaze intently. She shook her head very slowly. There was another. She admitted in an ear whisper. But no one ever saw who. Or what. It was. They always met in secret. The collector took orders. Sometimes they argued. He wanted to use it now. The other insisted they wait until a better time. The perfect time. Scorpius looked sharply at Lissa. The perfect time for what? What were they talking about using? Lissa still stared at James. Her eyes were wide, eerily intent. In a low, muttering voice, she said, "He knew you. He called you by name." James shivered. What were they talking about, Lissa? He pressed. It might be important. What were they waiting for the perfect time for? Lissa finally tore her gaze from James' face. She glanced around at the others, as if noticing them for the first time. When she spoke, it was in a hushed whisper. The thing they had made, the thing we had to collect all the ingredients for. It was very difficult, they said, but powerful, terrible. They called it the Morrigan Web. She shuddered. All the color fell out of James' face. The Morrigan. Rose repeated, narrowing her eyes, thoughtfully. I've heard of that. The Morrigan was a goddess of war, but what's a Morrigan Web? Lissa shook her head slowly. The collector told us. She muttered. He told us what it is. He told us. It was the end of our world. James looked at her, a chill coiling down his spine. In his mind, he saw Petra's dream story, saw her handwriting scribbled all over it, blending together into a cacophony of random thoughts and ideas, and in the middle, written larger and more emphatically than the rest, each letter pressed into the parchment as if written with great force, was that same phrase, the Morrigan Web. Petra knew about it. Petra was involved. You should all return this moment, Victor called suddenly, snapping James out of his reverie. We will protect the young lady until her possessions are returned and she can facilitate her own way back. The Muggle woman will be taken to the authorities. Ralph shook his head. I'm staying with Rose, he insisted, and James saw that he was still smarting from the guilt of leaving her during the attack. If that collector person attacked us once, he may try it again. You may be more right than you know, Peter admitted darkly, swooping nearby on his broom. As I told Mr. Potter here, the Wendigos cannot be killed, only repulsed. They have surely returned to their master, whoever or whatever he may be. Zane returned to the group, his face serious. I told Victor about the collector, he nodded. An opportunist, Victor acknowledged, the worst kind of wizard imaginable. Where some exploit disasters to loot goods, people like him delight in looting souls. We will find him and he will pay for what he has done. This he directed at Lissa, meeting her eyes gravely. Turning back to the others, he went on, for now, however, it is all the more reason for you to return to safety. I am not asking. You have already broken numerous edicts in coming here. Do not doubt that I will see you prosecuted if you disobey me. Victor, Zane said, raising his voice. Seriously. We can't leave without. You can and you will, Victor commanded sternly, immediately. I do not care how or why you came to be here, but believe me, you have already caused more trouble than you know. Go now or face the consequences. As he spoke, thankfully, two other Harriers zoomed low along the street, converging on them. One of them, James saw, was carrying a pink, fluttering shape in his fist. The young lady's property, he called out, setting down on the street and holding up the cardigan. It got conveniently hung up on a statue in Union Square. Everything seems to be in order. He handed the cardigan to Rose. Thanks, she said sheepishly. Victor nodded firmly. I suppose that settles that, then. Are there any other arguments? James thought he sensed the slightest undertone of wry humor in the former champion's words. He shook his head emphatically. Excellent. Then off with you. Miss. This, he addressed to Lissa as he held a hand out to her. There is a Magical Integration Bureau office on the Brooklyn Bridge blockade. They will assist you. Lissa nodded wearily. You first, Rose, Zane sighed, producing his green ring from his pocket. We'll follow, Rose nodded. She rummaged in the pocket of her cardigan, found her own green ring, and showed it to the others. Sorry, everyone, she said, smiling wanly. Ralph smiled back at her. Just get back safely. We still have one more jump to make from there, back through the cabinet. It's probably the middle of the night, Hogwarts time. That's true, she nodded. All right. See you all on the other side. With that, she jammed the ring onto her finger. An instant later she vanished with a sort of rushing pop. Scorpius didn't wait. With a brisk sigh, he donned his own ring and disappeared. I'm sorry, Zane, James said meekly, turning to his friend. Really? Zane met his gaze, but his eyes remained hard. He nodded curtly. Let's just go. What about Nastasia? Ralph asked, glancing around. Already gone. Zane shrugged, glancing down at his green ring. We both thought it would be best. After, you know. Everything. Without looking up, he pushed his ring onto his finger and vanished. James drew a deep breath and let it out, feeling thoroughly miserable. Thoughts swirled around his head in a sort of storm, Petera, the Morrigan Web, Whirlick, the Lady of the Lake, the Collector, even Nastasia, especially the wounded look on her face when he had accused her of caring only about herself. He dug his own ring out of his pocket, feeling the conspicuous glare of Victor Crumb watching from his broom, 50 feet away. "Ralph," he asked quietly, pausing with his green ring poised before his finger. "When we were talking about Whirlick and his escape, why did you all look so strange?" Ralph met his eyes briefly, and then glanced away. "It isn't that," he admitted uncomfortably. "It's the other part." "What other part?" James asked, an edge of exasperation coming into his voice. Ralph glanced at him again and drew a deep breath. "The Lady of the Lake," he admitted. "It's all just a little weird." "You know?" James shook his head firmly. "No, I don't know. What's weird about that?" "It makes perfect sense. She helped Whirlick escape so he could help her and the Collector make some sort of ultimate magical weapon. It's horrible, but what's weird about it?" Ralph frowned in consternation. "James," he said, lowering his voice still further. "I don't really know how to say this. I guess I sort of thought you already knew." "What, Ralph?" James demanded, losing his patience. "Out with it." Ralph lowered his ring and ran a hand through his thick hair. He glanced out over the street, seemed to see Victor watching, and then returned his gaze to James. His face was a mask of miserable resignation. "James," he whispered harshly, leaning close. "No one else ever saw this Lady of the Lake person. Only you. Did you not know that?" James stared at Ralph in disbelief. He narrowed his eyes. "But that's ridiculous. You were all there in the world between the worlds. She was there with us in the Black Castle. We spoke to her." Ralph shuffled his feet again, but shook his head insistently. "We heard a voice," he admitted. "But I never saw anyone. I just saw the other Petera. The rest was just shadows and echoes. Zane and I sort of thought it was all a trick, that the other Petera, the Morgan version, was just, sort of, mad. Talking in two voices." "Ralph," James hissed, an incredulous smile crossing his face. "You're joking, right? The Lady of the Lake." The smile faded from his face. "Ralph, she killed Lucy. You saw it happen." "Somebody killed her," Ralph agreed gravely. "But who?" "I didn't see it happen. I thought it was Morgan. Zane too. But what about the other time she showed up?" James insisted. "On the Zephyr, you saw her shooting from the windows at all those Wolf blokes, blasting them out of the air." "I saw a lot of people," Ralph agreed reluctantly. "There were loads of people on the train with us." "Ralph, this is just aft," James exclaimed, raising his voice. "What about all the other times?" "What about?" He stopped as cold realization flooded over him. There were no other times. The other times he had encountered Judith, first in the halls of the Aquapolis, and then in the North Sea, when she had whisked Whirlick away in the form of a living waterspout, none of his friends had been present. But on the night of the unveiling, James said, thinking hard. "She was there on the street, calling out about how my dad was guilty, about how he killed that senator." "You heard her?" "She was right there with Morgan, standing side by side." Ralph shook his head slowly but emphatically. "I did hear people screaming things. I heard stuff like that in the crowd. But I didn't see anyone." "None of us did, James. That's why everyone gets a little nervous when you talk about Judith. Because most people, they don't exactly believe she exists, James." Victor barked from some distance away. "Both of you. You must go. Now." Ralph glanced aside nervously. "Come on, James," he said, readying his ring. "We can talk about this more later." James was too stunned to respond. Ralph nudged him. "On 3, he suggested again. "Ready?" James nodded feebly. Ralph counted. They both put on their rings. 20 minutes later, James, Ralph, Rose and Scorpius tumbled out of the vanishing cabinet into the dark stillness of the great hall. "Home," Rose said fervently. "For a little while there, I felt like I'd never see this place again." "Is that mad?" "I think we all felt that way a bit," Ralph agreed. Quietly, disconsolately, the students made their way out of the great hall, whispering goodnight to Ralph at the dungeon stairs, tiptoeing so as not to arouse the attention of the always wandering Filch and Mrs. Norris. The 3 Gryffindors climbed the stairs to the portrait of the fat lady. Scorpius muttered the password, granting them entrance to the deserted common room. Orange embers glowed in the fireplace, casting the only light. Rose glanced at the large clock near the fireplace and yawned extravagantly. She turned to Scorpius and James in turn. "Thanks," she said seriously. "Thanks for waiting with me tonight." "You didn't have to. But I am glad you did." James nodded. Scorpius shrugged, as if to say, "What else were we going to do?" "Rose," James said tiredly, stepping close to his cousin. You don't believe in Judith, do you? A pained expression crossed her face. James, I don't doubt what you believe. It's all right, Rose. James nodded. I suppose it doesn't really matter, but will you help me with something anyway? Of course, she replied, looking rather relieved. After tonight, I feel like I owe you all a bit of an enormous favor. What is it? James glanced back at Scorpius, who was watching unabashedly. Help me figure out what the Morrigan Web is. Rose frowned slightly. Shouldn't you just tell your father? I will, James interjected, looking back at her. But still. You're dead smart, just like your mum, and I have a feeling that Dad will need all the help he can get. Rose nodded. I'll help. We'll start this weekend. All right, James agreed. A moment later, Rose turned and climbed the stairs to the girls' dormitory. I really shouldn't mention this, Scorpius muttered as they made their way up the spiral stairs to their own dormitory. But you remember what tonight was, don't you? James shook his head vaguely. I don't know and I don't care, he said. Scorpius nodded. That's good. It would have been rushed in the best case, after all. Even without everything that happened in New Amsterdam, James stopped on the stairs. His eyes widened in the darkness. Oh no, he said slowly. It can't be. I can't truly have missed it again. Scorpius glanced back at him. I thought you said you didn't care? He asked sardonically. James stared at him in the darkness, his expression blank, his mouth hanging slightly open. It would be actually been funny, if it wasn't so preposterously frustrating. Don't worry, Scorpius said, turning and resuming his climb up the dormitory stairs. There's always next year. After all. It's only Quidditch. 5. Suspicions and secrets. The next morning, James skipped breakfast for the first time in his career at Hogwarts. He simply couldn't bear the thought of the jeering he would likely receive from the rest of the Gryffindors, and the Quidditch team in particular. Hungry and unhappy, he made his way to his first class, advanced flight with the irrepressible Professor K. Bridcully, his thunderstreak propped over his shoulder and his full knapsack clumping against his back. He sighed, knowing that what he had avoided at breakfast would surely be waiting for him on the south lawn with the rest of the fourth years. In this, he wasn't wrong. James. Graham called seriously, rushing to meet him on the dewy grass. You're alive. It's a miracle. Shut up, Graham, James grumbled, stalking past him. Graham turned to follow. Everyone else thinks you just skived off, but I told them you had to have been attacked by Scroots or something. What was it? Come on, you can tell me. James threw him a skeptical look. It was Wendigos, actually, it was Wendigos. Graham announced loudly, cupping his hands to his mouth. Wendigos. Terrible, terrible things, that. He turned back to James. Is that a thing or a person? Did you duel somebody named Wendy? Blimey, I hope you won. You should have seen the look on poor Cameron's face, Deirdre Finnegan scolded, joining them on the lawn. He and his little Potter fan club, all of them looked fit to cry. Devinder had a spot all picked out for you, Graham added. Seeker, in honor of dear old Dad. Assuming you could come up with the skills, of course. All right, James hissed, dropping his knapsack to the grass and hefting his broom. Don't you think I feel bad enough about it? Deirdre shook her head. No, I don't. This isn't funny anymore, James. It's not supposed to be funny, James cried. Do I look like I'm laughing? Graham cocked his head speculatively. Well, you don't have much of a sense of humor under the best conditions. James closed his eyes tightly, calming himself. After a moment, he turned to Deirdre. So who got Seeker, then? Deirdre rolled her eyes. Lance Vassar. Lance. James repeated disbelievingly. But he's no athlete, I've seen him fly. If it wasn't for that fancy top-shelf broom of his, or the fact that his parents are having a new scoreboard built for the Quidditch pitch, Graham nodded. Complete with clockwork, scorekeeping, lit numerals and firework scoring charms. Really? James said, impressed despite himself. That'll be pretty cool, actually, but Lance eats Seeker. Deirdre repeated pedantically. How often do you think those fireworks will be going off for a Gryffindor win? James sighed deeply. Perhaps he'll be better than we expect? Graham shook his head and frowned. He'd better be. But seriously, James. Next year, just break your own leg or something. We're running out of excuses for you not showing up at tryouts. The ribbing continued throughout the morning. Ralph, Rose, and Scorpius, of course, knew the real reason why James had missed Quidditch tryouts, providing some cover for him at lunchtime. Few believed the fantastical tales about their adventure in New Amsterdam, although the story did provide a convenient distraction, and by afternoon most of the school seemed to have forgotten about James' missed opportunity, all except for Lance Vassar, who passed James as he queued up near the York vanishing cabinet. "I don't blame you, James," he said quietly, patting James on the shoulder. "It's better this way, really. You're a good kid. I didn't want to embarrass you or anything." He swept on, followed by his usual entourage of older Gryffindors and hangers-on. "He's serious," Ralph said wonderingly. He wasn't even being sarcastic. "What a pompous Burke." James shook his head, his cheeks reddening with anger and embarrassment. A metallic slam sounded behind him. Turning, he saw the strange narrow doors of the York cabinet. Of course, it wasn't a true vanishing cabinet at all. Having come from a strictly Muggle school, the green-painted lockers had been especially charmed to function as a portal, despite their completely mundane appearance. Ralph shrugged. "Looks like we're up next." Together, they approached the lockers and thumbed open two of the narrow doors. The interiors were very small and shallow. Ralph peered into his locker with obvious trepidation. "It's going to be a bit snug," he commented. James nodded. "Want a little help? I could try to reduce you a little." It was supposed to be a joke, but Ralph seemed to consider it. Finally he shook his head reluctantly. With a small shrug, James stepped into his locker. Next to him, the metal wall groaned as Ralph crammed into his own space. A moment later, the metal doors swung to with a squeak and a slam. A flash of blinding light erupted all around James, accompanied by a sense of falling. The locker was too small to jump in, but the confined space kept him from tumbling out when the door popped back open. He peered out, blinking. Shadows moved in a dim space, echoing with distant voices. James clambered out of the locker, joining his classmates. "What is this?" he asked Joseph Torrance. "Looks like some sort of dungeon." Joseph nodded as he glanced around. "But I've never seen a dungeon painted that particular shade of, mint green." "A little help?" Ralph said in a strained voice. James turned around and saw Ralph still crammed awkwardly into his locker, waving a hand at him. James grabbed his friend's hand with both of his and gave a sharp tug. Ralph tumbled out, nearly bringing the narrow metal door with him. As soon as he was out, the locker door slammed shut, sending a loud clang echoing along the narrow room. "Thanks," Ralph muttered, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "Blimey, it's hot in here." "What is this, a steam bath?" "It might be, for all we know," James said, glancing around the dim space. Painted cinder block walls formed a long room, floored with cracked concrete and divided by a long, wooden bench. The rear wall was covered with lockers beneath a single high, cramped window, its milky pebbled glass reinforced with wire mesh. At the head of the room was a heavy wooden door with a single square window set into it. Shapes moved beyond this, accompanied by the dense echo of raucous voices. Fiona Fourcompass stamped her foot impatiently. "What kind of reception is this, anyway? What are we supposed to do?" "Where's our teacher?" "Door's locked," Kevin Murdoch announced, giving the door handle a futile pull. He produced his wand and grinned, fingering it. "Dumb muggles don't know locks can't stop me." "I wouldn't," James began, but it was too late. Murdoch leveled his wand at the door handle and loudly called the unlocking spell. There was a flash of dense, purple light and Murdoch flew backwards, propelled by some invisible force. He bowled into several other students, sending them tumbling backwards over the narrow bench. James jumped back, bumping into Ralph but avoiding the domino effect that sent most of the others sprawling to the floor. At that moment, a loud clamor sounded in the hall outside, a sort of jangling bell. As if in response, the babble of voices rose in pitch. Doors slammed in the distance, closing off the sound by degrees, and then, just as Kevin Murdoch and the rest began to scramble upright from the floor, there came the unmistakable sound of a key socking into a lock. The door at the head of the room swung ponderously open, revealing a tall, middle-aged woman with stern features and iron gray hair pulled back into a tight bun. She surveyed the room grimly, her eyes enlarged behind a pair of heavy, black-framed spectacles. "How dare you attempt magic in our school?" she breathed, her low voice echoing along the narrow room. James saw that she was quite thin, almost painfully so, and dressed in a severe gray pantsuit. Her heavy glasses seemed far too large for her face, perched on the blade of her nose like a seesaw. Behind the bulbous lenses, her eyes flicked over every face in the room, as if cataloging them. Then, primly, she stepped inside and allowed the door to swing shut behind her. Without a word, she approached the corner nearest the door and bent to pick something up. When she turned back, she was holding a white laundry bag, stuffed and dangling by its drawstring. While you are within these halls, she said, speaking with such chilly calm that it seemed to lower the room's temperature by 10 degrees, you will not work magic. You will not use the word magic. You will not say anything about witches, or wizards, or any other detail of your secret little world. I would not have thought I'd need to say that, but apparently I do. If that door had not been especially fortified by your own masters, you would apparently even now be roaming the halls of this school, wreaking whatever magical havoc you wished, regardless of the consequences. All of you, on your feet, if you please. James and Ralph made room as those that had fallen backwards clambered upright again. As the class shuffled into place on either side of the bench, James counted 8 students total. Not all of them, strangely, were Hogwarts students. My name, the woman said icily, is Miss Corsica. I will be your liaison and teacher whenever you are here at York Academy. If you have questions, you will address them to me. Is that understood? James took the opportunity to glance at Ralph, his eyebrows raised. He nodded surreptitiously toward the woman. Ralph shrugged one shoulder. It certainly wasn't the Corsica they had been half expecting. The woman drew a quick breath and went on. In the absence of any questions, allow me to enlighten you about your purpose here. As you are surely aware, certain events earlier this year have caused a serious crack in the shroud of secrecy that has hidden your world from ours for centuries. Many believe that this shroud will soon fall away completely, thrusting the magical and non-magical worlds together once again. To soften the potential shock of such a revelation, a program of careful, deliberate integration has been undertaken. That, students, is why you are here. You will interact with a select group of York students who have been made aware of your world. Then, when and if the time comes that your secrets are fully revealed, they will assist their friends in adapting to that new reality. As Corsica continued, James leaned toward Ralph and whispered, so that's why the Minister of Magic was so keen on international magical cooperation all of a sudden. It was all just a cover for this. Ralph bobbed his head. I wonder if your dad knows about it? That, James thought, was a very good question. One he would get answered as soon as he could. In front of James, Murdoch raised his hand. Corsica paused, obviously peeved at the interruption. Apparently we have a question after all, she stated bluntly, raising one eyebrow at Murdoch. Just this, Murdoch said, glancing around at his classmates. If this is all about getting the Muggles ready for the magical world, then why aren't there any other wizarding schools here? Why just Hogwarts people? I'm sure I don't know, Corsica replied tersely. It was a strictly voluntary program. Perhaps not everyone in the magical world is quite as prepared to mingle with us as you lovely children are. James grimaced, not only at Corsica's obvious sarcasm, but at the probable truth of her words. It was hard to imagine any Durmstrang students wanting to mix with Muggles, even if Durmstrang was a part of the program, which was unlikely, considering their attitude even toward Muggle-born witches and wizards. Beauxbaton's students were more accepting of Muggles, of course, but would probably be bored at the very idea of attending a dull, non-magical school in some nondescript English village. Still, why weren't there any Alma Alaron students? Considering the popularity of the progressive element at the American school, this sort of thing should have been just their cup of tea. He reminded himself to ask Zane about it next time he saw him. Then, of course, he reminded himself that Zane was a bit shirty with him at the moment. He sighed unhappily as Corsica went on. Regarding the students here at York, those in your classes know who and what you are, and have already met many of you at your own school. A few others are aware, including some teachers, though not all of them by any means. Thus, you will go nowhere without me. You will not interact with any other students outside of my presence. And you will never come here outside of class time. Is that understood? There was a general murmur of sullen assent. Very well, Corsica said curtly. I see by the way most of you are dressed that you do not have any concept of the term physical education. Not to worry, you will know soon enough. Suffice it to say, it will behoove you to attire yourselves in these. She swung the laundry bag forward and allowed it to flop to the floor. The drawstring loosened, revealing a mass of dingy gray t-shirts and navy shorts. What are these? Fiona Four-Compass frowned. You can't seriously. Murdoch pulled one of the t-shirts out of the bag and held it up. Blue letters on the front of the shirt formed the words SD Brutus Secure Center. What kind of place is this? Is this where we're supposed to be from? Tut-tut, Corsica chided, raising her chin. You can't very well just show up at York Academy with no backstory. As far as most of the students here are concerned, you represent a rehabilitation program wherein troubled youths are reintroduced to law-abiding society. Now do change your clothing with haste. Girls will take the changing room on the left, boys on the right. Quickly, students, your new classmates await. It seemed there was nothing for it but to change into the horrible gym clothing. Disconsolately, James joined the rest as they dug through the sack, searching for a t-shirt and shorts that would fit. The clothing was either hopelessly rumpled and a disconcerting dampness to it, as if it had spent the past few decades in a moldy basement closet. 10 minutes later, the students reconvened in the main locker room, barely recognizing each other in their new uniforms. "This is ridiculous," Ralph seethed under his breath. James looked him over. "So your shorts are a little snug," he commented, trying to downplay the ridiculous shortness of the big boy's blue trunks. "It's not that bad, really. At least your shirt doesn't hang down nearly to your knees. Nobody can even tell that I'm wearing shorts." "Single file line, please," Corsica announced loudly as the students gathered. "Your masters have informed me that you do not, in fact, partake in physical education at your own school. Thus, they have given me permission to arrange a particularly rigorous regimen for you. There will be no complaints. If you cannot keep up with the York football squad, 7 times champions though they may be, then perhaps you should not have considered signing up for this class to begin with. Comport yourselves well, and perhaps you may earn the respect of your new classmates, and in time the goodwill of the entire non-magical world. Understood?" There was even less enthusiasm this time. Corsica interrupted the muttered response with a raised finger. "The proper answer is a cheerful, yes, Miss Corsica. Now, am I understood?" A scattering of voices repeated the phrase discordantly. Corsica seemed content with this. In fact, to James' eye, she seemed almost to be enjoying the discomfort of her new charges. "Very well," Corsica nodded. "I will lead the way to the gymnasium. First, however, you will form a tidy line in the hallway outside the store. No talking, please, as classes have reconvened. If by some chance, however, you believed you would be permitted to bring your magical wands into the school proper, I fear you were mistaken. As you pass, you will deposit any wands in this." She nudged a large plastic pail with her foot. There were groans throughout the room. James himself had slipped his wand into his sock. He glanced at Ralph, frowning thinly. Together with much of the rest of the class, they retrieved their wands and began to pass, one by one, through the door. The pail clattered repeatedly as wands were dropped into it. James was the last to leave the locker room. As he passed Corsica, she said his name in a low voice. Surprised, James turned, looking back at the stern-faced teacher. She was offering him a small, tight smile. "So, how's Albus doing, then?" she asked in a low voice. "And little Lily? She didn't perchance end up in Slytherin as well, did she? I would find that a bit unexpected." James frowned at her in surprise. "How do you?" Corsica shrugged languidly and reached to touch her over large glasses. "Life is a funny thing, James. Considering my youth, Azkaban was out of the question, thankfully. Thus I was sentenced to a year at the Ministry's field office in Australia, doomed to spend my penance cataloguing poisonous water beetles. Hard to imagine the point, really. Absolutely everything in Australia seems to be poisonous. Then, happily, this post came up, and a certain unnamed benefactor convinced the Wazangamouth that it might teach me a certain necessary humility." Corsica removed her glasses as she spoke. When she did so, her entire face changed. Indeed, every aspect of her appearance shifted out of focus, then resolved again differently, as if the spectacles had been the keystone of a sort of projected, magical disguise. Suddenly, Tabitha Corsica stood before him, her long black hair hanging like an ebony curtain down her back, her pretty, piercingly black eyes twinkling at him. "It's you," James muttered in disbelief. "It's me," she agreed, cocking her head coyly. "The Ministry felt that my youth and, physical charm might be a detriment to my acceptance here at York. Thus, she sneered with distaste at the chunky black glasses in her hand. Her expression cleared again and she smiled at James. "It is nice to see you again, James. Our last meeting was under such unfortunate circumstances. I just want you to know that I don't blame you for anything. You probably cannot help being an insufferable, meddling, destroyer of other people's hopes and dreams. I'm sure it just comes naturally." "Tabitha," James said, shaking his head, "I didn't. That's not how it, she interrupted, waving her glasses dismissively. "It's all in the past. I am content to let bygones be bygones. We have a whole term ahead of us, James." She paused consideringly, and then put her glasses back on again. Her appearance changed back to her older, gray-haired persona. She leaned closer, as if she meant to share a dark secret. "I promise to make it challenging, James." Her smile widened, thinning her lips and crinkling the corners of her now gray eyes. "We both know how much you like a good challenge." James saw no reason to keep Corsica's identity a secret. He told Ralph, Rose and Scorpius about it that evening as they gathered around a table in the corner of the library. She did look sort of familiar, Ralph nodded thoughtfully. It's not so much a disguise as it is just an older version of herself. Maybe the glasses are charmed to age her by 20 years or so. Well, they sure don't make her any more likable, James groused. She's going to be a right nightmare. I'm going to be sore for days from all that running she made us do, Ralph moaned in agreement. And what about that rope climbing bit in the gymnasium? I have it on good authority that that's not even physically possible. Rose pursed her lips. I hear that the Muggle students did all right, some of them, yeah, James admitted. But they're, like, actual athletes. Champion footballers, apparently, and twice the size of most of us. Ralph brightened a bit. At least Comstock couldn't do it. Smarmy little git just dangled there like a chunk of fat bait on a fishing line. Rose frowned in distaste. I thought the whole point of this program was to create a bridge between the Muggle and magical worlds. That's what Corsica says. James nodded dully. What's what Corsica says? Another voice asked, accompanied by a pile of books plunking to the table. James leaned back in his chair as Albus plopped down next to him. You're not talking about Tabby, are you? Ugh, James groaned. I feel the sick rising in my throat every time you call her that. She turned up at York today, Ralph explained. Turns out she's been sent there by the Ministry to oversee a sort of getting-to-know you program with the Muggles, just in case the vow of secrecy completely falls apart. Albus considered this for a moment. Makes sense to me. Yeah, well, it seems totally dodgy to me, James countered, sitting up in his seat. The Ministry is supposed to be trying to fix the vow of secrecy, not getting ready to give it up entirely. Ralph shrugged. Maybe they're just trying to be prepared. You know, just in case. It does seem a bit more like planning than preparing, Rose admitted. But either way, it's out of our hands. We've got enough to worry about. What with this collector person going all native in New Amsterdam and planning some magical coup or something. She met James' eyes as he glanced at her. Which I am still researching, James, and no leads yet. Although I am sure I've heard of it somewhere. Albus knitted his brow. Heard of what? And who the bloody hell is the collector? Don't say that word, Lily chided blandly as she squeezed in across from him, letting her knapsack thump to the floor next to her chair. If Mum was here, she'd leather you with a hex. James sighed impatiently. The collector is some vicious wizard who's taken up hiding in New Amsterdam, enslaving a bunch of people who stayed around after the evacuation. He's planning some mega magical attack or something. The Morrigan Web. What word am I not supposed to say? Albus frowned, turning back to Lily. Bloody hell? What are you, Mum's deputy or something? Maybe I am. Lily replied primly, raising her eyebrows and opening one of Albus' books. This isn't even a textbook. It's one of those Dragonheart twins adventure stories. Where did you even get this? They don't stock drivel like this in the library. They don't stock those horrible Persephone Remora vampire books either, but that doesn't stop you from soaking up every last bloody one of them like it was bloody ambrosia. That's it. Lily firmed her jaw. I'm totally telling Mum on you. Albus dismissed her with a wave of his hand. Wait a minute, are you lot saying that the daft story about James getting lost in New Amsterdam and chased by zombies is more than an excuse for his shirking out of Quidditch tryouts? Rose grimaced at the word zombies. James threw up his hands in exasperation, but it was Scorpius who spoke up. It was all true, even if it did provide a handy excuse for your brother. Lily glanced from Scorpius to James. So you really did travel to New Amsterdam with Zane Walker and meet some wicked wizard and get chased by zombies? Rose's patience snapped. They weren't zombies, she declared. They were Wendigos, very creepy old magic, of ancient Native American origin. And why didn't you take me? Lily demanded, her eyes blazing at James. Lil, don't be a Burke. You weren't even enrolled in any classes at Alma Alaron. Besides, it was extremely dangerous. Dad made me promise to keep you safe. The last thing I'm going to do is drag you along on one of Zane's dodgy adventures. You felt perfectly fine dragging me along, Ralph grumped. Albus grinned. Without you, Ralph, who'd break all of James' falls? James rolled his eyes. And can we maybe not discuss all of this with the entire school? I didn't realize I counted as the entire school, Lily sniffed. Discuss what? Scorpius sighed in boredom. All we have is one daft wizard with delusions of grandeur pretending to create some sort of magical superweapon, a slippery American witch pixie with a perhaps overdeveloped sense of self-preservation, and a batty former Slytherin who's doing time as a babysitter of Muggle high schoolers. Sounds like more than enough for me, James muttered. And you forgot about Dumbledore's evil twin at Durmstrang. I didn't forget him, Scorpius replied, returning to his books. I purposely left him out. Even among witches and wizards, some things are too crazy to be considered. James dropped his chin onto his folded arms. There was also the mystery of Petra's dream story with the words the Morrigan Web scrawled across it in Petra's handwriting, not to mention the mysterious voice that had assailed him in the halls on first night. James couldn't help feeling that somehow, someway, it was all connected. But how? As obnoxious as Scorpius had been of late, he was probably right. Some things were probably not worth bringing up. At least not yet. Lily pushed Albus' book back at him and then leaned across the table toward James. Did Dad really ask you to look after me? James glanced up at her disconsolately. Yeah. For whatever it's worth. She smiled slightly. Thanks, big brother. But don't do too good of a job, all right? I want to have a bit of fun. James nodded. Don't worry. I've got my hands pretty full as it is. Lily's smile widened. Good, she replied brightly. I can look after myself, anyway. The weekend came and went with surprising speed. James spent most of it in the Gryffindor common room trying to catch up on his homework and forget about the many distractions that begged his attention. Observing his dogged perseverance, Rose attempted to help, but she was almost always accompanied by Scorpius, whose smug presence only served as further distraction. What's with you two? James hissed at her during one of Scorpius' rare absences. Are you snogging or what? No, she insisted, not meeting his eyes. And none of your business, you nosy git. James cocked his head insistently. Yeah, well. So are you? Maybe, she admitted curtly. What do you think, James? You like Scorpius, don't you? Not like you do, apparently, James scoffed. Lately, he seems a lot more Slytherin than Gryffindor if you ask me. I think you should be quit with him. Well, I guess nobody asked you, she muttered. You don't know him. You weren't even here last year. I know he's keeping secrets. Rose glanced up at him suddenly. She narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? Secrets? You know what they are, right? Sneaky stuff he's not telling people? He's up to something. Rose continued to stare at him meaningfully. Then, a thought seemed to strike her and she shook her head dismissively. Ah, she said to herself. Ah, what? James pressed. Ah, nothing. Get back to your charms essay. It's almost lunchtime. James sensed that Rose knew something, but wouldn't tell him no matter how hard he tried. Reluctantly, he returned to his homework, his resolve to find out what Scorpius was up to firmer than ever. His opportunity came on Sunday night. It'd be a particularly unhappy day. Gryffindor played its first Quidditch match against Hufflepuff, a rare Sunday afternoon event, densely attended as the first match of the season. A dull, spritzing rain suffused the pitch into a wet fog, which wouldn't have been so bad if not for the fact that Hufflepuff had taken an early lead and held on to it throughout the entire 3-hour affair. James huddled under his wet cloak between Rose and Heth Thomas, alternately squinting through the fog and donning his spectacles, which would quickly become obscured with spatters of fine mist. The sight of Lance Vassar playing Seeker was singularly galling, especially since the boy seemed to bring neither skill nor passion to the position. He spent most of the match hovering near the new scoreboard, glancing idly around the pitch, ducking behind the enormous board whenever a bludger spun his way. For their own part, the rest of the Gryffindor team seemed preoccupied with just staying on their new brooms. Along with the scoreboard, Lance's parents had provided a fleet of brand new pulsars, broomsticks so advanced that they had reportedly been developed by a top-secret branch of the Department of Mysteries. James recognized them as the same type ridden by the Harriers during their adventure in New Amsterdam. What had been shockingly fast and maneuverable in the canyons of the abandoned city, however, were almost too much to handle in the confines of the Quidditch pitch. As James watched, May Isis, one of Gryffindor's beaters, raised her club and swooped toward a spiraling bludger only to flash straight past it, nearly colliding with Devendra Das near the rings. He swore at her in the blowing rain, and she swore angrily back, her long black ponytail flinging rainwater over her shoulder. Lance watched this with aloof disapproval. Behind him, the scoreboard shot a volley of golden fireworks, announcing another Hufflepuff score. His hair's not even wet, Rose suddenly proclaimed, pointing. He's charmed the air around him to keep the rain off, just so his haircut won't get mussed. What a total brat. Perhaps he did it so he could see better, Heth suggested unconvincingly. I might believe that, James muttered, if he actually seemed to be trying to see anything. He's just waiting the match out so he can get back to giving me smug looks in the common room. This is your fault, James. Deirdre Finnegan interjected from behind him, poking him on the shoulder. If only you hadn't missed tryouts. James glanced back at her in annoyance. Are you ever going to let me forget that? She glared at him meaningfully from her seat next to Graham Warden. No. They both answered in unison. The match ended ignominiously, when the Hufflepuff seeker, Julia Lemon, appeared from a long swoop around the Ravenclaw grandstand, the snitch glittering in her outstretched hand. On the other side of the pitch, Lentz shrugged and applauded gamely. "Good match," he called over the sizzling rain. "Good match, everyone. Huzzah." James leapt from his seat, forgetting for a moment that he wasn't on a broom and could not go knock Lance off of his. By that night, the persistent drizzle had turned into a steady, blighting downpour. The rain coated the windows, punctuated with flickers of lightning and rumbling thunderclaps. James was not looking forward to the next morning. Hagrid's Care of Magical Creatures class was scheduled for a boat ride into the middle of the lake for a visit with the giant squid. Knowing Hagrid, he would barely even notice if it was still raining, much less consider reconvening the class to the warmth of the barn menagerie. Also, annoyingly, Morton Comstock and the other muggles from York would be there, surely complaining about the rain in the lake and how boring the giant squid is compared to the monsters in their stupid computer games. It was a consistent wonder to James that so many muggles preferred pretend challenges on video screens over the rewards of any real-life challenge. Of course, as Ralph often reminded him, when one got eaten by a dragon in a video game, one could simply hit reset and try again. There was no real danger involved. James didn't say so to Ralph, but he secretly believed that it was that very element, the danger, that made the adventure worth having. He was just drifting into a fitful sleep when a clap of earth-shaking thunder rattled the window near his bed. Lightning flooded through him, illuminating everything in one brief second. James sighed and rolled over, annoyed to have been startled alert. He peered into the depths of the darkened room, surprised that no one else had woken up. He saw Graham's arm draped over the side of the bed. On the other side of the tower, Heth Thomas seemed to have fallen asleep while studying. A soft snore emanated from beneath the books played open on his face. Next to him, a candle burned low on the night table. The candlelight reached the end of Scorpius' bed. James raised his head and frowned curiously. Scorpius' bed was unmade, lumpy with pillows and blankets. It was empty. James nearly jumped out of his own bed, his heart suddenly pounding with anticipation. He tiptoed over to Scorpius' four-poster and dropped to one knee next to it. He peered underneath. There was nothing beneath the bed but a single sock and a flock of dust bunnies. "No shoes," James whispered to himself. "That little snake. Where is he?" James stood up slowly, thinking hard. He knew he had to follow Scorpius, but how? There was nothing for it but to sneak out himself and hope to track him down. Perhaps Cedric would be out roaming the halls and offer to help. Then again, perhaps Peeves would show up first and raise a ruckus. James couldn't take the risk of being caught, at least not before he found Scorpius. He nodded to himself and returned to his bed. As quietly and quickly as he could, he dressed in jeans and a dark t-shirt, opened his trunk and retrieved the invisibility cloak. With a flourish, he threw it over himself, checking to make sure that it hung low enough to hide his feet. Another clap of thunder shook the walls, startling him. Across the room, something heavy fell to the floor with a clunk. James leapt at the sound of it, his heart slamming up into his throat. He spun on the spot, eyes wide, and saw Heth rolling over in his sleep, muttering. The book had fallen off his face and thumped to the floor. "It's just a Transfiguration textbook," he muttered to himself, willing his heart to stop pounding. Why was he so jumpy all of a sudden? He reminded himself that he wasn't off on any perilous adventure. He was simply following Scorpius, trying to find out what the boy was sneaking around about in the middle of the night. It was rather a long-standing mystery, in fact. The boy had been strangely missing in the middle of the night ever since his first year. Why? Where was he going? Was he meeting someone? What were they up to? A chill shook James' shoulders. Was Scorpius perhaps less trustworthy than they all assumed? After all, he had, at least for a time, worked with his now-deceased grandfather, Lucius Malfoy, in a plot that would have resulted in the death of his sister, Lily. Scorpius claimed, of course, that he had not been aware of that part of the plot. But was he telling the truth? Was he perhaps even now still lying about his loyalties? James pressed his lips together with resolve and turned to the staircase. Tonight, finally, he meant to find out. The common room was dark and seemingly empty, lit only by the ruddy glow of the fire. James skirted the sofa and chairs, heading toward the portrait hole. Just before he reached it, however, his foot struck something heavy, sending him sprawling to the floor in a messy heap. Ow! A voice hissed. "Who's that?" James whispered, harshly, scrambling around under the cloak, his foot still encumbered by whatever had tripped him. A hand scrabbled at the cloak and yanked it off him. "James." A girl's voice rasped in annoyance. James blinked in the darkness. "Lil? What are you doing up?" "None of your business," his sister proclaimed haughtily, stiffening. "I should be asking you the same thing. And using Dad's cloak, too. He will completely murder you when he finds out you've nicked it again." James rolled his eyes. How many times do I need to explain? I didn't nick it this time. How'd you know it was me? Lily gave an exasperated sigh. I heard your big feet clomping down the stairs but didn't see anyone. It was either a clumsy ghost or you under Dad's cloak again. A giggle emanated from behind the couch. Who's that? James demanded, clambering to his feet. What is this? Oh, that's Chance, Lily grinned. Come on out, it's just James. A head of curly brown hair poked over the sofa. James recognized first-year Chance Jackson, one of Lily's new friends. Look, he announced firmly, yanking the invisibility cloak away from Lily. I don't know what you two are up to. Us three, you mean? A boy's voice amended as a second head appeared over the couch. It was Stanton Ollivander, a sleep cap tugged down over his head, completely obscuring his hair. James glared at him. Fine, he admitted curtly. I don't know what you three are up to, but it's late and all of you should very much be in bed. Who are you to talk? A muffled voice countered. You're out of bed, aren't you? James glanced at the three faces in turn. Which one of you said that? I did, the muffled voice answered stubbornly. Oh, come on out, Marcus, Lily sighed. It's only James. He can't do anything to us. A third head appeared, this one from beneath a chair on James' left. Marcus Cobb peered up at him, his dark hair tousled into a bird's nest, his green eyes sober in the darkness. Look, James gestured in annoyance, just how many of you are there, anyway? Well, Lily admitted, raising her hand and counting off on her fingers. Besides the four of us, there's Shivani, who is still upstairs putting on her makeup because she's a silly vain thing who thinks we might just run into a handsome vampire along the way and wants to look all pretty, and Penelope Bones was going to come, too. But she chickened out at the last moment and pretended to be asleep no matter how hard I shook her. So that's pretty much it, a little nighttime dare out to the greenhouses and back, perhaps with a stop at the kitchen for a bite. And what are you doing up and about all by yourself, big brother? James rallied and raised his chin. Maybe I'm keeping an eye on you, little sister, making sure you don't do anything foolish, Lily nodded. Right. And maybe I'm the Queen of Bloody England. On the couch, Chance Jackson giggled again, covering her mouth with both hands. You can't do anything to us, Marcus announced, still staring up at James from beneath his chair. You're not a prefect or head boy or anything. Besides, you're always out sneaking around after lights out. You can't have all the fun. I'm not out having fun, James hissed. Look, this is serious business. I can't tell you about it. Ooh. Stanton hooted eagerly. Are you on a new adventure? Cameron says. Cameron says a lot of stuff, James interrupted, raising both hands. The answer is no. You can't come with me, and you need to get back upstairs to your dormitories. It isn't safe to be out in the halls at night. You might run into, Lily cocked her head. Might run into who? Or what? Never mind, James deflated slightly. Just trust me, all right? Not tonight. I can't risk you getting caught by Peeves or Filch and ruining everything. Tomorrow, sneak around all you want. I don't care if you get caught then. Lily stared speculatively at James for a long moment. Behind her, Shivani Yadav appeared from the spiral staircase, her dark eyes made smoky by a layer of heavy eyeshadow. She stopped when she saw James, her brow lowering. You asked your brother to come along? She inquired with obvious disdain. No, Lily smiled. He's got his own plans. Let's go. The four younger students began to converge on the portrait hole. No. James rasped, jumping to get ahead of them. I'll tell on you. You wouldn't? Lily cocked her head, stopping in front of James. I would. Look, I don't care what you do. Just not tonight. All right? Come on, Lil. She narrowed her eyes at him in annoyance. Finally, she sighed briskly. Fine. On one condition. What? I keep the cloak. James boggled at her. What? But Dad. And tomorrow you have to tell us what you are up to. Yeah, Stanton agreed heartily. James stammered, but. Wait, that's two conditions. Lily crossed her arms. Take it or leave it. Besides, a big fourth year like you doesn't need an invisibility cloak to sneak around at night, does he? James exhaled in frustration. Fine. Angrily, he shoved the cloak toward his sister. But I get it back when I need it, understand? This is serious business. Dad said so, and we can't wait to hear all about it, Lily nodded, accepting the cloak with a small, triumphant smile. All right, everyone, I guess tonight it's back to bed for us. What? Shivani complained stridently, gesturing toward her immaculately made-up face. It took me 20 minutes to put all this on, all dressed up and no place to go, Marcus nodded mournfully, and all those lonely vampires out there just waiting for you. "We'll try again tomorrow night," Lily soothed, leading Shivani and Chance back toward the girls' stairs. "And tomorrow we'll have this." She held up the invisibility cloak. "Not even Mr. Filch will catch us if we all cram underneath. It'll be worth the wait." Fuming, James watched as Lily retreated up the girls' dormitory stairs. She was right, he didn't really need the invisibility cloak to sneak around. Still, it galled him that she had successfully extorted it from him. Clearly, the Potter propensity for shenanigans didn't stop with the boys. Shaking his head with irritation, James turned toward the portrait hole and slipped out. Outside the quarter windows, the rain continued to fall in a steady curtain, blotting out the moonlight and reducing the halls to near total darkness. James felt his way toward the staircase, knowing he could not afford to light his one for risk of alerting the skulking Scorpius. His only hope was to spy the boy out without being noticed. Lightning flickered silently beyond the Heracles window, throwing the staircase into stark contrast for one brief second. James crept down to the entrance hall, and then paused, listening as hard as he could through the steady thrum of the rain and the occasional creak of the dark castle and the shifting staircases. He could neither hear nor see any sign of the wandering Scorpius. He looked around impatiently. If only he had the Marauder's map. For a moment he considered trying to summon his dad by Flu Network and asking him if he would locate Scorpius for him, but that would mean going back to the common room and hoping his father was still awake. Not to mention willing to help James on his personal errand of suspicion. More likely, his dad would simply tell him to let Filch handle it and to get himself back into bed. Frustrated and annoyed, James sighed harshly. A shadow suddenly moved in the archway at the end of the entrance hall. A light appeared, held aloft by a shadowy hand. "Indeed you are right, my sweet," a grating old voice muttered. "Someone has been careless. Quite careless indeed." James' heart suddenly pounded in his ears. It was Filch, accompanied by his ancient cat, Mrs. Norris. As quietly as he could, James clambered backwards onto the stairs and hid behind the balustrade. He could see the light from Filch's lantern growing brighter on the stone floor as the man approached, his boots knocking hollowly. A shadow elongated in the lantern light, and then was punctuated by the shape of Mrs. Norris herself, her head lowered, the fur on her back standing up in rough hackles. James shrank back against the steps, trying to press into the ever-diminishing shadow of the balustrade. Suddenly, to James' relief, the cat turned away, darting toward the doors of the great hall. James glanced up at them and saw that they were cracked open slightly, showing a narrow band of darkness. "We can't have this, can we, my sweet?" Filch growled, following the cat, leaning heavily on an old, gnarled cane, not with all those dodgy cabinets lined up like pretty maids in a row, just begging for mischief. The headmaster would not be pleased, would he? "No, methinks he would not. Someone's head will surely roll." James shuddered. Something about the black assurance in Filch's voice implied that his words were not mere idle jest. As Filch heaved the doors closed and locked them, James Crabbe walked backwards up the steps and around the corner of the lower landing. Another flash of lightning painted the stairs in bright colors from the stained glass window, this time accompanied by a crack of thunder. Mrs. Norris spun her bullet head toward the stairs, her eyes narrowed, her ears pressed back against her skull. James gasped, pulling his feet back just in time. Beneath the sound of the rain, he fancied he could hear the high purr of the cat's growl. "Don't you fret, my sweet," Filch sang, his voice unsettlingly cheerful. "It's a new day, it is. Even your old master has a few tricks up his sleeve now, doesn't he?" He chuckled to himself, making a sound like gravel in a rusty cauldron. James' hair stood up at the base of his neck. Then, for a long, disconcerting minute, Filch was quiet. James could only see a narrow corner of the entrance hall floor from his hiding place. It was still lit with the yellow light of Filch's lantern, bobbing slightly as the man seemed to prowl around, shuffling and tapping his cane. Every shuffle and tap seemed to grow teasingly closer, and then, with a long creak and grunt, Filch began to climb the stairs. There was nowhere else for James to go. The stairs behind him were too high to clamber up before Filch found him. He pressed backwards, felt the steps dig into his back as the lantern light grew brighter before him, spreading across the floor of the landing. The shadow of Mrs. Norris trotted into view. She was still growling, deep and high in her feline throat. Suddenly, a curtain of cool fabric dropped over James from behind, momentarily blocking his view. He startled but thankfully didn't cry out. The fabric was all too familiar, after all, even if he couldn't explain its sudden appearance. The invisibility cloak fell over his knees as a small figure clambered close behind him, clutching him tightly around the shoulders. Mrs. Norris appeared on the landing in front of James, freezing in place just as the cloak settled over him. Filch climbed slowly into view behind her, clacking his cane on each stair and wheezing to himself. "Let's just take a peek along the second-floor corridors, shall we, my dear?" he suggested. "The headmaster will be more pleased if we can bring in the responsible party. Of course, it may well have been a careless house elf. But we can hope, can't we?" Again, the subtle, black glee in Filch's voice chilled James. He hoped his toes were fully covered by the cloak. Behind him, the small figure breathed in his ear in short, shallow bursts, clutching him in a death grip. Mrs. Norris sniffed the air, seeming to peer right through the invisibility cloak. Then, as Filch reached her on the landing and nudged her impatiently with his cane, she trotted up the stairs, passing close enough to James and his benefactor to nearly brush them with her tail. Filch followed, staying thankfully in the center of the stairs, his gnarled cane knocking close enough to James' shoe that it pinched a fold of the invisibility cloak. James held his breath, as did the small figure behind him. He knew who it was, of course, and his relief at her appearance was only slightly greater than his annoyance at her duplicity. A minute later, as the light of Filch's lantern and the knock of his boots receded into the second-floor corridor, he threw off the cloak and turned on the spot. "You hopeless little sneak," he hissed. "You owe me big for that one." "Big brother," Lily whispered, her face exceedingly pale in the dimness. She was clearly shaken by their close call, but also obviously exhilarated by it. Her face broke into a wild grin. "That was crazy intense, wasn't it?" "It's not funny." James rasped. "That was seriously too close for comfort." "What are you doing here, you mean besides saving your skinny bum?" she answered, still grinning nervously. "Seeing what you're up to, of course. I followed you out almost as soon as you left." "But," James shook his head in exasperation. "I promised I would tell you tomorrow. I figured you'd just make something up. I followed you to keep you honest." James sighed and slumped on the stairs. "So I don't suppose there's any way I can send you back to bed now, is there?" "I doubt it," she answered cheerfully. "Besides, seems like you need the invisibility cloak after all." "Really, I thought you'd be better at this by now." "This thing's made you careless." "Sod off," James muttered, climbing to his feet. "Just stay close and keep up. I'm not telling you anything, just don't get us caught, understand?" Lily giggled manically as she clambered up after James, tossing the cloak over her shoulders but leaving her head out, seeming to float in the air behind him. "So what happens if we do get caught by Mr. Filch?" she whispered as they descended into the entrance hall. "I hear that he likes to torture late-night wanderers with thumb screws and the, Iron Maiden. Or something." "Those are just first-year's stories," James answered curtly. "If you get caught, you get detention. It's usually something tedious and disgusting. But it is true that if Filch had his way, it would be loads worse. So what are we doing?" she pressed, following so closely behind him that she bumped him as they turned a corner. "Is it dangerous? Are there bad Slytherins involved? Does Albus know about them? Maybe we should get him to come along as well, eh? I hear their dormitory is right under the lake, with windows that look up into it. Ooh. Can we go look?" "Lil, shut it, will you?" James hissed back at her. "This isn't a bloody pleasure cruise. I can't hear anything with you yammering away at me." "What are we listening for?" she breathed, unperturbed. "Are we following somebody?" "That's it, isn't it?" They stopped as they neared the old rotunda. Torches flickered there, filling the round room with orange light. From the corridor, James could see the broken remains of the ancient founder's statue. Shadows seemed to move on the wall. "Someone's in there," Lily whispered shrilly in James' ear, clutching his shoulder again. He shook his head. "It's just the torchlight flickering. There's nobody." The words caught in his throat as a pair of dark figures darted past the broken statue. The figures were robed from head to toe, hiding their shape and size. A moment later, a push of cool, misty air ruffled the tapestries in the corridor. Unseen, the rotunda door creaked slightly, then clunked shut. "You were saying?" Lily whispered. James shook his head. "Stay close, and stay under the cloak," he instructed. "If there's trouble, you come straight back and try to raise Dad by flu. If we're lucky, he's watching all of this on the Marauders map anyway." Lily nodded. "Hi Dad," she whispered with giddy nervousness. Together, they crept toward the rotunda. James realized he had his wand in his hand, having instinctively reached for it the moment he saw the mysterious figures. That was probably overkill. Of course. It was probably just Scorpius and another student, a Slytherin, perhaps. Still, James couldn't quite bring himself to pocket his wand again, or even to lower it from the alert, defensive position, held out before him, pointed low. The rotunda was ruddy orange with torchlight. The broken statue, showing only the feet and lower legs of the founders, cast a dancing shadow high up onto the walls. Across from it, the huge, ancient double doors looked 100 feet high. James stopped, suddenly feeling cold to his toes. "Lil," he whispered without turning. "You need to go back." You shouldn't be here. I can't, Lily answered stubbornly, pressing up against James again, peeking over his shoulder. I'm serious, James insisted, turning to look back at her. This is no place for you. You're too young. You barely know which end of your one point's out, much less how to use it. It isn't safe. I'm serious, too, James, she whispered, and James saw that his sister's face had gone very pale. I can't go back by myself unless you come with me. James understood. She was frightened. With the appearance of the mysterious robed figures, the adventure had turned from a harmless midnight romp into an all-too-real danger. Lily was frightened to retreat back through the huge castle all alone on a stormy night. Remembering what had happened to him on first night, James could not blame her. All right, Lil, he said, taking his sister by the shoulders. Stay right behind me, and keep the invisibility cloak over you the whole time. Don't take it off for any reason. All right? We're just going to peek outside and see what's what. It's probably nothing. It's probably just Scorpius Malfoy getting up to no good with some Slytherin mate of his. I knew it. Lily suddenly grinned, covering her mouth with her hands. Sneaky Slytherins, just like in Dad's time. And a Malfoy in the middle of it. Ooh. This is so exciting, James sighed. He gestured impatiently and Lily pulled the cloak up over her head, vanishing completely. With a nod, James turned and crept toward the rotunda entrance. A smaller, human-sized door was set into the much larger door on the right. James unlatched it and a gust of wind pushed it open against him, bringing with it a rainy mist and the sounds of the stormy night. Lily clutched James from behind, hard. Again, a sense of cold dread fell over James. He swallowed it, and then stepped through the door into the dark, Lily on his heels. The rain had diminished to a heavy patter. Shimmering curtains fell from the ramparts and roofs all around, but once the two stepped out into the courtyard the drops were fat and sparse. Wind pushed across the walled yard, ruffling the weeds and moaning in the unseen trees of the forbidden forest. James looked around, straining his eyes against the dark. There, far off to the right, a flicker of wand light bobbed and vanished, as if hooded in the bearer's sleeve. This way, James muttered, tugging Lily along behind him. She stayed close as they wended their way toward the low stone wall and through the open gate. A flash of lightning lit the clouds, turning the black landscape into a pale photograph. In the distance, Hagrid's barn stood stark against the night, framed against a tableau of dripping trees. A split second later, darkness engulfed it again, even thicker than before. Where are we going? Lily whispered, her feet squelching in the grass. James shook his head, straining to see through the darkness without his glasses. There were no more flickers of wand light in the distance, but the occasional flash of lightning showed that they were nearing the Quidditch pitch. Lily should not have come with him. The certainty of this sank into James like an icicle. It was too dangerous for her. He didn't know how he knew, but he knew. It was his job to protect her. That's what his father had said. And yet, here they were, out after dark on a stormy night, following a pair of mysterious figures into the unknown. You shouldn't have come along, James muttered. It's too dangerous. You should have stayed back where it was safe. He shook his head dully. I should have stopped you, Lucy. Lily suddenly stopped walking. There was a shuffle as she tugged the cloak from over her head, revealing her strawberry blonde hair and pale face in the darkness. What did you just say? She asked, her voice hushed. I said you should have stayed where it was safe. James repeated impatiently, turning back. It's too dangerous. I shouldn't have let you come along. Lily merely looked at him in the darkness, and James knew why. He just didn't want to admit it. He had called her Lucy. He stepped back toward his sister and raised the cloak back up over her head. Stay hidden, he said brusquely. We'll just go back. Together, all right? This was a mistake. Besides, it's probably nothing. As if to counter this statement, behind James, a loud clunk echoed out of the darkness. There was a sudden babble of low voices in the near distance, indistinguishable against the wind and moaning trees. There are more of them, Lily gasped, battening onto James' arm in fear. They're over there. On the Quidditch pitch. James nodded, turning, his eyes wide. He wished for another flash of lightning to illuminate the pitch and reveal its secrets, but the storm was abating and the night was seamlessly black. Unconsciously, he began to inch forward again, bringing Lily with him. He sensed the house grandstands looming over him now, heard the snapping flutter of their banners high above. From the center of the pitch, more voices came on the wind, hushed and strangely excited. There seemed to be several of them, almost a small crowd. James crept close to the nearest grandstand and strained his eyes, fancying he could see a dark blot of robed figures milling in the grass of the center line. Another dull clunk sounded. A hushed laugh. A rustle and flap of fabric. A sudden green light lit the robed crowd. It rocketed upwards like a firework, or like a spell shot from a wand. Its light spread dimly over the pitch, illuminating no less than 20 robed figures, most carrying brooms, all craning their heads back to watch. Icy dread settled over James as the greenish light fired higher into the air. He reached instinctively for Lily, gathered breath to tell her to run as fast as she could back to the castle. Before he could speak, however, something poked him in the back, a wand, held firm and steady. James spun around, knocking the wand away with his elbow. He brandished his own wand wildly, pushing the invisible shape of Lily aside and tripping backwards onto the mushy field. Lightning flickered once more, bathing the pitch with its bony light, and James found himself one-to-one with one of the robed figures, James on his backside on the grass, his right arm pointed up and out, ramrod straight, wand in fist. The robed figure's head was uncovered, showing a length of wavy blonde hair and an unexpectedly familiar face. James boggled up at him as the lightning flickered, not sure if he believed what he was seeing. "Zane?" he barked. The blonde boy rolled his eyes and pocketed his wand. "It's about time you found us," he said. "I was beginning to think you'd never catch on. And your guys really need some fresh blood. It stopped being any challenge at all." "Keep talking, Walker," a female voice called from the pitch. "If only you were as good on a broom as you were with your mouth." "Is that Willow?" James asked, confusion slowly replacing dread as he climbed back to his feet. "Is that James?" Willow was Tyria called, approaching out of the darkness. "About time you showed up. I was beginning to think we'd need to leave you an engraved note and a trail of breadcrumbs." "I don't," James stammered, looking around as more students gathered around him, shaking their heads with wry amusement. "I thought. The green light. I thought it was. What are you?" Scorpius Malfoy approached James, his head cocked to one side and a sardonic grin curling his lip. "You thought we were old-school Death Eaters, perhaps? Firing off the dreaded dark mark for kicks and grins?" There was a scattering of hushed laughter. Above the heads of the gathered students, the greenish light bobbed and zoomed, trailing a faint tail of sparks. James looked up at it and finally saw it for what it really was. It was a golden snitch, its tiny wings enchanted with green light, glowing like a hyperactive lightning bug against the dark clouds. "Well, Potter, you've finally found us out," Scorpius said, obviously enjoying James' complete confusion, "and therefore you may officially join us. If you dare. And if you are good enough. Welcome," he announced, spreading his arms. "Tonight Quidditch." Next to James, a sudden rustle of fabric revealed Lily's head, her eyes boggling with delight, her reddish blonde hair mussed into a strew around her flushed face. "This," she exclaimed in a barely hushed squeal, "is the coolest thing ever."